Zhao Yuran took some effort to persuade her match to go home first. She wasn't in a hurry to leave. It was a 5-minute drive, but he insisted on seeing her off. She didn't refuse because the incident of being attacked in the city left her with a psychological shadow. Although there was a special room for matches and their masters, since her home was so close, there was no need to sit around here. Chen Qian watched happily from the side. As a wealthy young lady, she was used to this kind of scene. It was her first time seeing a live version, and not recording it was a sign of respect. Your eyes are about to fall out. Zhao Yuren rolled her eyes irritably. Chen Qian retracted her increasingly bold gaze and said, "Are you on your period? Your temper is so bad." "No, I just hate to see bad things happen," they said as they entered an empty room in the villa. Right now, there weren't many people in the entertainment area. Everyone was busy practicing scenes in the training zone next door. The fastest progress had already started on the 3 scenes Chen Qian later provided for them. Starting from the 6th scene, it turned into a large battle, and they probably still had some work to do. Even Chen Qian hadn't yet obtained the permissions for the last 2 scenes from Jiangling Rui. Maybe she hadn't met the conditions to unlock them yet. She guessed a bit about the content inside and trusted Jiangling Rui's judgment, so she temporarily put her worries aside. After preparing fruit drinks and snacks, Chen Qian and Zhao Yuran sat down to continue chatting. Picking up the previous topic, Chen Qian asked uncertainly, "Hate to see bad things happen? Could it be what she thought? Can't you control your Jiangling Rui? What kind of mind does he have? I feel like he's checked me from start to finish, and I have no secrets at all," Zhao Yuran said irritably, pulling at her hair. She felt like crying. The key point was that the other person hadn't even made a move. He just asked some questions, and she ended up revealing everything. When Guyu explained this matter to her, he could only helplessly shrug. Although the master of the contract felt upset, this wasn't actually illegal. So, Zhao Yuran could only swallow her frustration and come here to complain to that mischievous contract master. "Tell me what happened first, and I'll think about how to handle him." Chen Qian looked into Zhao Yuran's eyes sincerely. It's the smell of gossip since he was her own matchmaker. Even if everything was exposed, she would only help him keep watch, and whoever tried to harm him would be stopped. Zhao Yuran didn't think too much about it. Although Guyu often gave her advice, her mind was full of working hard to become stronger, so she didn't pay much attention to those lessons. The little schemes she had were mostly because she was attracted to a youth's good looks, and she was forced to learn them. So, she believed Chen Qian's lies and honestly told him everything. That day, when she and Lu Rong were taken to Jiangling Rui, they were first seriously deceived by Jiangling Rui, who said that breaking out of the cocoon to become a butterfly was an illegal organization, breaking rules and operating on the edge of the law. She didn't understand the law here, so she was easily fooled. Lu Rong, who knew more, could see through it, but Jiangling Rui's list of rules was so perfect that there was no loophole, unless she knew the law better than him.
How could that be?
They weren't political experts. Lu Rong, a new leader, was scolded and educated right there. Just as the two of them, dizzy from hearing the plans and agreeing to them blindly, were about to leave, she was forced to stay. The gentle older sister Lu Rong gave her a look that said, "Good luck," then hurried away. She didn't even have time to reach out and stop her. Zhao Yuran sat stiffly back in her seat, looking at the expressionless, smiling face of the smiling tiger, and asked dryly, "Is there anything else?" "Miss Zhao, I remember you were supposed to help in the medical area before. Why are you here now?" Jiangling Rui left the rest of his sentence hanging, letting her fill in the gaps. Zhao Yuran. Oh no. Since she was discharged, she had joined the Cocoon Breakers group and was busy with experiments to level up, so she forgot about this. And the medical area hadn't contacted her at all. She thought her helping out work was finished. But it turns out, they've been waiting for her here. Zhao Yuran wanted to curse but didn't dare. She knew who was in charge in the city, so she could only nervously reply, "Sorry, Commander Jiang, I thought the matter was already settled." Strategy, strategy, strategy. You old fool. Dog Commander. You big fool. This is the result of you making me strategize. Host, nothing serious happened, right? Why are you cursing so harshly? This is just the beginning. Zhao Yuran was just complaining silently in her mind when Jiang Lingrui noticed something was wrong. Was this person talking to someone? Were they using a wristband? He didn't jump to conclusions but continued, although ignorance is no excuse. You did accept this task yourself and skipped work without reporting. According to wartime law, you might face legal consequences. Zhao Yuran suddenly paused, thinking, is this really so serious? Commander, you predicted this, didn't you? I want to cry. Just a few days of good days surrounded by handsome guys, and now retribution has come. Jiang Lingrui didn't miss her hesitation and change in tone. She was definitely chatting with someone. He quietly turned on the signal blocking and replied, it's very serious. Based on the system's calculations and other evidence, the fine is minor. If it's more serious, I don't think you want to know. Help. Commander, are you going to kill me? I heard wartime laws are very strict. Don't worry, host. I checked for you. The worst is life imprisonment. It's okay, you call that okay? Percent yuan percent. Percent. Maybe we can ask Qian for help to plead for you. Good idea. After confirming the plan with the system, Zhao Yuran prepared to use her connections. Commander Jiang. During her half-minute of silence, Jiang Lingrui confirmed his suspicion. There was no signal, yet they could still communicate. The system inside the wristband, Hope 2471, had disabled this feature. He thought he might have found the illegal system that Huashao had lost. So Jiang Lingrui no longer tried to scare the other person with those intimidating words. He rudely interrupted and quickly attacked to break the other's mental defenses. Miss Zhao, instead of this, you should first clearly explain why you have an illegal system. After this, Zhao Yuran, who was already on the defensive, was even more easily led around like a puppet by the other person. Every detail was caught by Jiang Lingrui, from when she got the system and how, to the system's tasks and rewards, and even her entire experience. Wow, he almost wanted to find out who delivered her at birth. It was simply ridiculous. Chen Qian didn't dare ask Jiang Lingrui about the interrogation process at the time. Now, hearing the victim's own accusations, she almost clapped on the spot. Is this the fighting power after having your mind pierced from head to toe? She really just started learning. I'm just complaining. What's with that overly excited look on your face? Zhao Yuran's eyes widened. She had seen plastic sisters before, but never seen such a fake one. At least try to hide your favoritism for your match partner in front of me, the victim. Don't I deserve some dignity? Chen Qian quickly changed her expression, instantly hiding her feelings. I understand. I'll tell him when I go back. How could he do this? This is just too much. Cough, cough. She almost blurted it out. Zhao Yuran stepped closer, giving a look that said, if you dare to say the wrong thing, I'll cry right in front of you. You're so mean. After all, you're a girl. How could you investigate so thoroughly? Chen Qian, the one who speaks human words and ghost words. Yes. At least let me keep some unimportant secrets. About rebirth, I was actually caught off guard by just a few words. Zhao Yuran was about to explode with anger. She never thought she could be so stupid. Chen Qian, who had shared her space on the first day they met. It must be because of the contract that she's not as naive. She and Zhao Yuran are not the same. She kept the fact of her crossing over a secret for a long time. Even now, even though she knew Zhao Yuran went to the same high school as her, she didn't reveal herself. They talked all afternoon until it was dark, then each of them was notified to pick up their match partner. It's not that they don't want to go back themselves, but once they do, they'll have to face the disappointed matchmakers. Chen Qian and Zhao Yuran finished messaging each other and looked at each other with some helplessness. The matchmakers are so clingy. After Chen Qian got into Xiao's car, she finally told Han Qingquan and the others that they could come over. Xiao, what did you do today? Fought in a group fight. Chen Qian looked confused. Her first thought was how to clean up after the fight, and her second was whether her small yard would be affected. He didn't want her to worry too long and continued, Qian, I tell you, today I spent the whole day with our guards fighting. The more we fought, the worse I felt. I don't know how Wei Jingzhe taught them, but those guys are getting more sneaky. They like to attack secretly. I almost got beaten up by them. He rambled on for a while, bragging about how strong he was and criticizing how sneaky they were, which made Qin Qian laugh and cry at the same time. It seemed like she was just there to be a practice partner. This must be either a trick from Jie Ling or a prank from Qi Mian. In this situation, Qin Qian could only comfort the little son a few more times, quickly making him happy again. He Xiao even promised on the spot that he would be his practice partner for the next 2 days. Qin Qian? Such Xiao, she really couldn't help but feel speechless. It's just a case of willing to fight and willing to suffer. As the contract holder, she didn't stir things up. Her only intention was to comfort him. When Qin Qian reached the door, Han Qiankuan and the others had just arrived. There were 4 people in total, including him and Yang Jing, plus 2 young girls following behind. This time, the meeting wasn't as lively as at noon. After respectfully greeting the head of the family, they patiently waited for Qin Qian's instructions. "Let's go inside first," Qin Qian said, then video called Hanji. Since they were already here, they should meet. If it were anyone else, Qin Qian wouldn't bother with this, especially with Aunt Jing around. When Hanji received the video call, he was lying on a lounge chair in the inner courtyard. Hearing the noise, he reluctantly got up from the rocking chair only when the contract holder called. "Why did you come home again?" His tone was full of disdain. Qin Qian couldn't hear anything else. "Master, are you going to advance again?" Note: the scene has been adjusted to family-friendly language, removing any explicit content. Han Qiankuan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. At this moment, he no longer had the fierce aura from before when he was killing. His master, who had finally succeeded in advancing, was about to level up again. The 8th level, the legendary 8th level. A height never reached by humans. Of course, the dangers involved are obvious. Han Zi's face looked worse. He really didn't want to bring up that topic. Yang Jing quickly held back Han Qiankuan, who was full of excitement, and looked at Han Zi with a gentle smile. "Master, how have you been lately?" As she spoke, she examined him from head to toe.
Then,
He looked a bit chubbier. She shifted her gaze to the master who had just returned home, then looked at her tired-looking master. Could it be that this child stays at home every day, being taken care of by the contract master? Thinking about this unlikely possibility, Yang Jing's expression stiffened with concern. She almost wanted to take back her earlier care. Although she was of a high rank, her long-standing beliefs made her think that small girls of alien species should be carefully looked after by their matching partners. She was lying at home while the contract master was out working hard. In recent years, Yang Jing had only seen such situations on legal channels. When she was young, she had heard of the term soft rice man, a man who relies on his partner. She never thought it would be applied to the child she raised herself. Yang Jing, what if the child becomes useless? Hanzi didn't know what his aunt, who had watched him grow up, was thinking. He was polite to Yang Jing. It's okay. He had just stood for half a minute before finding another opportunity to sit in the living room. The sofa here wasn't as soft. Han Qiankuan stood nearby, watching his master with wide eyes, almost dropping his jaw. Who is this lazybones? Is this the wise and mighty master of their family, decisive in battle? He had thought that the last time he saw his master looking so lethargic was because he couldn't suppress his energy.
But now?
No, that was impossible. He shook his head inwardly, but his face showed nothing. Han Qiankuan's sharp eyes subtly shifted to the beast mark on his master's forehead, then relaxed. It was probably because his master was about to level up again. Having successfully brainwashed himself, Han Qiankuan naturally accepted his master's change. It's been a few days since we last saw each other. Master, you're in a much better mood. Yang Jing comforted herself for a while before finally accepting that her master was a soft rice man. She sighed and, while speaking, signaled the woman behind her to hand over the bone box. Master has just advanced. Please use these 7th-tier beast cores first. We will continue to acquire more later. The family's assets had already been converted by the system, but those were only part of the Han family's holdings. To prevent issues, each family kept some safeguards. It's not necessarily about guarding against the contract master, but converting assets isn't very cost-effective. Anyway, the contracts are meant for the family head. Why not transfer everything directly to the contract master? There's no need for the system to get involved. The 10 orange beast cores lay quietly in Sunbai's bone box, shimmering with colorful light. Very beautiful. This is worth at least 100 million. Although the official price is 1 million each, these are rare and highly effective as weapons, so they've been sold at sky-high prices. With money like this, Hanzi is truly wealthy. Hanzi looked at these items without any surprise and said to Qin Qian, "Keep them for now." He had already accepted the idea of submitting supplies to the contract master. Actually, he had never really opposed it. Qin Qian had never seen the world and thought these few beast cores weighed 1,000 pounds. But at this moment, her mind was actually thinking, her matchmaker has found another loophole in the law. "Then I'll help you keep them," she sighed and, without hesitation, placed the boxes into her space. This matter was no longer a secret among her trusted aides. With the news about her space accessory spreading, she used it even more freely. For now, she just needed to be a bit more careful about the limits of her space and the time she spent inside when in front of outsiders. Han Xianquan and the others were clever. Even if they saw this, they would just keep it to themselves, neither asking questions nor revealing anything to outsiders. Yang Jing wanted to talk more with Hanzi, but since there were still important matters, she looked at Hanzi a few more times before continuing with the main business. "Master, these two young women are skilled. One specializes in poisons, the other in various weapons. I'll bring them over for you to see. The rest I won't bring today. I'll send you their profiles. When you have time, take a look. If you have any instructions, just tell them to do it. The two people they brought along are naturally more suitable, but it doesn't mean others are bad. Since they're visiting the host's home, bringing too many people isn't appropriate. As subordinates, they just need to follow orders." Qin Qian nodded with a smile. Giving both beast cores and people feels like relatives visiting from Hanzi's family. Fortunately, the number of people is just right. I was worried about lacking personnel. The plan was to let her guide the fight at the Breaking Out of the Cocoon event, but since I will soon return to the outside domain, I postponed it. Now that these people are here, the girls have teachers and can start learning. A few days ago, I was worried I wouldn't have time to do things myself, but you've arranged everything for me. Her smile now is even more genuine. Aunt Jing trusts Han Ci not just because of their long friendship, but because she truly considers everything carefully. In today's world, mere loyalty from the matchers isn't enough. It's more reliable to train their contract masters as their own talents. Also, working separately helps prevent accidents. After finishing her work with Yang Jing, Qin Qian discussed her plans with Han Xianquan in detail. "Uncle Han, what I said isn't urgent. A Ling will coordinate other matters with you tomorrow. You can take your time to check when you're free. No matter the outcome, I just want the truth." Although she used respectful titles, her commanding tone was clear. Han Xianquan had a faint guess in his mind. His face darkened, looking very intimidating. "Even if I have to investigate the entire region, is that okay? Even if I have to investigate all 4 regions, that's fine. The rotten things hidden in the dark can only be seen clearly when exposed to the sun." Qin Qian's originally friendly tone suddenly turned sharp. Everyone present understood her attitude. "Yes, mistress." Han Xianquan, who had been standing beside Yang Jing, stepped forward and knelt before Qin Qian. What are they talking about inside? Bai Qi Mian, who had just gone outside shortly after Qin Qian left in the morning, saw Hua Xiao squatting outside, looking bored. Those words, Xiao understood every single one, but he didn't know why, when they were put together, he couldn't understand them. If Qin Qian hadn't been there, he would have gone back to play games already. It seems they said they want to investigate something, and also mentioned flipping over the 4 major districts. The last few words made Xiao sound a bit excited. Bai Qi Mian was too lazy to care about his overly ambitious look. Anyway, someone else was worried about it. Then keep crouching there. He walked straight into the living room. "Don't, Bai Ge, let's go together." Xiao chased after him. Qin Qian was just discussing something serious earlier, so he didn't dare to disturb. Now that Bai Qi Mian had gone in, he immediately followed behind. Why so late? Qin Xian saw Bai Qimian and Xiao come in and waved at them. He had been too busy earlier to notice the little son, but now seeing him eager to rush over, he smiled and signaled him to come over. Sure enough, the other person rushed quickly, bypassed Bai Qimian, and sat next to Qin Xian. If no one else was around, he would have pounced on him to nuzzle. Bai Qimian didn't bother to argue with Xiao. He slowly approached and sat in an empty seat nearby. Today, I went to a factory in the southern suburbs to buy some things. The situation there is a bit complicated. What are you guys talking about? If it was just an ordinary factory, he wouldn't even bother to look. But in the end of the world, what is most valuable? Besides those alien materials, it's all kinds of weapons and equipment. These factories require complicated procedures. Bai Zhao and the others went to see Qin Qian at noon, so Bai Qimian had to go check it out first, set things straight, and then he could relax. Qin Qian nodded understandingly. Exactly. They came to see Hanji. We're about to leave, and there are some things to pass on to them. By the way, I've finished my work here. Later, we can eat together. Uncle Han, I'll put the beast cores in the warehouse next door. The level isn't high, but there are a lot of them. If you need them, just use them directly. She only kept the beast cores for Hanji and a few others' recent months' use. Everything else was stored in the warehouse before they left. Holding on to them was useless. It was better to give them to our own people. From Han Qiankuan's words, it seemed many lower-level people were gradually transferring over.
Han Qiankun agreed.
He had come in a hurry and didn't bring many beast cores. He had planned to buy more when he arrived, so this saved him trouble. Bai Qimian's icy blue eyes swept over them, then he snorted softly and said nothing more. After Han Qiankuan and the others left, he asked Qin Qian, "Didn't you say there shouldn't be any secrets? Why are you deliberately hiding things from me?" Qin Qian felt nervous when asked. Oh no, her skills in understanding people's minds, even with the help of the clever god of wealth, were not yet perfect. She was slightly careless and was noticed. Sure enough, she still needs to keep learning. Qin Qian sighed softly and honestly explained, "The things you mentioned before, I want Han Qiankuan to keep investigating. Being secretly manipulated by others makes me feel very uncomfortable." She believed she was quite open-minded, but she still felt upset. And her little wolf cub is the kind to remember grudges. He would be thinking day and night about finding the truth. He wouldn't give up just because clues ran out. He would just be more careful and secretive. A wolf pack never gives up on hunting its prey. Bai Qimian's expression froze for a moment. His eyebrows lowered slightly, and his voice became a little hoarse. "Thank you." These two words were soft but heavy. Qin Qian felt that these words sounded a bit harsh. Surprisingly, the person most affected was He Xiao beside her. He slapped Bai Qimian on the shoulder, almost pushing him into the table. "Brother Bai, we're family. Why are you so distant?" He didn't fully understand everything, but he heard the words, "thank you," very clearly. Bai Qimian sat upright with a dark face, and the complex emotions just now disappeared. He looked at He Xiao with a sharp gaze. He Xiao instinctively felt danger and moved closer to Qin Qian, forgetting that Bai Qimian didn't like others touching him.
Ah Xiao, good job.
You're being too formal at home. Next time, you can be even more direct. Qin Qian openly praised He Xiao. She rarely went to get water. Although He Xiao was good at breaking the mood, with his jokes and teasing, her initial annoyance quickly vanished. Bai Qimian's personality was too proud.
Even his own master was so distant from him.
If Ah Xiao hadn't caused trouble earlier, he would have been the one scolded. With He Xiao's support, the body that was shrinking back toward the master suddenly stopped. He straightened his back confidently, as if he could slap again at any moment. Qin Qian saw his current look and felt a slight headache. Ah Xiao is acting so arrogantly now. Did he forget that he can only protect him temporarily? When he leaves, will he be able to handle this clever person? But now it's too late to warn him. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Fortunately, Bai Qimian is focused on Qin Qian right now and has no time to pay attention to this conspicuous person. He understands Chen Qian's attitude and was about to apologize, but Chen Qian stopped him firmly, so he didn't dare to be too distant anymore. Since when did he become so smooth with apologies? Han Ci watched from the side with great interest. The show at home is really good. If only he could lie on the sofa and watch, it would be even more comfortable. He wants to go back to the inner courtyard. Wei Jingzhe sat quietly in the corner, eyes fixed on Chen Qian. At home, you can't say thank you, or you'll get beaten. By the time Jiang Lingrui returns, the good show will already be over, and all that will be left are a few people watching cartoons. A SUV drives out from the west gate of C29 City. Chen Qian sits in the back seat by the window, leaning out to watch it get smaller and smaller. In just a month, it has changed dramatically. The old, dilapidated house is gradually being upgraded. Not only is the area expanding outward, but the equipment on the city walls looks powerful. Even during the big beast tide in mid-August, with these weapons, the monsters might be wiped out before they even get close. Moreover, the city now has many high-level mutants, plus the defenders on the outskirts, making it as strong as a copper wall and iron fortress. You're not coming back, so why watch for so long? Just close the window quickly, Bai Qi Mian said disdainfully, moving away from Chen Qian. The wind and sand on the barren land are too strong. In just a moment, Chen Qian's face is covered in dust, and her brown combat uniform is dustier as she closes the window. Bai Qi Mian almost pushed Wei Jingzhe aside to avoid the dust attack from the master of the contract. Chen Qian, who was just feeling sad half a minute ago, was now so messy, she wanted to cry. I wasn't paying attention. She had cleaned herself thoroughly before leaving home. But after only 10 minutes outside, she looked like a wasteland wanderer, so sloppy. Wait, Chen Qian suddenly froze. Since when could she not tolerate this level of dirt and mess? She used to be able to go 10 days or half a month without washing. She must have been influenced by Bai Qi Mian, as she now has a slight obsession with cleanliness. This is not good. Put away that accusing look. Now that you have the chance, why not be a bit cleaner? Bai Qi Mian knew how much Chen Qian had to endure before. But seeing her become like this after just 10 minutes outside, he really couldn't accept it. He remembered how he once picked up Hanzi far away, without being so messy. Moreover, now they have space and supplies, and their conditions are not much worse than in the city. If I go back to my space to clean up now, you'll just have to come back later to get me. Why bother? She stayed put after returning to her space. And she would get dirty sooner or later anyway. Maybe I should drive instead. I want to practice my driving skills. Chen Qian's eyes lit up with a good idea. Since Jiang Lingrui needed to look at the map in the front passenger seat to confirm directions, Chen Qian had to replace Xiao. That way, she wouldn't get her clothes dirty from all the mud, and he wouldn't have to stay so far away. Look at poor Wei Juzi, who was almost squished by Bai Qi Mian, but he didn't complain at all. Young Master Bai's delicate body is indeed more valuable than most. Although Bai Qi Mian was a bit annoyed with her, he didn't think it was necessary to switch places. But since the other wanted to practice driving, now was a good time, especially with the road conditions being good. Then go ahead. Xiao quickly stopped the car upon hearing this, his tone full of excitement. Come on, come on. Qian, get in. He quickly ran to the back seat and swapped Chen Qian over. In a corner unseen by everyone, Wei Jingzhe squeezed tightly against the car door, slowly reached out and fastened the seatbelt on the back seat, then tightly held onto the handle on the roof. Jiang Lingrui saw this and quickly put away the map, which he had almost memorized. Thinking back to the speed of that car on the battlefield, he glanced at the oblivious person behind him and silently gripped the roof handle tighter. Following experienced people is always the right choice. The moment Chen Qian sat in the driver's seat, the atmosphere inside the car visibly tensed. Bai Qi Mian sat in the middle of the back seat, observing everyone's actions. Even Xiao, who is usually arrogant and fearless, immediately fastened his seatbelt. He finally realized that he might have agreed to something serious. Unfortunately, Chen Qian didn't give him a chance to regret. The car shot forward like an arrow, speeding away rapidly. This must be what it feels like to fly. Bai Chi-mian's body suddenly pressed tightly against the back seat. His face turned pale instantly, and it felt like his chest was squeezed by the air. His pale fingers fumbled around desperately until he finally managed to pull out the seatbelt that was pressed under him. After quickly fastening it, he let out a breath of relief. Who taught her how to drive?" he stammered. "Me, how about it? Qian Qian is amazing, right?" Hua Xiao held onto the seatbelt, eyes shining brightly. "He's a true master's disciple, no wonder it's his Qian Qian. She drives even faster than he does." Bai Chi-mian clenched his teeth and said, "Impressive." He truly believed in the master's skills now. "Ha ha ha, brother Bai, can you put away your long hair? It's all in my face." Hua Xiao confidently made a request. Bai Chi-mian didn't want to reply anymore. He felt a bit carsick now. Chun Qian was in high spirits and couldn't hear any sarcasm. She only heard praise and felt more confident. "I also think I drive better now. From now on, I'll work a bit harder and drive more. Everywhere in the city is good, but it's frustrating. Not being able to go out and have such fun. Driving the car as fast as you want." Jiang Rui pressed his chest, which was about to jump out, back down. He spoke in a difficult but gentle voice. "All right, Qian Qian, if you want to drive, go ahead. At worst, he could use his powers to heal himself later." Hua Xiao watched the fun and didn't think it was a big deal. "Qian Qian, you drive freely. I promise I won't compete with you. The master's car can fly at incredible speeds as long as the seatbelt is tight. He won't fly out." Wei Jingzhe had no objections at all. "Qian Qian, drive. Hiding doesn't seem to work. Forget it, better hold on tight." Bai Chi-mian, he didn't want to bother with this group of brainless fans of the master. He also wanted to enter the space. Han Zi, although old, was a master of laziness. Such a sneaky choice to enjoy in the space. No need to suffer through this. Truly happy. They drove all morning, covering what should have been a day's journey. Jiang Rui calculated in his mind again. Yes, arriving in the outside realm could be shortened by at least half. No wonder his master is so powerful, truly impressive. He planned to find someone to improve the car later. It seemed like Qian Qian's speed limit was being restricted by this vehicle. At noon, just before mealtime, Chun Qian finally had time to clean himself up. Han Ci was listening to a little tune in the space, looking relaxed. When he saw a few people come in, he didn't have time to greet them before they all went to the bathroom one after another. "Got diarrhea?" Bai Chi-mian moved so quickly that he pushed the contract master aside. Chun Qian was forced to run upstairs to wash up. He had never heard of fighting over the bathroom with a contract master. Jiang Rui heard Han Ci's question but didn't answer right away. His legs felt weak, and only after he shakily sat on the sofa did he say, "He's a clean freak." His physical condition was indeed not very good. He could barely hold on after just one morning. Look at Hua Xiao and Wei Jingzhe. One is lively and bouncing around. The other still has energy to cook. Han Ci was very curious. If there was no space, do you think that guy would get so disgusted with himself that he'd die? Bai Chi-mian's journey to bring him over was the most scolded he'd ever been in his life. Honestly, from childhood to now, he could count on one hand the people who dared to scold him, and even those people hadn't scolded him as much as Bai Chi-mian did in a single day. It was just for vomiting behind him once. I don't know if he'd get so disgusted that he'd die, but if you keep lying down like that, you'll definitely become useless. Jiang Rui calculated. After this guy's upgrade, he looked healthy enough to do some work, right? That guy Han Qian didn't say his master would rest for so long. Did he? Han Ci felt a bit uncomfortable being looked at by this old fox. "All your subordinates are clearly arranged by you. If it were me, I'd rest for half my life. Isn't that too much?" Now he remembered that those were his subordinates. Jiang Rui used his psychic ability to heal himself before he finally recovered. "Aren't those contract master's subordinates? After you handed the person over, they're no longer your concern." "Did I get motion sickness?" Han Ci argued, but couldn't. He had indeed casually handed the person over to the contract master, so he was trying to find a way to save himself. "It's okay. I have the recipe for your motion sickness medicine. I'll make it for you later. After you finish your work, I can also treat you. ensuring you stay healthy and comfortable. Jiang Lingrui's smile was already overflowing. With such combat power, going to the outer domain to fight monsters would surely earn a lot of good stuff. Later, he'd have the researchers develop better equipment for Qian. Han Ci suddenly sat up straight. Why was lying on this sofa so itchy today? Jing Ant gave this to you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingrui's expression looked a bit strange. She gave it to Qian willingly, so I just took a copy. Give me one later too. Han Ci knew he couldn't escape, so he gave up resisting. Anything with medicine was fine. Unfortunately, Aunt Jing was strict. When he was young, she wouldn't let him eat too much, saying it would build resistance. As he grew older, he didn't dare ask for more, only taking some when he traveled far away. Jiang Lingrui didn't agree. Ask the owner of the recipe yourself. He couldn't make the decision. All the secret recipes are kept from me. Han Ci's face showed a strange look. He thought for a moment and said, could it be some materials that can't be described? Cannot disclose. Jiang Lingrui was no longer trembling and decisively decided to leave. I'm going to help in the kitchen. His speed was just as fast as by Qi Mian's earlier escape. Han Ci watched his back, feeling uneasy and unable to sit still. Something felt off. He really wanted to know the recipe. When Chen Qian finished washing up and came out, he saw Han Ci waiting at the door, looking rare and still. His brow was furrowed, and his dark eyes were very deep. For a moment, she felt like she was seeing the once dominant CEO of S1 City. After a brief daze caused by his commanding presence, she quickly realized she probably hadn't done anything too much to him these past 2 days, right? Why does he look like that? Why are you just standing here? Han Ci stared into Chen Qian's eyes, not wanting to miss any change. Can you give me the formula for the motion sickness medicine? Please don't be anything strange or unwatchable. Sure, I'll copy one for you later. Eat first. We need to leave soon. Chen Qian acted naturally, grabbing his hand and heading downstairs. Han Ci let out a sigh of relief. If she could send it to him, the ingredients should be normal. But why did Jiang Lingrui want to keep it secret? When Chen Qian pretended to help serve food, her mind spun quickly. She exchanged a quick look with Jiang Lingrui. Chen Qian, Aling, emergency in the martial world. If they were in the city, she could find a recipe online for Han Ci. But out here in the wilderness, there was no internet. With her knowledge of those materials, she knew she'd be exposed soon enough. Jiang Lingrui, in your room. He just took the stairs while Han Ci was upstairs, already prepared. Since there was no internet, he couldn't communicate with the key master, so he didn't agree at that time. TSK. As soon as he left C29 City, he put his mind aside and even brought up the formula issue, which was really asking for trouble. Chun sighed in relief. Who would have thought that the motion sickness medication Han Ci had been taking for so many years was actually just sugar pills? And the best part was that Aunt Jing said they worked very well. Could it all be just psychological? Han Ci was fooled by sugar pills for so many years. This must not be exposed here. Otherwise, this old dragon would probably dig a hole and bury himself alive. Chen Qian and Jiang Lingrui worked together to trick the thinking Han Ci into believing they were convincing him. Anyway, that guy just looked, and relying on him to make pills himself would be even harder than reaching the sky. In the afternoon, when Chen Qian was about to continue driving, only Wei Jingzhe remained in her car as the matching partner. Bai Qi Mian refused to sit in the car anymore. He had indirect motion sickness. Jiang Lingrui said he needed to tutor Huashao, so Huashao willingly stayed in the space with him. The car was full in the morning, but now felt very empty. Chen Qian felt something was wrong. Jingzhe, am I a terrible driver? Why was everyone finding reasons to hide? It's not scary. Wei Jingzhe tightened his seatbelt. Driving with the key master wasn't scary, but why did he always feel like he might fly out? Chen Qian believed Wei Jingzhe's words and didn't dwell on it anymore. Chen Qian's eyes twitched. She shouldn't have asked at this moment. This rabbit was still so serious. You don't look too good. Okay, you go back to the space and rest well. Tell them I'll be back after a little more driving. She was feeling really high right now. In this open wilderness, she felt completely connected to nature, very relaxed. If it started to rain lightly, the atmosphere would be perfect. Before Wei Jingzhe could refuse, Qin Qian threw him into the space. If she had known that after taking the contraceptive, she would feel weak, she wouldn't have brought him out to play. Now only Qin Qian's off-road vehicle remained, looking even more wild. They started from the east and headed west. After driving for a day at her speed, they no longer saw any signs of human activity around. They crossed directly from the northwest between two large regions, with no cities along the way. According to the original plan, they would reach the edge of the outside world in about 10 days, but now, only 5 days. Qin Qian already imagined the joy of driving freely for 5 days. It was a good idea, but unfortunately, the next day, her matchers kept her stuck in her mind. Bai Qi Mian, this wealth god, would rather drive himself than let her touch the steering wheel again. Even Jiang Lingrui and Hu Xiao no longer sided with her. Jiang Lingrui patted Qin Qian's head and said, "Driving so long will tire you out." He was sincere, but also had other reasons. "Qian, I don't want to study in the space anymore. I want to drive." Hu Xiao was really tired of being supervised. Jiang Lingrui's one-on-one tutoring was even scarier than being caught. He wanted to go out and work. Qin Qian looked around. During the rare persistence of the matchers, she reluctantly agreed. Okay. They cared about her and didn't want her to work. As the contract holder, what could she do? Anyway, driving all day was already very exciting. Hu Xiao and the others took turns driving. Although their speed wasn't as fast as Qin Qian's, they made good progress. When they saw the first group of low-level alien species, they had already reached the edge of the outside world. But that was just the direction of their destination. Their real goal was deeper inside. The road ahead would be much more difficult. Both environment and alien species could slow their progress. The locations of the 4 major regions are all carefully chosen by humanity to be the best places for survival. To the northwest, there are continuous mountain ranges. To the southeast, there are seas that act as natural barriers. In general, these natural defenses prevent serious monster invasions. However, once outside these areas, it becomes a real different world filled with strange creatures. It is well known that whether it was past invasions or the monthly monster tides now, most of the strange plants and creatures are not the kind of monsters that walk on 2 legs. They root in one place and live their entire lives there, so they don't participate in invasions. Most of the monsters that roam the human world are either primitive plant-like creatures or seeds brought by other monsters that grow into new ones. High-level monsters are rare. There is also a special type of monster that is a strange combination of plant-like and creature-like features, making it even more bizarre. As humans began exploring beyond their world, the deeper they went, the more they encountered those ever-present plant-like monsters. When they arrived outside their world, they found themselves in familiar places to Qin Qian and Wei Jingzhe. Qin Qian can't always tell what kind of monsters they are, but he knows all about their attack methods. Wei Jingzhe is more comprehensive. He can accurately tell whether those strange, bizarre monsters and plants are edible. This knowledge is deeply ingrained in his mind, so he doesn't need to think much. Except for how to prepare them. Wei Jingzhe, carrying today's ingredients, looks cold and distant like a celestial being. He's thinking about how to handle the monster meat. This is a difficult problem for him. Seeing his serious expression, Qin Qian and the others understand that lunch will probably be delayed until the afternoon again. They decide to snack on some food to fill their stomachs first. Ever since Wei Jingzhe started learning cooking, they often encounter situations like this. They're used to it now. But he has improved a lot. At least he spends half as much time worrying about it. When they first entered the outside world and faced the first wave of monsters, Hu Xiao volunteered to fight. The lion-tiger beast roared fiercely, wreaking havoc among the monsters. He didn't even give Qin Qian a chance to join the fight. But after just 10 minutes, he came back holding a bunch of monster cores. Qin Qian was very pleased. His little son finally learned how to support the family. Look at that, he's even turning in monster cores. She was happily preparing to receive the beast core sent by the little son when she saw him seem to remember something. He looked at Qin Qian with difficulty, then made a big turn and headed toward Jianglingruwei. Chen Qian? What's going on? Is this family no longer under her control? These beast cores are worth 350,000 points. You still owe 3,215,000 points. Jianglingrui's voice broke Chen Qian's embarrassment. She, amidst Bai Qi Mian's sneers, casually retracted her hands, thinking that as long as she had enough thick skin, she could ignore the sharp looks of mockery. But how did Ah Zhao's fake debt suddenly get paid off? Chen Qian looked at Hu Xiao with a complicated face, feeling a bit upset. She thought he was just worried about her being tired and was fighting monsters with her, but it turned out he was paying off debts. Qian, once I pay off my debt, I'll kill monsters with you. The little son, seeing the contract master's gaze, shyly waved at Chen Qian. Jianglingruwei is too scary. If he doesn't pay off his debt, he feels like he'll be taken away. Then he'd have to sit in jail, and she wouldn't see her contract master. The alien species probably never thought they would have a time when they'd be fought over to be killed. Chen Qian waved her hand. Let's keep going inside. These alien species are too low-level and few in number. They had many people could drive day and night, and there were more alien species at night. She should have a chance to act, right? But it turned out she was wrong. Hu Zhao's destructive power might be like a clumsy kid causing trouble in the city, but among the alien species, he was a big weapon. His attack power was extremely strong, especially with his beast form and the gold element, and he was the second strongest 6th-level mutant in the family after Hanji. To pay off his debt, he fought bravely, cutting through obstacles without giving anyone a chance to fight back. Chen Qian wanted Hu Xiao to pay off his debt sooner, so she held back her urge to act. Finally, Jianglingruwei helped Hu Xiao pay off his large debt through some negotiations. Of course, these beast cores were just exchanged and sent back into Chen Qian's hands. Hu Xiao, finally free of pressure, became cheerful again. He threw himself on Chen Qian and rubbed against her for a long time before returning to the space to sleep soundly, exhausted. Work is a milestone for a boy to become a man. Although Hu Xiao was forced to work by life, over time he finally understood how hard it was to earn points. Constantly fighting monsters day and night is just the beginning. The main issue is that the contract master is always watching him with resentment, and Jianglingruwei is nearby calculating accounts. It's really terrifying. When Hu Xiao left, Wei Jingzhe was still driving. Jianglingruwei sat in the passenger seat, and there was an empty space in the back. It looked much more spacious. Chen Qian suddenly lay on Bai Qi Mian's lap, saying, Ailing, you can't let A Xiao compete with me for monsters anymore. Being able to watch but not fight is really a pain that even 20 years of internet addiction couldn't teach her. Jianglingruwei kept hitting walls in front of his own family. Even when settling scores later, the results always made him feel frustrated. I understand. From now on, let Bai Qi Mian handle this. His mind can't be casually used at home, and he hasn't even done much, yet he's been tricked into this state. Ahem. Wasn't it just yesterday that he used this reason to keep someone in the space to study? And about the rebound? Even the contract master was pushed back by Hu Xiao. Is studying really that terrifying for him? Chen Qian didn't realize there was such a backstory. She was lying on Bai Qi Mian's lap, anxious and fidgeting, eager to have a good fight. Bai Qi Mian watched his robe slowly become wrinkled, his eyes narrowing slightly, but he didn't say a word. Instead, he let the contract master cause chaos on his lap. They walked while fighting, and the scenery gradually changed. They were far from the barren land, which was already 10,000 miles away. But Chen Qian always felt that the strange creatures around her weren't as many as she had seen before. Could it be that the strange creatures outside the western region are deeper inside? Although there weren't many strange creatures, the surrounding environment was becoming wilder. The car had almost stopped moving in the past 2 days. Several times, they had to put the car into the space and cross mountains to get out. The terrain was a patchwork of different types, making it impossible to predict what kind of land they would step on tomorrow. They groped forward until Wei Jingzhe finally stopped the car. The deep black abyss ahead blocked their way. The abyss was about 100 meters wide, and crossing it wasn't difficult. But with their sharp eyesight, they had already seen the surging strange creature groups on the other side. First and second-tier strange creatures didn't belong there. The minimum was third tier. They could count at least 10 sixth-tier creatures, and the pressure from seventh-tier strange creatures was faintly felt. From strange-shaped monsters to endless alien plants, everything here is filled with a unique danger from another world. Chen Qian is ready for a big fight. Because there are so many different kinds, she generously decides to share some with her partners. Over the past few days, they've been crowded by Huaxiao and haven't had a chance to act.
Now is a good time to do some fighting.
Chen Qian also didn't forget about the half-dead creature. She quickly enters her space to pull Han Ci out. If she doesn't move now, his legs might get rusty. To avoid awkward situations, she now always pulls people out of her space. Han Ci is wearing a black velvet pajamas, looking relaxed. He suddenly appears in front of everyone and barely keeps his balance. Even so, he lazily raises his eyelids and greets, "Good morning." What are you all planning to do? He swallows the good morning back. Looking at the deep abyss 100 meters away, Han Ci steps back suddenly. With such a short distance, he wonders if they want him to carry someone over on a dragon. Before they even start flying, he already feels like vomiting. Chen Qian is busy building a bridge and doesn't notice Han Ci's cautious thoughts. She explains to everyone that they've been fighting over monsters with Huaxiao these days. "I'm calling you to fight monsters. Wait a moment, I'm building a bridge. I've agreed that the middle part belongs to me. No one else is allowed to compete." If it weren't for her own partner, Chen Qian would never share a monster with Han Ci. Those are beast cores. Although 7th-rank monsters are a bit tricky and numerous, they can be handled slowly. Han Ci, "Thanks, but no need. Just throw me back." Resisting is useless. Han Ci, who is numb from lying down, is pulled by Chen Qian to the other side. By Qi Mian, Zhang Lingrui, and Wei Jingzhe follow slowly behind. No one fears the danger ahead. The vine bridge is quickly built. In less than half a minute, they reach the alien species. Strangely, the monsters that usually go crazy when they see humans are now like stone statues, completely still. It wasn't like this just now. Before they arrived, Chen Qian was sure she saw the monsters moving. It's only in this half-minute crossing that the change happened. Chen Qian looks at a monster several meters tall. Its chest rises and falls slightly, and its body surface feels warm. Everything proves that this is a living alien creature. Strange. "Jingzhe, have you ever seen this before?" Chen Qian asked the expert, but she had never seen such a thing in the past 3 years. Wei Jingzhe carefully examined and shook his head. "No, I haven't seen it." He had already started recording and taking photos, which is an important task for explorers. Zhang Lingrui was also carefully observing the strange creatures. Based on the information he knew, he had never seen anything like this before. Their team, the Pioneers, was much stronger than most other teams. Even if they faced tough opponents, they could still protect themselves. So, instead of retreating, they focused on observing the situation. Han Ci suddenly felt stronger when Chen Qian held his hand. He straightened up, losing his usual lazy look. His sharp eyes looked through the layers of strange creatures, as if seeing the last line of the petrified group. The power of a 7th-level mutant was surging at this moment. Chen Qian also sensed something different at this time. 8 levels, she whispered. More than one. The energy fluctuation was unlike any she had seen before. Only an 8-level mutant, killed by 300 million sacrifices, could have such power. And right now, one was nearby. According to the time, it was the day of the annual Beast Tide, but no one had ever seen such a strange scene. Even the recorded battles with 8th-level mutants had not shown anything like this. There was another possibility. This was a special ability unique to the 8th-level mutants they encountered. Although they didn't know what other effects this petrification power might have, it was clear that Chen Qian and her team were in great danger. "Ailing, go back to the space," Zhang Lingrui, who was both the commander and a caregiver, said. In this situation, they could only hide and wait until they understood what was happening. Zhang Lingrui pressed his lips and nodded. Without the support of an army, his fighting ability was no match for an 8th-level mutant. Okay, I'll wait in the space. If there's time, remember to send a message. Yes, in half an hour, if the situation is still okay, I'll bring you out. Otherwise, I'll send a message. Chen Qian nodded. They couldn't let Ailing stay inside worrying all the time. Jiang Lingrui entered the space, but did not just wait around. He started organizing the information he had just gathered, trying to find useful details, while also adjusting his own state, so he could respond quickly to any sudden situations and provide treatment if needed. Huaxiao was still sleeping soundly inside the space. He had used up too much energy, so he needed to rest fully, and then recharge. Healing wouldn't help him at this moment. After Jiang Lingrui entered, Han Ci asked Qin Qian for 2 motion sickness pills, planning to use them during the fight. It was a habit he had developed over time. Otherwise, he might get dizzy during the battle and right in front of the alien species. In such a tense moment, Qin Qian was annoyed by his bad habit. If he found out the pills were fake, he wondered if Han Ci's pride would survive. Let's get closer and take a look. Qin Qian decided to put aside his messy thoughts and investigate further. They came to this alien world mainly for the beast core. Although the 8th-level alien species were very powerful, they couldn't retreat without a fight. Even if they couldn't win, they could still protect themselves. With the space in hand, they could fight and retreat slowly, wearing down the enemy. Until the last moment, she was reluctant to give up this big target in front of her. The surrounding petrified alien species were becoming more and more dense. Most of them were huge, blocking the sky and crowded together. As Qin Qian and the others moved through them, it was like tiny people in a land of giants. Suddenly, there was a loud collision sound nearby. Although it was close, they couldn't see what caused it. Only a tightening pressure was approaching. Even Qin Qian, who was very familiar with these aliens, had never seen this situation before. Could it be the same invisible alien species she encountered in City C-29? No, that was different. Qin Qian quickly dismissed that idea. The 4th-level alien species she saw before could turn invisible, but its body was real and solid, so she could hit it directly. But this one only made sounds. Its body didn't seem to exist, or rather, it wasn't in this space. The surrounding space seemed to be twisted, and only sound could be heard. No physical form could be touched. It might be a special ability or a space distortion. Qin Qian's mind raced. She couldn't verify which guess was correct right now, but she could eliminate possibilities. The unique abilities of alien species were too complex to analyze at this moment, so she decided to set that aside for now. If the space is misaligned, the most likely explanation is that there are already gaps in the surrounding space. This could also explain why so many different creatures exist here. However, this idea is probably wrong. Qin Qian looked around but didn't see any gaps large enough to hold so many different creatures. Usually, either there are enough gaps or the gaps are big enough to allow these creatures to cross from another world. Maybe they migrated from a deeper part of another realm? She seems to have missed the biggest question. Qin Qian's pupils suddenly constricted. She quickly turned to look in the direction she came from. There was a deep abyss about hundreds of meters wide, but its length was unseen. If you enlarge the space gaps many times, it looks exactly like this abyss. The abyss behind us is a space. This conclusion came in an instant. The clicking sounds that had been happening nearby also became clear. It's an 8th-level creature. An 8th-level creature that can fly. Its size isn't very large compared to the 6th or 7th-level creatures around it, but its form is more advanced. It has a bone tail about a few meters long, with several sharp spikes on it. When it swings, it makes a clicking sound. If it accidentally hits a fellow creature, it could cause serious injury. Its outer shell is as fragile as thin paper to it, so just a small movement can be deadly. The bone tail looks like a flower blooming with flesh, with many tiny filaments floating around it. Several large leaves around its waist flap like wings, helping it fly freely in the air. Compared to these 8th-level creatures, the somewhat humanoid-looking heads seem harmless, but they might be too ordinary. But Qin Qian doesn't dare to take this lightly. Hanzi, I'll give this to you. Qin Qian's voice was quiet but very clear. After a quick analysis, she realized that compared to herself who couldn't fly, this creature was better suited for Han Zi to handle. In the past, she would have fought any opponent herself. But now, she has learned a lot from her matchmaker. For creatures of this level, a suitable fighter is more efficient than fighting head-on and can avoid unnecessary injuries. Han Zi remembered the debt he owed and finally straightened up. He swallowed the pill in his hand. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Though he looked ready to fight, his tone remained lazy. Once finished early, lie down early. As he spoke, the man who looked like an emperor disappeared. Suddenly, a black dragon from the east soared into the sky at a speed too fast for the eye to see. Its body twisted and circled in the air like a sacred beast appearing in the world. The surrounding sky and earth changed instantly. Thunderclouds quickly gathered, covering the entire area. Purple and black lightning surged within, and even the sound carried a powerful, awe-inspiring force. His appearance immediately drew the attention of the 8th-rank bone-tail primitive beast. Because of Han Zi's challenge, the bone-tail primitive beast became crazy. It swung its sharp tail and charged forward. But Han Zi used a special attack, flower-like growths on its belly. These soft, delicate flowers moved like sharp threads in the wind, cutting everything they touched. Although Han Zi had been lazy lately, like a paralyzed person, he was still the top human expert for many years. He didn't rely only on his subordinates. He clenched a huge purple lightning bolt in his claws. As the black dragon moved, countless sparks of electricity scattered. When the primitive beast got close, terrifying energy burst out, aimed at the strange creature daring to invade the emperor's territory. Qin Qian's ears turned red from those words. He looked powerful and commanding, but most of Han Zi's killing intent was probably because these strange creatures delayed his rest. The group didn't stay to watch Han Zi fight. Their real enemies were ahead. They needed to deal with these strange creatures first, and then investigate the huge space behind them. Such intense battles didn't even disturb the nearby petrified strange creatures. With such a strange scene, no one dared to distract themselves with other things. Of course, other matters didn't include opportunistic gains. Although everything here was very strange, it was also a good chance. That 8th-rank bone-tail primitive beast had no problem killing its own kind. Qin Qian took the opportunity to secretly try. Surprisingly, it didn't attract any response from the strange creatures. In an instant, the petrified creatures around him shimmered with golden light. It was like the sound of wealth coming in. Qin Qian wasn't stupid. No matter the reason, the key was to get the beast core first. There were many chances to fight, but few to pick up easy gains. The vines had spread out from Qin Qian's feet, without her noticing. They acted like ruthless executioners, quickly harvesting the beast cores from nearby strange creatures. Then, inside the vines, they sent countless beast cores from all directions to Qin Qian, who threw them all into her space bag. She was extremely happy. Qin Qian's loud actions made Bai Qi Mian find it hard to pretend he didn't notice. Although he knew this wasn't the time to complain, Bai Qi Mian couldn't help himself. He stepped over the already fallen strange creature's body and warned, "Calm down with your flying features. You're drooling." This was already a clear sign of his dislike. The three of them had already walked quite far. Looking back, they could only see dark clouds swirling, covering the entire area. Qin Qian suspected Han Zi was afraid that the strange creature might escape. He didn't bother to chase after it. While Qin Qian was busy controlling the vines to spread everywhere, Bai Qi Mian suddenly heard the reminder. He instinctively straightened his expression and casually wiped his mouth. He didn't believe his own nonsense. There was no drooling. He glared at the other person irritably. "You're hiding so far away and still worrying so much." Despite saying that, he continued working without delay. Even a 1-second pause would be a huge loss. The strange creatures around had higher levels now, which meant they were close to their destination. Bai Qi Mian quickened his pace and led the way. This is a friendly reminder. Qin Qian's vines hadn't reached the edge yet, proving how huge this strange creature group was. So, The reminder is unnecessary. It's a warning of what's about to happen, Bai Chi said. As he spoke, he saw the strange, muddy land ahead. We've arrived. Ugh, it's really disgusting. Bai Chi stepped back 2 more steps in disgust. The foul smell around him made his head dizzy. His sensitive nose was sometimes a curse. He didn't act on his own, but waited with his nose covered until he was sure there was no danger. This trip was truly a hardship. Chen Qian saw this and quickened her steps. She knew exactly what kind of nature her snow wolf had. Wei Xinjia obediently followed behind her, never more than 3 meters away. The vines, while harvesting the strange creatures nearby, had already detected the strange, sticky black area and avoided it. This area is about a few hundred meters wide, with edges made of dark gray, hard, block-like formations. Cracked white patterns spread densely across the land, extending into normal ground. In the center, scattered black, semi-transparent, egg-shaped objects about 1 meter wide are visible. The first energy source detected by a group of people was here. However, the area's strong energy made it hard for Chen Qian to clearly identify the location of the strange 8th-level mutant creature. These mutant eggs look very creepy. Compared to groups of mutants, the survival of these individual creatures is even more frightening and worrying. Stop being so picky. Come and see if this thing is about to hatch, Chen Qian said carefully. The surface of these black eggs already had fine patterns mixed with shallow cracks, so she wasn't entirely sure. Wei Jingzhe crouched beside Chen Qian, already taking photos and recording. She didn't bother her. To be honest, Jingzhe is much more serious about her work than they are. But unfortunately, she only works hard and doesn't get paid. She is truly a dedicated worker. Bai Chi watched the 2 crouched on the ground studying the eggs. He felt a bit annoyed. This was so careless. He rolled up his sleeves, took 3 seconds to prepare mentally, then reluctantly moved closer. He squeezed between them, bent over, and looked in the direction Chen Qian pointed. It's already hatching. In just a short time, the cracks that were once faint had expanded several times. Shadows flickered inside the black, semi-transparent eggshells, as if struggling to break free. The dense cracking sound spread from the edges toward the muddy center. The strange eggs were beginning to hatch. Did you kill it? Bai Chi asked Chen Qian. His hand was already forming a cold ice blade, ready to strike at any moment if the master gave the command. Chen Qian didn't answer immediately. She frowned slightly and kept her eyes fixed on the first eggshell that was breaking. A small, cute, dark-colored creature, looking just like a tiny animal, with 2 furry ears topped with a strand of white hair that trembles slightly. After hatching from its shell, it nervously pawed at its belly, then lifted its fluffy head and looked at Chen Qian with big, shiny black eyes. In just one glance, Chen Qian knew this little one was very smart and knew how to act cute. Chen Qian was not fooled by its adorable face. She quickly gathered the vines that had been stretching out and pulled them back, even leaving some of the beast cores behind. These are 8th-level mutants, she realized. The energy she sensed earlier from the high-level mutants was actually emitted by these little creatures themselves. Chen Qian held 2 matching partners by the hand and quickly moved backward to a safer distance. Although these dark little mutants had just been born, their level was clear. She couldn't underestimate them. But the little creature was very clingy. As they retreated, it moved closer, jumping out of the muddy area. Soon, other mutants also hatched. They seemed to recognize the group, their bright eyes fixed on Chen Qian, eager to get close to her. Chen Qian was a bit surprised. She quickly used her vines to block these little things. Since they had just hatched and were still weak, her vines easily swept them away. They rolled far out like tiny black balls. Bai Chi stood beside Chen Qian, watching those creatures with a dangerous look. Not only because he thought they were ugly, but mainly because they were so strange. In the 15th year of the End Era, no one had ever heard of mutants that were friendly to humans. No matter how friendly these black balls seemed, the saying, "non-kin are inherently suspicious," always applied. So he asked again, Did you kill them? When Bai Chi Mian asked for the second time, the vines hiding underground suddenly shot out. In an instant, most of the adorable, chirping mutants were turned into cute black potatoes. Killed? Such cute little things. Chen Qian grinned. Of course, I'd make skewers out of them. At first, she was really charmed by their cuteness, but only for a moment. When Bai Chi Mian first asked if she wanted to kill them, she already knew these little creatures couldn't be kept alive. With Bai Chi Mian's sharp mind, he could see through such obvious tricks at a glance. While Chen Qian was killing the little creatures, she also proudly glanced at Bai Chi Mian. Her matchmaker really took every chance to practice her scheming. High-level beast cores were casually harvested, and high-level pets were handed over easily. Such good fortune seemed unbelievable even to Chen Qian and her alien companions who had spent 3 years together. She never thought she was lucky, so she preferred to eat only half of the free meal. The rest, she was afraid, might be poisoned. The little creatures, frightened, looked at Chen Qian. They hurriedly retreated into the muddy ground. Their cute, chirping sounds now trembled with fear. Their round bodies and trembling voices made any normal person who saw this scene reflect on whether they had been wrong to blame them. Unfortunately, the ones they encountered were not decent people. The moment Chen Qian made her move, Bai Chi Mian and Wei Jingzhe also began to clean up the escaped creatures, aiming to eliminate all potential threats. Level 8 little creatures, while they still had a chance, were to be taken down one by one. But until all these small beings were slaughtered and each small, level 8 beast core was handed to Chen Qian, not a single one resisted. Compared to mature level 8 alien species, these little ones were clearly much weaker. Chen Qian silently looked at the corpses of the alien creatures scattered on the ground, her lips pressed tightly. Her gaze was complicated as she looked at Bai Chi Mian. Chi Mian, why don't you go pick up those bodies? Since there was a matchmaker available, she really didn't want to get her vines dirty in that mud. She wasn't trying to make Bai Chi Mian uncomfortable after all. Those were all level 8 materials. Chen Qian definitely wouldn't waste a single one. If she took them back for researchers to study, it would be like delivering a wave of technological benefits directly into her hands. A bright future was just ahead. Bai Chi Mian didn't even look at her. Instead, he said, "You must be dreaming. Wei Jingzhe, go pick them up." When it came to giving orders, Bai family's wealthiest was the best at it. Wei Jingzhe heard the command and responded with a soft, He didn't mind the disgusting, stinky environment around him. Stepping into the muddy ground, he carefully threw out each of the dead alien creatures. Chen Qian saw that she had accidentally caused trouble for Jingzhe and quickly felt guilty. She quietly went ahead, squatting nearby to throw the bodies into her space storage and report to Jiangling Rui. She also took the opportunity to praise Wei Jingzhe enthusiastically, saying, "My Jingzhe is really capable. Not only hardworking and diligent, but also frugal. He's truly a model of virtue among the males. Is this how you praise someone?" She wanted to learn more about how to compliment someone skillfully, hoping to sound more cultured. But would Jingzhe understand it then? Wei Jingzhe could still understand her now. When he heard this, he paused his task, turned around, and his cold expression seemed to brighten a little with joy. The difference between these two, is obvious even to a fool. Bai Chi Mian, who was being ignored, couldn't stand watching these two act so childish with their flirtatious words. As long as he wasn't asked to do dirty work, he was fine. He stretched his long legs and leisurely patrolled around. The strange things they encountered wouldn't end here. Thinking this, he became more alert.
Now, kara.
Human alertness has become so high. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing voice that didn't sound like a human's echoed unexpectedly in this space. Chen Qian didn't notice at all, unable to find where the sound was coming from. At this moment, she wasn't bothered by dirt. She swiftly used vines to throw the bodies of the little ones far away into her space storage, and at the same time, pulled Wei Jingzhe out of the muddy area. The divine vine of the contract master almost caused Wei Jingzhe's mind to crash. Instinctively trying to escape and obeying the contract master's command clashed quickly, but he managed to suppress the urge to hide. Chun Xian, the sound is coming from over there. Bai Qi Mian pointed to an unremarkable empty space. It was just a plain area next to the muddy ground, with nothing special about it. Chun Xian carefully examined but found nothing unusual. However, she believed Bai Qi Mian's words. This was definitely a different species capable of speech, and it was definitely in that place. This ability was not something an 8th rank alien could have. Maybe they were facing a 9th rank, or even higher. Qin Qian pulled her matchmaker close to her to prevent him from suddenly attacking. They couldn't afford to fight this opponent now. She tried to keep her voice steady and responded to the question posed by the alien earlier. It's not that we're overly cautious. It's just that you're acting too obvious. Even though it's not human, it still tries to play tricks. This obvious trap is so clear that if you can't see it, AI Ling might just cry herself to death. Hostile relationships between races cannot be broken just by acting cute. Their relationship is not only about the food chain, but also about a deep-seated hatred of near extinction. Maybe they breed those different species for food, but they would never keep them as pets just because they are cute. Also, can those little creatures really become her fighting strength? Qin Qian thinks not. Forget whether these creatures are sincere or fake. She doesn't need them for fighting, and after many virtual scenarios, no one can see these different species as ordinary animals. To humans, they are invaders. As soon as Chun Qian finished speaking, a dark line appeared in that area, quickly extending to over 3 meters high. It was a space. The moment it formed, the pressure of a high-level alien species burst out. With Chun Qian and their strength, they might not be able to defeat a fully grown 8th-level alien, but they can withstand its energy. But now, just sensing the energy from the other side, Chun Qian's hair stood on end, instinctively wanting to escape into the space. She forced herself to resist the natural fear and stared fixedly at the space. As time passed, a tall, slender figure very similar to a human slowly revealed itself in the dark, ghostly blackness. The first part to emerge from the space was an arm with a pointed joint. Its pale blue skin was very light. In the dark, it might even look white. When this high-level alien fully appeared, not only Qin Qian but even Wei Jingzhe's expression changed. It looked just like a human. Apart from the pale blue skin and the pointed joints at the joints, this handsome alien, as beautiful as a fairy, looked just like a handsome man, harmless and gentle. It even had the initial beast mark on its forehead, just like a human man. The space was about 3 meters high, and it had to bow its head to squeeze out. Maybe it misjudged its height. When it emerged, it casually widened a bit. This was too easy for it. Compared to this handsome alien, who looked relaxed and at ease, Qin Qian's face was very ugly. At such a close distance, she could only sense the terrifying energy of the other person, but couldn't see its true form.
Is it
obvious? The handsome, exotic creature's eyes shimmered with cold light. It tilted its head and asked innocently. Unfortunately, its voice was so unpleasant that it didn't match its good looks. Bai Qi Mian and Wei Jingzhe stood in front of Qin Qian. If the other side made any move, they would risk everything to protect their master. Chun Qian wasn't afraid of the other's strength and couldn't even speak out of fear. Since the other could communicate, she decided to set a trap. Confronting them directly with her family of 6 wouldn't work, so she chose a sneaky plan. She gently pulled back the 2 matchmakers who were ready to die for her and replied casually to the handsome creature, "It's very obvious. Only someone with a brain wouldn't fall for it. By the way, is Hanji still not finished? Did he just fall asleep after the fight? What if we can't find him when we try to escape later?"
Then, consider this as a gift for you.
Do you like it? The handsome creature sat on the ground. It didn't think its voice was unpleasant and continued chatting smoothly. It didn't seem like it came to fight, but rather to make friends. As long as it could hide its embarrassment. Chun Qian felt her eyes sting. In such a dangerous situation, being forced to watch the creature walk its bird was really frustrating. "I like it very much. Can you bring more?" Any small gain was good. This was truly shameless, asking a creature for things. You couldn't find another example in human history. Sure, the handsome creature agreed straightforwardly, though it looked a bit puzzled. Why did you run so far with your body? In just a few minutes, its speech had become less stammering. Chen Qian initially planned to distract it while searching for Hanji with vines. But it was so quick to see through her plan that she decided not to hide anymore. I'm going to find someone. Since you gave me so many things, how about I give you some gifts in return? The creature didn't seem to care who Chen Qian was looking for. Its attention was fully on the gifts she was about to give. All right, it looked very happy, and its smile became even brighter. Chen Qian then took out a few new clothes and handed them to it, at least to cover its bird. I don't like it very much. It limits my actions, but thank you. The handsome alien was very polite, though his hand movements were not gentle. He casually tugged at the fabric, and the clothes tore into rags. He looked a bit helpless as he gathered the torn pieces, but couldn't put them back together. In the end, he hid them behind himself, acting as if nothing had happened, innocently looking at Chen Qian. When he said thank you, Chen Qian finally felt a bit nervous. She had no time to care about how he tore the clothes. She didn't know if the other was learning from humans or if his world already had these things. If it's the latter, it means they are a civilization. Having intelligence and civilization, they are like another form of people. Many thoughts flooded Chen Qian's mind, but she didn't have time to sort through useful information. She could only continue talking with him in a dull way. What do you like? She still hadn't found Hanji, and now she couldn't escape into her space. I like humans. I used to raise many, but my kind likes to eat them. I can't refuse, so now there are only a few left. This time, I came to find more humans to bring back, the handsome alien said as if he didn't notice Chen Qian and the other's wariness. He continued with a smile. You are very interesting. You're not afraid of me and you even give me gifts. Unlike other pets, who only teach me your things when forced. So, I decided to take you back to raise. It will be more fun then. Chen Qian's eyelid twitched. She ignored the last part and exchanged a glance with Bai Qi Mian, confirming the question they wanted to ask. Do your kind also talk like you? Can they become humans? There probably aren't many. That's my special ability, the handsome alien answered straightforwardly. Chen Qian started to like him a little. If they looked up this information themselves, it would be hard to know the truth. The alien was still just an alien. Even with intelligence, he was only learning about humans. Are there many others like you who are as powerful? Chen Qian seized the chance while he was still patient and asked. There are a few, but they are too temperamental. I don't like playing with them. The handsome alien mimicked humans and sighed with some frustration. All right, you've found someone. Let's go home together. I remember you humans love the word home, right? Chen Qian just found Han Ci. Vines had already led Han Ci closer to the side. Her vines couldn't see the other person clearly, only roughly sensing that something was off with their current state. Maybe it was because they had been in beast form for too long. Yes, we love our home the most, Chen Qian said slowly, word by word. Can you fulfill what you promised us just now? The handsome alien looked helpless, reaching into his space and tossing out a bunch of red and black beast cores. Here, put these into your strange place. He had been watching Chen Qian and the others for a while, so he definitely noticed their space. He could casually produce so many high-level beast cores he had never seen before, proving his strength was greater than any other alien species Chen Qian knew. An 8th-level alien, and Han Ci, who was close to 8th level, could still fight. The 8th-level little creatures didn't resist, so Chen Qian and the others easily harvested them. But that didn't mean every one of them had the strength to fight an 8th-level alien. And this alien, with its casual traps and the high-level beast cores it produced, was doing things on a scale they had never seen before. Faced with such a high-level alien, Chen Qian knew her space couldn't hide from it. She was just willing to take a gamble. She hoped it wouldn't be able to get into her space. Anyway, they couldn't beat it, and they couldn't run. The only way was through the space. If they were taken to another world, by the time they returned, Earth might already be destroyed. But how could they openly bring all the matchers into the space? Chun Qian didn't think she could outrun this high-level alien in front of her. Compared to fighting strength and luck, she preferred to outsmart her opponent. She just needed to be a little smarter than it. That strange thing is called a portable space. It can not only hold things but also people, and can take you to distant places instantly. Portable space? I remember someone telling me about this before, but he couldn't produce it, which made me very angry. The handsome alien looked at Chun Qian with interest, as if he had found a rare treasure. May I have it? Sure. How about we play a game? Hide and seek. If you can find us inside the space, then this space belongs to you. If I could catch you, I wouldn't just take your space. I would take your life. I don't want to take your life right now. As soon as he said that, Chun Qian's fake smile disappeared. This strange creature could read minds. So, from the moment they met, all their thoughts were visible to each other? Chun Qian suddenly froze. He hadn't yet learned how to hide even his inner thoughts. Ailing, where is the ultimate course on mind reading? Don't worry, I only read that one sentence. Human thoughts are messy, and if I keep reading, my head will hurt. Of course, since they are interesting, it will listen more later. That's a lie. He clearly read another sentence. But this strange creature also uses idioms. It's really impressive. Chun Qian silently complained, giving up on resisting. How can he hide his thoughts? Anyway, it's just a matter of this one sentence. Treating humans like livestock and learning everything about them, Chun Qian just wants to call him 3 words, a clever creature. The handsome alien didn't care about Chun Qian's inner complaints. It said to itself, no one has ever played games with me voluntarily. I'm very happy. Well, if you can hide from me in space for 30 minutes, then I'll consider myself defeated. I won't bother you for now. Compared to humans who are just afraid of it, these few here are more interesting. This vine looks a lot like the females from their place, brave and strong, but not too aggressive. If given more time, maybe this human could have a place with it. And the other 2, let's see. The handsome alien glanced at Wei Jingzhe. Nothing? A human with no thoughts at all? It was unsure, so it listened carefully again. There really was not a single thought. All right, it's decided. Once I bring the other match, we start the game. The other strange creatures nearby are also gifts from you, so I won't hold back, okay? Chun Qian was still thinking about the other alien groups he hadn't finished harvesting. If only she could survive and take them all away, her subordinates would be lucky. Wei Jingzhe. Qianqian, the handsome alien species, is still focused on Wei Jingzhe. When Chun Qian speaks, it finally hears Wei Jingzhe's inner thoughts. Just 2 words, nothing more. This is really interesting. I've never seen someone like this before. First, it responds to Chun Qian's words. Watching the other person continue to harvest recklessly, it then turns to Bai Qi Mian. So, what is this one thinking now? Bai Qi Mian, TSK, sitting on the ground with my bear, so dirty. I really don't see the point of living. Bai Qi Mian, Thiên Tình Chen Ki An? Just remember the grudge. When I level up, I'll come back and deal with you. Bai Qi Mian. Torture with 1,000 cuts? Steam and fry? Break bones and cramp? Try different methods, then have Jiang Lingrui heal it repeatedly, rubbing it over and over. This guy can talk, so if we build an alien sightseeing park, we could charge admission, maybe even do acrobatics. Such precious materials, who knows if they can regenerate? We could establish a whole industry chain selling them specifically. I wonder if different species can reproduce among themselves, more breeds, high-level materials for sustainable growth. It seems that stable, emotionally balanced aliens are better for raising. Wait, raising? Those perverts from City S might be interested, right? No, this industry chain is too dirty. Chun Qian wouldn't like it. Bai Qi Mian, do you hear enough of my ideas? Bai Qi Mian's lips curl into a cold smile. He doesn't interrupt because Chun Qian can handle it himself, but that doesn't mean he's clueless. Their attempt to probe their thoughts is too obvious. He's not blind. The more his thoughts jump around, the more it piques the other's interest. For their current situation, this also makes things safer. Powerful strength is really a good thing. With the contract master, Bai Qi Mian's mental block is gone. He's increasingly eager to become stronger. He doesn't want to be toyed with or manipulated anymore, treated like a pet. The handsome alien looks at the male in front of him. Suddenly, he feels a chill down his spine and quickly shifts his gaze away. Although the other's strength isn't as great as his, after hearing the other's thoughts, he feels a bit scared. He knows humans have dirty hearts, but this is the first time he's met someone who clearly can read his mind and still deliberately exposes their revenge plans. This person's heart is really dirty, but it's also quite interesting. These people are all very interesting. I heard humans like to live in groups. Maybe later, we can catch more and create a whole country? It also enjoys watching them scheme and compete to become the ruler. There are so many tricks that it can't keep up. After Qin Qian is satisfied with harvesting all the beast cores and casually dividing some rare and valuable materials to put into her space, Han Ci is finally brought over slowly by her. Grandpa Han isn't feeling very well right now, mainly because the fight lasted too long and the medicine effect wore off. Next time, I will bring him more pills. He was slowly pulled over by the contract master, and when he saw the alien sitting on the ground, his thoughts immediately showed in the handsome alien's curious eyes. Han Ci, I absolutely can't lose. Before Han Ci's thoughts could fully form, he quickly covered his mouth to stop his nausea, but it didn't seem to help. He gave up struggling and vomited a pool of clear acid water in front of the alien. Fortunately, most of what he ate earlier had been digested. The handsome alien. Han Ci, I embarrass myself in front of an alien. Qin Qian, our own. She hurried forward to pour a cup of peach blossom water for Han Ci, then handed him a wet wipe to wipe his mouth. What can she do about her own little treasure? Han Ci, just destroy me. Your family is really interesting, the handsome alien said sincerely as it looked at the half-dead person. It has raised so many humans and has never encountered anything like this. Qin Qian didn't know how to respond. If Han Ci hadn't vomited, she might not mind the alien's compliment. But now, oh well, just let it go. If he survives, he will definitely kill it to shut it up. Shall we start the game now? Qin Qian decided to avoid that comment and brought up what they had agreed on earlier. Sure, the handsome alien replied with a slight smile. Then, from the space behind it, a bunch of small black balls appeared again. They looked just as cute as before, only a bit larger, but still small compared to humans. 10 minutes on the clock. Every time you kill one, I'll start looking for you 1 minute later. How about that? Before hide-and-seek begins, there's a waiting time for hiding. It knows quite a bit about these games. But unfortunately, it has never played before. There is no room for refusal now. The current situation is already very good for them, but we still need to ask the questions. So, when you're timing and killing them, you won't interfere with us, right? After asking this, her gaze started to drift around. Qin Qian, Jinju really looks like a fairy. Qi Mian's face is so delicate. My Han Ci is truly handsome beyond compare. The handsome alien species wondered why she suddenly thought of these things, completely forgetting what she originally wanted to ask. But in response to Qin Qian's question, he gave a clear answer. Yes. Qin Qian nodded happily. All right, shall we start? Qin Qian, Jinju's is really shapely. Bai Qi Mian looks so stylish when she keeps quiet. Han Ci, when he doesn't speak, is truly the boss. The handsome alien species gave up trying to understand Qin Qian's thoughts. As a male, he had no interest in praising other males. Then, the countdown begins. As he spoke, those adorable little creatures that had just escaped from the space suddenly changed their appearance. Their fluffy fur, which was once cute and soft, all fell away, leaving only a black, fleshy ball. Their small, adorable lips looked as if they had been torn open, running straight from the top of their heads to their chins. Inside, the space seemed to form its own domain, with several pointed little tongues flicking around. It was obvious they were not kind creatures. Even young 8th-level alien species were formidable opponents. They had only been allowed to be slaughtered earlier because of the command of a higher-level alien. Now that there were no restrictions, their true nature was revealed. What a mischievous little cutie. This one is just a flesh ball killing machine. Not only does it look fierce, but it's also fast. It can switch from hunting to being hunted in an instant. When they attacked quickly, Chen Qian and her team immediately entered the space. Kill them within 10 minutes. 1 per minute? Haha, no need at all. She just needed those 10 minutes. Chen Qian, goodbye then.
Bye Ji Mian, idiot.
The handsome alien species stared blankly as they disappeared in place. Chen Qian and her team's final words made it unusually thoughtful. After a moment, it finally realized, had it fallen into a human trap? That female was thinking all sorts of nonsense just to confuse it, making it unable to read her true intentions. They don't see their speed entering the space as fast. It could have stopped them, but that was part of the game rules they agreed to. It won't interfere with them for 10 minutes. So, let's wait and look for another chance. After Chen Qian led them into the space, she didn't relax. She forced her pounding heart to calm down and quickly explained everything to Jiangling Rui when he looked at her with concern. Chen Qian finally summarized, "My gut tells me it can definitely find the space." In that situation, she could only think of escaping back into the space and tricking the opponent. It was too difficult. She had just managed to change her thoughts, and any mistake could reveal her plans. The space is a very mysterious thing to them, but for such a powerful enemy, finding its location might just be a matter of time. That strange creature told her to put the beast core into that strange place. It's definitely not just knowing she has a space. Jiangling Rui didn't answer immediately after hearing this. Many thoughts spun in his mind. Finally, he picked out a few useful ideas. Qian is right. It can find this place. The space cracks and your space are ultimately connected. Even if they're different, for something that can tear space at will, it's not hard. If it finds us, we could try to persuade it to stop wanting to take us back. But it can sense our thoughts, which is very risky. If we're not careful, we could fail, and success depends on its mood. Jiangling Rui wasn't optimistic about this plan. Even if the creature was easy to trick, it was still a different species. It might imitate humans, but it would never truly become one. It might mock us because we are weaker, but it wouldn't let easy prey go. Also, there are 6 of us. He couldn't guarantee that everyone could hide their thoughts completely. Even if they didn't know the plan, some information might still leak out. Or we could go back with it. Judging by its intelligence and personality, as long as we keep it interested in us, we could survive even in another world. But we would lose our freedom. Unless our strength surpasses theirs, the chance of returning is very small. This means sacrificing dignity and freedom to survive, with almost no chance of coming back. If that's the case, I would rather die fighting. Bai Chimian objected bluntly, it's not even worthy of taking care of us. When it comes to dignity, freedom, and death, everyone makes different choices. After listening to Chen Qian's explanation, Hanzi finally understood the situation. It's not worthy. Living under their master's care was fine, but if it were someone else or another kind of being, then forget it. Better to die early and start anew. I don't agree with either of these options, Chen Qian said. She knew a Ling only mentioned them to help everyone survive. They could hide, they could run, but they would never live under that being's control. Because once the backbone of humanity was broken, they would lose the chance to become stronger forever, never able to surpass their enemy. At that moment, they had only 5 minutes left. Then let's run, Jiangling Rui said. He had already guessed the outcome, but he still needed to list more options. Pointing outside, he continued, let's escape into the mist. Our energy and that of the other beings come from the same source. Even though there's a difference in level, we can't sense anything inside it, so it must have limits too. That was the unique nature of the white mist. Instead of luring the enemy in, it was wiser to follow the rules of the game and keep hiding. Even if they were found, they could still use the first plan. If that failed, they would fight to the end. 3 minutes left. Pack up, we're leaving. As soon as Chen Qian heard the plan, she made up her mind. This was it. She didn't know if her spatial ability would still work later, so she quickly gathered all the survival supplies she had prepared before. It felt just like the days when she wandered beyond the borders. When she met a creature she couldn't defeat, she would hide in her space, recover her strength, and then come back for revenge. She never forgot a grudge. Qian, what's going on? Hua Xiao, finally rested, was pulled over by Chen Qian's vines. Seeing all the bags piled up in the living room, he looked completely confused. We're going on an adventure in the white mist. Excited? Hua Xiao's eyes lit up.
He had always been curious about that place.
Excited. In the final minute, Chen Qian used her vines to bind her teammates together, and they stepped into the white mist. The handsome creature counted the time and finally stood up from the ground. Just as it was about to sense their presence and lock onto their positions, all traces of their energy suddenly vanished. Its energy spread out in an instant. The huge earth, under its perception, was impossible to hide. It could see the lively city of S1, the humans living deep underground, and the thriving city of C29. Even the tall building inside Chen Qian's space was within the view of the handsome alien. It stood in the endless white fog, not on any part of Earth. The handsome alien didn't need to go there. It already knew those few people had escaped into the endless white fog. That place was chaotic, blocking all outside senses. Only that tall building was clearly visible. Should it go or not? All right, you win. I'll give you a break for now. It temporarily gave up on entering the white fog to find its pets. That place was too strange, and it wasn't sure how long it would stay inside. If it stayed too long, its territory might be completely taken over by others of its kind. Female creatures can be really fierce. It just wanted to raise pets, not find a mate. Humans say marriage is a cage for love. It doesn't understand love, but it knows about cages. Those people were living inside its cage. Chen Qian blushed as she led the blurry-eyed boy away from the curious matchmakers. Normal comfort was fine, gentle and like a family hot spring bath, nothing to be shy about. But she refused to be watched by many during her upgrade comfort session. The energy was stronger than usual. If she wasn't careful, she might be exposed completely. Even with thick skin, she couldn't handle that. She looked for a more hidden spot. 10 days ago, after entering the white fog, they couldn't see clearly. They had to rely on feelings to move forward. Luckily, they didn't find the trash Chen Qian threw. Otherwise, she would have killed to keep it quiet. The space here was strange. They had done experiments before. No matter how strong the material or rope once placed inside, it seemed to be cut in half by the space, leaving only one half. Thinking of that experiment, Chen Qian tied the matchmakers together with vines before daring to step here. If she accidentally left only one half of a matchmaker, she might get so angry she'd chew through the white fog. Before entering, they also left some things as markers, but once inside the space, they couldn't find them anymore. Fortunately, her family was always together. Chen Qian's vines spread out, touching nothing but themselves. After a few vines broke for no reason, she dared not continue exploring with them. She didn't know how big the white fog was or what she might encounter next. All she knew was that, in this life-and-death game, they had won. If that super high-level mutant kept its promise, they probably wouldn't have to worry about it coming after them for a short time. Right now, the problem was how to get out of the white fog and how to quickly improve their strength. They had been walking for 10 hours, but still hadn't escaped. However, they felt braver now. Although their bodies were tied with vines by the contract master, it didn't affect their sharp minds. Jiang Lingrui even started suggesting that Chen Qian continue experimenting. That's enough, Qian. Now try to see if you can take things from the space. Trying to go back was definitely impossible. They had won the game, but the other side only promised not to come after them. They didn't promise not to wait there. If that super high-level mutant was still guarding and waiting for her, they would be walking right into a trap. Instead of focusing on experiments, Chen Qian, you should first deal with that guy who's about to fly away, Bai Qi Mian kindly reminded. Hua Xiao, the guy, still thought they were on an adventure. Even though he was tied with vines, it didn't stop him from jumping around. The white fog was too strange. When they moved a little farther away, they almost couldn't see Hua Xiao clearly. Chen Qian quickly pulled him back with vines. She had only heard Ah Ling say a few words, and almost lost him. Ah Xiao, come hold my hand. Okay, Huashao immediately ran back happily. His smile was bright, showing he wasn't affected by the environment at all, very carefree. After calling him back, Chun Qian listened to Jiang Rui and started the experiment. Bai Qi Mian looked at Huashao's silly expression and couldn't help but snort. Huashao, haven't you noticed anything strange? Are they really not at all like they're running for their lives? With all those bags, vines dragging behind, and a serious look on their faces, it just didn't seem right. They even abandoned the car and chose to walk because they didn't want to make too much noise. Who goes on an adventure and acts so clumsy? Huashao held Chun Qian's hand and stood very close. If they weren't still walking, he would have already pulled her into his arms. When he heard Bai Qi Mian speak, his eyes rolled. I found something, because he pushed Chun Qian slightly. Bai Qi Mian almost bumped into Wei Jingzhe. He quickly took a few steps back, as he hadn't taken a bath. What did you find? Wow. This silly dog has finally gotten smarter. Maybe I should start calling him something different in the future. Jiang Rui's education level really isn't very high. I found this adventure very interesting. It's much more fun than a virtual dungeon. Hanji listened happily and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, yes, it is interesting. Without needing the contract master to threaten, he could keep going a little longer. Bai Qi Mian turned his head to look at Jiang Rui. Is this the student you taught? Jiang Rui was still watching Chun Qian try to sense the space. It seemed she was out of luck. When he noticed her intense gaze, he forced himself to give a quick glance. I only teach knowledge, not tricks. Bai Qi Mian was already tired of rolling his eyes. It was hard work. While they were talking, Chun Qian had already tried several times. She really couldn't sense the existence of the space. Forget it, she didn't have high hopes anyway. Shao, why do you say this place is interesting? Is there something special about it? Chun Qian had been listening to their conversation. Based on her understanding of Huashao, this place definitely wasn't interesting to him. Such many terrifying monsters, but they haven't come out to attack us yet. That's really interesting. Qian, look at that humanoid figure ahead. I immediately knew it was a mini-boss from Monster Rampage. And that one, it should be from the uncrowned in this place. Blood and curses. Huashao described the fog in front of him as if he knew everything. Chun Qian and the others exchanged glances. It seemed they had found a breakthrough. Just now, I suddenly saw something. Didn't you see it? He thought that maybe it was because of these creatures that Jiang Rui suggested doing the experiment. So, he could only chat with Bai Qi Mian earlier and didn't dare disturb Qian while she was working on her experiment. He was very obedient. We can't see those. The white fog in front of us is still the same as before. Why did you suddenly walk away just now? Although it was only a few steps in this white fog, it was really dangerous. Chun Qian had already warned him. Her family's Shao usually listens well, so it probably wasn't intentional. Huashao felt guilty and lowered his head. At that moment, he realized he might have accidentally crossed the safe distance. I was bored just now, so I closed my eyes and walked for a while. I didn't expect to see those monsters when I opened my eyes. I couldn't help teasing them. Sorry, Qian, I really didn't notice. He was like a child being led by a parent, very trusting and handing over his safety to Chun Qian. Then, he boldly closed his eyes to enjoy the feeling, and it was surprisingly exciting when he opened them. Luckily, he played horror games a lot. Otherwise, he would have screamed. Chun Qian didn't know whether to praise Huashao for breaking the current dilemma or criticize him for being reckless and almost losing himself. Next time, before doing anything, ask first, understand. Huashao wasn't Wei Jingzhe. He understood Chun Qian's meaning and didn't plan to ask about everything before eating, drinking, or going to the bathroom. Yes, I will ask you before I do these things in the future. After giving instructions, Jiang Rui and the others started their experiment. Chun Qian was too busy to do anything else and could only use vines to tie them tighter, afraid that one might slip away. If that happened, she wouldn't know where to cry later. Bai Qi Mian shook his head. Nothing had changed in front of him. No, if I just close my eyes, there's no difference. One was a sudden scene change, and the other was closing eyes and then looking at the white fog. The two situations weren't very different. Jiang Lingrui was also thinking about this. He tried to analyze from Hua Zhao's thought process. He probably wouldn't. Gather energy. You all need to collect all your senses and energy. Hua Zhao was a bit confused. Had these guys never played this game before? Of course, the only way to truly enjoy this game is to completely immerse oneself in a world where nothing is felt. Using supernatural senses to perceive the surroundings is no different from closing your eyes. This group of people is overly cautious and cannot understand why anyone would dare to hide all their senses in such a strange and mysterious place. Even now, they can only sense within a few meters around them. Jiang Lingrui looked as expected, having just considered this possibility. Bai Qimian's face was already a rainbow of colors, so complicated it was hard to describe. Can you be more careful? How can you do such dangerous things in a place like this? Right now, there's no time to teach him a lesson. They'll deal with it later. Wei Shenjia looked at Hua Xiao with a cold gaze. His face showed no emotion, and his concern was hidden. Even his reminder was flat. The leader said if you want to stay alive, never hide your senses. He rarely said such things proactively, which made Hua Xiao feel a bit flattered. Got it, I understand. Chen Qian was very conflicted, deeply conflicted. She wanted a Xiao to always be pure and innocent, free from dirt and corruption, but she also wanted him to grow up quickly, at least not to keep doing such ridiculous things every day. Children will have their own happiness. Just go with the flow. Hanji's attitude was aging, both in his mindset and in his words, heading in an irreversible direction. If he weren't so handsome, Chen Qian sometimes thought they were in a grandparent-grandchild relationship. She really wanted to call the police. She always felt her matchmakers were all strange. Could she be the only normal person in this family? That's enough. No need to close your eyes. Just put away your energy and senses. Try it yourself. Qian, remember to prepare yourself mentally. They looked too hideous and disgusting. While they were teaching Hua Xiao, Jiang Lingrui had already finished the task. His efficiency was incredible. Although he had a rough idea of what the scene in front of him would look like, seeing it in person still made him feel physically uncomfortable. What game is Hua Xiao playing all day? Either his features are flying everywhere or he's covered in blood. Hardly any normal behavior. Artificial anti-addiction measures are urgently needed. When Chen Qian heard Jiang Lingrui's words, her heart suddenly felt much better. There are still normal people in her family. Ling is truly a divine doctor of this era. Several people are busy with these tasks, so they haven't paid attention to Hua Xiao for a while. Hua Xiao finally relaxed, thinking it was okay as long as he wasn't punished for studying. But he was very confused. Why are so many people still watching him after forming the bond? Qian is fine with him, but aren't the others also matchers like him? Isn't he the youngest? But he's tall, and he's strong. Why is that? If only he could become the second in command. Wait, he has already paid off his debt. Maybe he can go from being the sixth to the second strongest in the world? Hua Zhao's mind is very active, but he doesn't dare say a word. He's not stupid. He knows he can't speak now after just being told off. He thinks he should wait until Qian feels better before trying harder. Chen Qian doesn't realize her little sunshine is feeling a bit confused inside. Half of her attention is still on everyone around her, and the other half is admiring the familiar scene in front of her. She also secretly played games with Hua Xiao many times. As soon as she withdraws her perception, the surrounding white mist suddenly clears. Countless fierce monsters glare at them, surrounding a small area as if they want to swallow them whole. Chen Qian doesn't know how strong these monsters are. They are separated by an invisible barrier from the strange creatures that seem to have come out of a horror game. Neither side can do anything to the other. East Circle 4th Main Track, Hanzi, Hua Xiao, Chen Qian, Wei Jingjia, Bai Qimian, Jiang Lingrui. Please confirm if all personnel have arrived. After the six of them see everything around them clearly, a voice that is hard to tell if it's male or female, emotionless, suddenly sounds. They know very little about the situation. Facing this, they feel stuck. The space building disappeared as soon as they entered the white mist. They took a few steps back then, but found that the location of the space building had already changed. Now, leaving is even more difficult than climbing to the sky. If Huashao hadn't accidentally unlocked a new scene, they would still be wandering blindly in the white mist. Chen Qian decides to be direct and asks first, "Can we understand what's going on?" East Circle 4th Main Track, Hanzi, Huashao, Chen Qian, Wei Jingzhe, by Qi Mian, Zhang Lingrui. Please confirm if all personnel have arrived. Okay, this is a repeat. The 6 of them quickly make a decision. They have no other choice. Confirmed all here. All members of the East Row Circle's 4th main racetrack are present. Please follow the competition rules. The first individual race on this track will start in 30 minutes. Please confirm the participants. Bai Qimian listened to these 2 sentences and fell into deep thought. Did I miss something? When did they start talking about competition rules? It seems they want us to find the rules ourselves. We have 30 minutes, and we'll discuss the participants later. Zhang Lingrui had already started searching around. In front of them were unreachable monsters and a dark, eerie background. They could only focus on those. It's so crowded, I can't see anything. Huaxiao's vines were tied around his waist as he tried to get closer to the monsters, looking up and down. Maybe he still thought this adventure was fun? Chen Qian sighed helplessly. Even if he told Xiao that they were here to escape, he probably wouldn't feel much pressure. Xiao's desire to fight took up most of his mind, so he didn't think about being afraid. Without the fog blocking their view, and after confirming they wouldn't get lost, Chen Qian finally released everyone. Time was tight, so they needed to find useful information quickly. After Chen Qian agreed, Huaxiao could finally have fun and cause trouble again, you know. People who play games regularly know where to find tricks. Come here, come here.
Qian, look.
Rule 2. The winner of the individual race is not allowed to participate in other individual races on this track, Huaxiao shouted in front of a row of strange monsters. Chen Qian looked in the direction Huaxiao pointed. I want to report this. Whose flower has grown a head on their face. A cheerful, handsome young boy stared fixedly at the strange flower face, and it was so beautiful that Chen Qian took 3 seconds to mentally prepare before walking closer. Well, on those uneven flower petals, he could vaguely see a character. This character wasn't any language they knew, but they could clearly understand what it meant. Huaxiao pointed around the flower face with his finger, drawing a circle. Qian, look at this order, and you can piece together a sentence. He was really playing this like a game, with no discomfort at all. Okay, I'll try. Chen Qian looked at the flower shape that he pointed to and examined it carefully before the strange flower monster ran away. She read the sentence clearly. Her family's A Xiao really has some true skills. A Xiao is amazing. Keep it up. It's just a flower, but after looking at it for a long time, it's a bit gross, okay? Huaxiao happily continued searching for clues. He found a method to identify the pattern, which helped the others think of new ideas. Zhang Lingrui quickly switched her mind to Huaxiao mode and soon discovered another rule. Rule 3. The winners of the team competition must participate in the 3rd main track team event. This rule was even more hidden and tricky, with many clues needed to guess it. Among the monsters, many had very bright skin, especially those covered in blood, which looked unnaturally red. They varied in height and build, but if you grouped their heights by letter, it was easy to see the 3 words. Rule 3. Next, it became easier. By quickly grouping the monsters with unusual colors, they could form a sentence similar to the previous rule. Zhang Lingrui explained while continuing to search for the most important first rule. As for whether there was a 4th rule, they didn't think about it yet. Everything in this place was made from information from their world, so the way to hide clues was known but might not be obvious at first. They needed to calm down and look carefully. Rule 1. All race tracks can be won by any means. Bai Qimian also found the first rule while enduring his nausea from watching some humanoid monsters. They didn't stop and kept searching for the possible 4th rule until 10 minutes before the race started. Only 10 minutes left. Let's analyze the game rules first. Time was tight, so Zhang Lingrui spoke before they could agree to continue. Rule 1. All race tracks can be won by any means. No need to say more. We don't know what's in the competition, so just be careful with everything. They didn't know who they were competing against or what tricks the opponents might have, or if there were even opponents at all. They just needed to complete the tasks to win. So, whether this rule exists or not, it doesn't make much difference now. If you wait until later to learn more, it will be more useful. Rule 2. Winners of the individual competition are not allowed to participate again in this track's individual matches. I mentioned this in the voice message earlier. This is the first match of the fourth main track in the East League. Combining it with Rule 3, which mentions the third main track, we can be sure that this is a qualifying round for the next level, starting from the fourth track. The highest possible level could be the first track, or maybe there are additional tiebreaker matches. The rule specifically says that winners cannot participate again, which suggests that losers are not restricted and can participate multiple times. It's also unclear whether everyone must participate in at least one match. It's important to note that the rule only states that winners are barred from re-entering, which could also mean there are no survivors among the losers. So, understanding it this way, in the individual competition, one person per match, with no losers, only death. They don't know the exact criteria for winning or losing, and the rules don't specify, so the second interpretation makes more sense. Winning is only achieved when your opponent dies or you complete your personal task. Rule 3. The winners of the team competition must participate in the third main track team event. The winners of the team event have no choice. They must join the third main track team competition. This indicates that losers do have a choice. They can opt out. This is the art of language. When someone is told they must choose this option, it suggests that others probably have different options. Otherwise, there would be no need to mention it. It could simply say, team competition winners may participate in the third main track team event. Although Jiang Lingrui is about 80% confident in his analysis, he still advises their team to try to win the team competition. The more seemingly mandatory rules for winners, the more it suggests that the rewards after this team event are significant. They haven't even tried yet, so they definitely won't give up, and no one knows the exact punishment for failure. After this explanation, the smart people understood, but some still remained confused. Hua Xiao was a bit stunned. He understood the rules, but why bring up so many other things? He plays games a lot and has died countless times, so he only understands some rules after dying many times. But now, he doesn't have many lives left to waste. And Wei Jingzhe, who isn't very quick-witted, probably only played the dart game and nothing else. Chen Qian was forced to activate the children's explanation mode. Xiao, Jingzhe, just remember 3 rules. First, stay alert. Your opponent may use all kinds of tricks, and anything you think is impossible could happen. Second, you only win if you defeat your opponent, confirm they are truly defeated, and are declared the winner. After winning, you can't participate in the same round again. Third, win the match and come back alive. Hua Xiao and Wei Jingzhe immediately understood. Got it. Winning is all that matters. Jiang Lingrui added at the end, everything I just said is based on the idea that their matches are combat type. If it's something else, we'll have to see what happens. There were only a few minutes left. He really couldn't install an external brain for everyone. He wasn't sure if there would be outside alerts later. Throughout, Jiang Lingrui never mentioned what he planned to do himself. It's okay. We'll take it step by step. Chen Qian thought optimistically, though he felt helpless. In the end, they were too weak. Either they were chased by strange creatures, or the matches were arranged randomly. Their fate was not in their own hands. Bai Qimian reminded, 3 minutes left. I'll go first later and gather more information. Although Hanzi and Hua Xiao were suitable to go first in strength, Jiang Lingrui was better in intelligence, Wei Jingzhe was good for sneak attacks, and Chen Qian didn't need to consider much. Leading the team was like a suicide squad. If Chen Qian was careless, he could be wiped out instantly. But he was the hexagon god of war, capable of adapting anywhere. I want to go first. I will definitely win. Bai Ge, trust me. Hua Xiao darted quickly, bouncing from Chen Qian's side straight onto Bai Qimian's face. Bai Qimian was used to this guy's energetic nature and subtly dodged. Did you not understand Jiang Lingrui's meaning? There might be matches where you have to do all kinds of tasks, even brain teasers. Are you sure you want to go first? Hua Xiao. So, the other things Jiang Lingrui mentioned earlier referred to these tasks. Forget it then. He immediately shook his head like a rattledrum and quickly hid behind his contract master. Seeing Hu Xiao step back, Han Zizhi spoke up, "I'll go first. He simply doesn't like to think much, but he isn't without intelligence. As the highest-ranking person in the family right now, it's okay for him to lead the team. If he can't even survive, then everyone else might as well give up." Then it's decided. Bai Qimian's attitude suddenly changed. He gave up completely, without any intention of competing with Han Ci. The hexagonal war god? Han Ci. The other side agreed so quickly that he felt like he was being tricked. Even though Chen Qian felt uncomfortable inside, she didn't argue with them. She had to be responsible for each matchmaker, and without understanding the situation here, she couldn't act rashly. The first individual match of the fourth main track in the Eastern League, the confirmed participant is Han Ci. As soon as this sentence was spoken, the barrier in front of the monsters shattered with a loud bang. The environment around them suddenly changed. The battered stone arena appeared, and even the sky turned a bright, clear blue. Han Ci took a pill and instantly transformed into a black dragon. Before the monsters could react, he swung his tail and crushed them into meat paste. He hadn't even used his special powers yet, and his opponents were already dead. Something felt off. They seemed too weak. No. With such fierce appearances, how come they couldn't even make a tiny sound of distress? Chun Qian and the others were also in the arena now. They watched Han Ci right beside them, but couldn't reach him. Looking at the arena filled with blood and broken flesh, they finally experienced firsthand the strength of nearly an 8th-level mutant. In less than 3 minutes, these monsters, at least comparable to 5th-level mutants, had been torn into pieces by him. Their eyes on Han Ci were very intense now. It wasn't admiration or respect, but more like they wanted to fight him to see what it was like. Such a tempting training partner. Han Ci shook the blood off his hands, completely unaware of the eager looks others were giving him. The match wasn't over yet. He had no clues left. Everyone he could kill was dead. Was there anything else he needed to do? He wanted to lie down, but there was nowhere to rest around, so he could only stand in the middle of the arena, feeling a rare moment of alertness. At the 5th minute, after thousands of years, the Cardina Arena was reopened. Blood stained its worn-out history. Monsters would sleep here again. The outsiders' actions tarnished the sacred place in the hearts of the Cardina people. Outraged, the people demanded that the outsiders clean the sacred ground. The first to finish would win a potion for advancement. There was no time limit for this match. The match began. Hanzi looked around. There was no clean or sacred spot. With a snap, he fell to the ground, letting the monster's blood soak into his clothes. Let everyone die. His sharp, cold eyes looked at the bright blue sky, then immediately turned to face the flesh-covered face. He disliked blue, especially blue-eyed people. Chun Qian turned away, unable to watch his partner's hopeless expression. Exercising is good for health. 6 of them were here. None of the 4 brains expected this kind of strange competition. Cough, I didn't mean to trick him, Bai Qimian said dismissively, running from the bloody mess to the edge of the arena, trying to defend himself. The other person had offered himself, so he couldn't refuse, right? Luckily, if he had to go. Jiang Lingrui ignored this lucky guy. After confirming Hanzi was safe, he said, "There's no danger to life in this match. They either keep cleaning or finish the task. They can't give up halfway, or they'll be trapped inside. So this is a ranking competition, not a failure." He saw the food and water provided near the arena. It would be a long fight. Qian, there's a restroom over there. Shall we check it out? Chun Qian nodded immediately. Watching Hanzi work here made her feel uneasy. Let's go see. Jingzhe, you stay here and watch Hanzi and our luggage, said Hu Xiao, a troublemaker. She had to bring her along. Bai Qimian was a neat freak, and Jiang Lingrui. How could she check the situation without thinking? So, only poor Jingzhe was left to guard the luggage. Hanzi has resigned himself to the situation and is now dragging broken bones and flesh into a trash station that looks like a black hole. When he encounters broken pieces, he picks up a cleaning tool from the corner of the arena. The boss suddenly turns into a housekeeper. Hanzi misses his subordinates. If they were here, he could just lie down and relax. But how can these monsters be so weak? A tail swipe can be shattered into 70 or 80 pieces. With this strength, they should go back and train their bodies first. When Qin Qian opened the door, she was shocked. The restroom was completely decorated in the style from before the apocalypse. From the doors, windows, and floors to the decorations, even a calendar from the year 2471 was there. The latest page showed August 13th. Qin Qian stared at the date, a bit unsure, her mind drifting away. Jiang Lingrui immediately noticed her strange expression and softly asked, "Qian Qian, what's wrong?" "This date. It seems to be the day I traveled here." She had forgotten the exact day because so much time had passed, but she remembered it was mid-August, during summer vacation when the weather was hot. She had a sudden impulse to go to the amusement park and ended up losing herself there. Hu Xiao curiously poked at the date and said, "It's August." The truth about this journey might be hidden in these competitions. Jiang Lingrui observed everything around her, memorizing what she saw. Qin Qian nodded, but didn't dwell on it. Since she's already here, knowing the truth wouldn't change anything. Instead of wishing to go back to the past, she cares more about how to survive today. The rest room was very large, divided into many rooms. Judging by the decor, this place probably came with me. It's not really connected to the arena outside. I think it's where we'll rest later. Qin Qian opened a door. The room was well furnished, with clothes and daily necessities provided. The only thing that didn't match was the few training rooms. Qin Qian also found a study with a computer inside. This old-fashioned computer, I have one at home too. Hu Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw it. "Let's try turning it on," Qin Qian said, not stopping him. Maybe they could find something useful here. Hu Xiao received permission and then carefully turned on the device. He was not very skilled at it, but he studied seriously and quickly figured out how to operate it in just a few minutes. Qin Qian and the others stood behind Hu Xiao, full of hope for this gadget. Unfortunately, the empty computer screen only showed a shopping list. Most items were gray, meaning only basic supplies were unlocked and there weren't many options. Hu Xiao tried exchanging for some vegetables. They didn't even require points. He got them for free. Honestly, if this is true, the contestants' benefits are actually pretty good. Done exchanging? Now we just wait for delivery. Hu Xiao turned to look at Qin Qian, who was leaning on a chair beside him, bending over to look at the screen. They were so close that he almost kissed Qin Qian's cheek. Hu Xiao's face suddenly turned red. His eyes widened, eyelashes fluttering, looking innocent. He seemed to want to hide his feelings, but quickly looked back at the computer. His heart was pounding. Why was he feeling so hot all of a sudden? With such a big reaction, Qin Qian must have noticed. His little sunshine was so pure that a simple goodnight kiss could make him dizzy. But even if he knew, now wasn't the time to tease him. Important things came first. "I'm going outside to look around," Qin Qian said, straightening up and creating some distance between them. In Hu Xiao's slightly disappointed eyes, she quickly slipped away. "Just kidding." Those two were still watching. Teasing a young boy like this was more fun when done secretly. "Look at you," Bai Qi Mian said, also impressed with Hu Xiao. He hadn't even done much, and he was already blushing. If he kept going, he might really faint. After the contract master left, Hu Xiao finally relaxed a bit. He snorted stubbornly, thinking that if he got closer to Qin Qian, he wouldn't be so nervous anymore. Jiang Lingrui in the study said without turning around, "People will always grow up." It was interesting. These books were all from Earth before the end of the era, with no clues about this competition site. TSK growing up, Bai Qi Mian suddenly seemed to remember something, and his bright blue eyes lit up. Having a place to eat and stay was the only good thing they had encountered in the past 2 days. Qin Qian called out once and then didn't come back. I went outside to check on Jingzhe and the others. Her white rabbit and black dragon eggs were still outside. You can't just leave them there unattended. Qin Qian saw Han Xi's still working, humming softly. He was wearing casual clothes, but the style never changed, always the same look. The black silk fabric looked a bit stiff and dry, stained with what seemed like dried blood. He was really working hard. He had been working tirelessly until now, just finishing cleaning up the bodies in the arena. Well, not counting the bloodstains and debris scattered everywhere. The workload was huge. Meanwhile, Wei Jingzhe remained standing as if he hadn't moved at all. He was guarding the luggage and Han Xiai, following the contract master's orders, never leaving his side. Jingzhe, does your leg feel numb? Chun Qian approached, noticing that the person who had been still for a long time finally turned to look at the contract master as he moved closer. Wei Jingzhe answered softly, yes. Even as a 5th-level mutant, he's still a person. Standing so straight, of course his leg would be numb. Actually, he didn't feel it at first. It only went numb after he turned around, but he forced himself to ignore the sensation, resisting his instincts. That Chun Qian took a deep breath twice, then supported his arm and said, "Come on, just move around a bit and you'll feel better." She really didn't know how to teach Wei Jingzhe to think more carefully in such situations to make himself more comfortable. Seeing him recover, she then helped him sit on the luggage and softly asked, "Where were you before you met the person in charge?" She had to ask, hoping Jingzhe would tell her voluntarily, but it seemed unlikely. The incident with Bai Qi Mian reminded Chun Qian that she couldn't wait until things were right in front of her to find out about them. If she was careless, it might be too late. Wei Jingzhe honestly replied, "Outside the domain." Chun Qian didn't expect him to give a detailed answer right away. She needed to guide him slowly into the story. "Did you live there alone? Everyone else died." This meant he used to live with others, but they all died, leaving only him. Chun Qian automatically added in her mind, then asked, "Are they your family? So why are you with them? What about your family?" Chun Qian knew this question might reopen old wounds, but she had to ask. Currently, she is obediently letting her legs go numb, but if one day she accidentally says the wrong thing, the other person might take it as an order and act accordingly, which she definitely does not want to see happen. Those caught together, their families died. Chun Qian's expression froze. She asked uncertainly, "Caught?" Wei Jingzhe nodded. "Yes, asking questions one by one can give accurate answers, but if the situation is too complicated, it's not very suitable." So Chun Qian changed her approach. "Jingzhe, can you tell me in detail about your past? Just say everything you remember." "Okay." Wei Jingzhe agreed quickly, but when he started talking, he hesitated. Chun Qian gently held his hand and squeezed his palm. Seeing his cold gaze shift to their hands, she tightened her grip and didn't let go. "It's okay. Just say whatever comes to mind. Do you remember what happened at the start of the apocalypse?" Wei Jingzhe's information shows he is 23 this year. The apocalypse began when he was about 8 or 9, so he should remember some things. "I remember my parents took me to a holiday on an island. Then, a space appeared on the sea, and we were caught by a strange creature and pulled into a space in the Western Sea area." That sentence contains a lot of information. Chun Qian quickly sorted out useful details. Caught by a strange creature? Just yesterday, they encountered a creature that could catch people. Was it the high-level creature we saw yesterday? Wei Jingzhe shook his head. "I don't know. I can't tell. I've never seen it before." He was still young then. Not only did he not understand the strange creatures, but he didn't understand much about this world either. Chun Qian is almost sure it was that dog-like thing. It said itself that among the strange creatures, it loved to catch humans. Let's add this to the revenge list. What happened after you were taken? Kept in a cave. Later, the ruler released us into this place and killed people. Wei Jingzhe pointed to the arena in front of them, speaking calmly. The ruler. Is that the strange creature that used to raise humans for experiments? To survive, some people submit to the rule of these creatures, even forcing their own kind to fight each other. "I don't know," Wei Jingzhe said, knowing nothing about these things. Chun Qian's mind was full of curse words, but when facing the obedient little rabbit, she could only force a sad smile and let him continue talking. Although he was talking about his own situation, only she felt truly distressed. This was very unusual. Every day, many people are here, killing others, killing different species. In the first year, my parents were killed. In the 6th year, someone took me out and asked me to help them escape. Although only a few of those people remained in the end, they really found a gap in space and escaped back to Earth. Unfortunately, once they arrived outside the domain, there were even more different species. Because their territory was controlled by a single, high-level male alien, there were very few followers compared to females, and they were all told not to kill toys, which gave those people a chance. Later, Wei Jingzhe, who had been wandering outside for years, was found by the person in charge. When Chun Qian heard Wei Jingzhe mention that the leader and teammates had died during the mission, she couldn't help but ask, "Jingzhe, aren't you sad?" This question was too difficult, and after a long pause, Wei Jingzhe slowly replied that I'm not sad. Chun Qian's heart suddenly tightened and went numb with pain. She released Wei Jingzhe's hand and gently stroked his soft cheek.
But,
"Jingzhe, you cried." A clear tear streaked across Wei Jingzhe's flawless face, but his expression remained as cold as ever. His slightly moist eyes only had a faint red mark, with no other signs of emotion. He dazedly raised his finger and dabbed at a water stain, carefully observing the water on his fingertip. "Yes, I cried. But why?" Chun Qian finally realized that her little white rabbit was sick. She couldn't sense any sadness from death. No wonder he had no reaction when she mentioned the leader before. For Wei Jingzhe, companionship was the best medicine. So Chun Qian softly said, "Jingzhe, I will always be with you." "Yes." Wei Jingzhe responded quickly, though he didn't quite understand why his contract master suddenly said that. And me, Wei Jingzhe. When the time comes, I'll play games with you." Ho Xiao and the others had been listening for a long time. Now, he was crying the hardest but also laughing the most happily. He hadn't had time to do this before, and now he was burdened with huge debts. Wei Jingzhe nodded seriously. "Yes." Zhang Lingrui looked at the few creatures with gentle eyes and said clearly, "I can offer free psychological counseling for him." Hu Xiao looked at Wei Jingzhe with sympathy and said, "Brother, take care." He didn't know exactly what psychological counseling involved, but he knew that if Zhang Lingrui got involved, it wouldn't be good. Chun Qian quickly nodded. "Oh, does my dad also treat psychological stress disorders?" So Wei Jingzhe was clearly arranged for by them. Even Bai Qi Mian was willing to help teach Wei Jingzhe how to think more carefully. They weren't in a hurry to move their luggage. Instead, the whole family sat by the arena, watching Han Ci work. Their main focus was on providing emotional support. Why is his efficiency getting worse? He spent 10 minutes just scraping that piece of meat debris, and still hasn't finished. Is Han Ci pretending? Bai Qi Mian asked, glancing at Chun Qian at the end. Chun Qian felt her heart was dirty, but understood what the other meant immediately. Cough, it's okay. She thought she was very capable, just looking for her dad to help her. Bai Qi Mian chuckled softly at her. You haven't seen much, Chun Qian secretly thought. Just wait, I'll show you what I can really see. It's not his fault. Zhang Lingrui interrupted their chat. He probably encountered some obstacle. Han Ci's movements used to be pretty consistent, but now his arm moves slower each time, and walking is becoming more difficult. Even a 7th-level mutant, working tirelessly for 3 days, wouldn't feel this exhausted. His words immediately drew everyone's attention. Chun Qian, knowing her own dragon well, observed carefully and indeed found something unusual. It's gravity. The gravity inside has changed, but even knowing the cause, they had no way to fix it. They could only watch Han Ci get slower and slower while cleaning the arena. The bright sky was now high in the moon. When Han Ci started dealing with the bloodstains, the gravity inside had become so heavy that he could hardly breathe. Strangely, when he gave up cleaning to drink water and rest, the burden on him disappeared. It only reappeared when he started cleaning again. The cleaner the ground became, the more gravity he had to bear. Watching Han Ci still grit his teeth and persevere, Chun Qian couldn't stand it anymore. She suddenly stood up and walked into the lounge, leaving only a sentence. Wait for me to come out. Something she had been doing for a long time, but unfortunately, too slowly. The 6th-level beast core, glowing with a faint yellow light, was clenched in Chun Qian's hand. Even a recently advanced beast core contained energy several times greater than that of a 5th-level beast core. Chun Qian had been continuously absorbing 5th-level beast cores these days, about 1 or 2 each day. This was without taking risks to absorb higher levels. Such a fast absorption rate was unmatched even across all 4 major regions. If she had continued to improve steadily as before, she might catch up to Hanzi in about a year. But recently, the challenges they faced left her no room to breathe. The unknown high-level mutant creature of an unknown rank, the high-level beast core, he casually brought out, and the competitions behind all these were dangers she couldn't afford to provoke. Chun Qian knew this was very risky, but she also felt confident. At worst, she would be seriously injured. With Ah Ling around, she wouldn't die. If she didn't fight this battle and didn't try to absorb the beast core across levels, they might not even survive being caught by that high-level mutant creature. Thinking of this, Chun Qian decisively put the beast core into her mouth. The crispy crunch made her feel heady. Soon, a rich energy spread through her limbs and bones, and a familiar feeling of fullness instantly filled her whole body. The energy from the 6th-level beast core was too much for Chun Qian at this moment. Even after drinking peach blossom water, it couldn't stop her blood vessels and skin from tearing under the energy's pressure. Red liquid slowly soaked her clothes, but her hair stood up strangely. Her long black hair floated in midair, and the fiery red energy suddenly spread throughout the training room, causing the temperature to rise rapidly. The hot flames wrapped around Chun Qian like a purgatory, and the temperature soared uncontrollably until the flames turned blue and cyan, finally stabilizing. The training room's material was unknown, but it withstood such high temperatures without any damage. Her clothes were burned away by the flames, but the blood flowing from her body remained bright red and moist. After this burst of energy, the energy from the peach blossom water continued to work, quickly repairing Chun Qian's body. At this moment, her whole body was. The young girl sat cross-legged on the ground, her fair skin looking even more delicate amidst the 3-colored flames and bright red blood. Chun Qian slowly got up from the ground, unable to resist kicking her legs and turning her arms around, glancing left and right. Had she really digested the entire 6th-level beast core? No, she had prepared for serious injuries, but this was all she got? Even with Ling's peach blossom water healing her, it shouldn't have turned out like this. Chun Qian felt something was wrong. She checked herself from inside out and finally found the unusual part. Her once lonely little vine, with just a sad single leaf, had now grown 2 leaves. Chun Qian didn't know what was happening to the vine, except that she wasn't sure which part of her body it belonged to, besides the main vine and its smaller branches. But she guessed why these leaves had grown. When she first grew her first leaf, it was when she reached level 4. Now, the second leaf should have appeared when she reached level 5, but she hadn't noticed at the time. After all, who had the time to pay attention during such moments? The biggest change at level 4 was the ability to release her powers outward and fully transform into a vine. Chun Qian reached out and poked her 2 small leaves with her finger. What exactly was going on with this thing? She couldn't understand why it existed, nor why her powers suddenly released on their own, or why she could absorb energy beyond her level and her limits had increased. But she knew she was fine now. Just a 6th-level beast core. Quickly, Chun Qian ran to the door, planning to get another beast core, but suddenly remembered she wasn't wearing any clothes. She habitually tried to take clothes from her space, but found nothing. She had forgotten that her space was currently unavailable. After a moment of hesitation, Chun Qian decided to call someone. She opened the door and shouted outside, "Is there anyone who can bring in a beast core? No need for clothes for now. Bringing one in might cause it to burn." She decided to quietly instruct someone to leave it at the door. Bai Chi Mian responded quickly, but unfortunately, not with good news. "They're all here. Which one do you want?" How could he let Master Duan Shui choose at such a moment? "Qian, I'm coming. I choose Jingzhe." Chun Qian and Huizhao's voices sounded at the same time, but clearly her choice was useless. Her little son at home always acts and speaks simultaneously. When he heard Chun Qian call for help, he had already gone to get the beast core, completely ignoring Bai Chi Mian's problem. By the time Qin Qian made her decision, Hua Xiao had already run to the door. But he wasn't the only one there. Qin Qian secretly peeked and saw 4 people standing outside. She felt a bit speechless. It was no surprise that Jinjin came, since she called him, but what about Ling and Qimian? Being watched by 4 people at once wasn't a pleasant experience. Qin Qian poked a vine out from the door and waved it at them. Just give me the beast core. If she didn't want them to know she was still mentally okay, she would definitely use the vine to go out herself. Even if it looked strange, it was better than being watched like this. She had lived so many years, but no one had ever taught her how to deal with this. Qian, are you hurt? Come out quickly so I can see. Hua Xiao was very anxious, eager to push the door open. He could already smell the blood. Qin Qian used the vine to wrap the beast cores brought by Hua Xiao and Jinjin, then decisively closed the door with a loud snap. Her tone was full of energy, sounding very healthy. I'm fine, very fine. Wait a little longer. And help me put on some clothes at the door. She had already said so much. If Hua Xiao still didn't understand, then he shouldn't. Hua Xiao stared blankly at the closed door in front of him. He seemed to have guessed something. The hand that was resting on the door suddenly retracted. Qian.
No clothes.
Bai Qimian's long hair was today, with pink-tipped ears exposed to the air, but that didn't stop him from speaking out. Wipe your nosebleed. You're really something. Apart from a certain 1,000-year-old fox, no one else noticed Bai Qimian's abnormality. Hua Xiao hurriedly ran away. His brain, which was never good at thinking about these things, was now completely frozen. He needed Qian. No, he needed to be quiet. Wei Jinjin was very quick to act. He had already searched through Qin Qian's clothes from his luggage, carefully holding a set of clothes inside and out, waiting obediently at the door. Bai Qimian looked at him like a door god and reminded him, "You can sit and wait." Wei Jinjin shook his head. At the door, he hugged his clothes to his chest and also moved to the door so he was listening to Qian's words. Do as you wish. I will watch Han Ci. Call me if anything happens. Okay. Wei Jingjin nodded in response. Although Qin Qian brought in 2 6th-level beast cores, she didn't plan to eat them both. She didn't know her new limit yet. She rarely used this intense method of absorbing energy to push her limits. Using it too often wouldn't be effective. Recently, she had been carefully pushing her limits a little more, but she hadn't taken such risks before. As the second beast core's energy entered, it surged like a tide. The hot flames quickly changed from red to blue-green. This time, the temperature was higher and the proportions of the 3 colors shifted. Qin Qian endured the discomfort and tried to organize the energy around her. The fast-flowing blood inside her body broke through again, but this time, most of the energy quickly passed through her previously tempered body and gathered toward the purple vine beast pattern on her chest. The purple color faded, gradually turning into a faint yellow. Almost there, but not quite enough. Qin Qian made a firm decision and picked up the 3rd beast core. Just this small action caused the flesh on her arm to burst apart, the pain of tearing stabbing her mind. She couldn't help but grunt in pain, her face twisted with suffering, but she still firmly bit down and shattered the beast core. Women need to be tough, otherwise their status isn't secure. To stand firm in this world, you can't rely on luck. They might escape once, but not twice. Only by becoming stronger can the head of the family lead them to survive. Qin Qian's body had become much stronger and more resilient through countless beast core absorptions. Even if the energy caused her to tear apart, she still fully absorbed it and slowly directed it toward the beast pattern. Finally, amid intense pain, the beast pattern turned completely yellow, as if breaking through a heavy barrier. Qin Qian's senses became sharper. Lying on the blood-stained floor, all she could do now was level up. The rest was up to Han Ci. The closer the contract master was to a higher level, the greater the impact on their partners. Han Ci was already showing signs of advancing to the 8th level. The chain reaction caused by her promotion would likely greatly increase her strength, but she would also have to endure the pain of being held back during the upgrade. She reached out her small vine, and sure enough, a new tiny leaf sprouted. It looked tender and cute. This thing can speed up its own energy absorption and also guide energy flow. While others find it harder to absorb energy as they level up, she seems to be the opposite. The higher she goes, the easier it becomes. But if she hadn't risked everything to try advancing, she probably wouldn't have discovered this secret. Chun Qian didn't continue studying it. This time, her skin color changed so much that she looked like she had been pulled out of blood. Well, she needed to call her dad. The vine slowly extended and skillfully opened the door. The strong smell of blood quickly spread out, drawing everyone's attention. They had already noticed when Qin Qian was advancing earlier. Wei Jingjia, standing closest to the door, saw Qin Qian lying in a pool of blood right away. He hurried inside. Qian Qian? How you?
You.
Hu Xiaoxiao also squeezed beside her. His voice was choked, and his eyes were red. He looked very worried. I'm fine. Qin Qian's voice was a little weaker, but she really wasn't seriously hurt. Compared to before, she just lost a lot of blood, which looked scary. The amount of blood made her dizzy. Before she could call for her dad to save her, Jiang Lingrui's gentle energy brushed over her broken body, healing every injured part. Jiang Lingrui used his last bit of power to heal his reckless contract master. He took off his usual gentle smile, his face expressionless. He knew the female's desperate method to level up, but seeing Qian Qian do this, he couldn't rationally tell himself it was unavoidable anymore. He used to desperately try to improve his fighting strength and didn't care much about healing ability. But every time he saw Qin Qian badly hurt, he changed his mind. He couldn't stand in front of Qian Qian to fight for her, but if he could push his healing ability to the limit, then his Qian Qian wouldn't have to suffer like this. Bai Qi Mian just came in from outside. Seeing Qin Qian's slightly guilty look, he pursed his lips tightly. What right did he have to have such a contract master who would risk her own pain just to match him? But if they could return safely this time, he would bring the elders over. She must have been exposed to some dirty thing she shouldn't have in recent years. Qin Qian, after healing, was now weak, but not injured. I have to say, Ling's healing abilities are really getting stronger. She didn't realize anything was wrong at the moment. It wasn't until Jiang Lingrui covered her with a coat that Qin Qian finally understood what she had just experienced. After she put away her energy, the blood on her body slowly dried. Her clothes were stained with blood, but even so, it couldn't change the fact that she was completely. Haha, it's no big deal. Sooner or later, everyone will be honest with each other. She wasn't embarrassed really. But right now, no one was interested in silly thoughts. Everyone was worried about her injuries. Blushing, Qin Qian was carried to the bathroom. Her weak protests were suppressed by Jiang Lingrui, and she had no choice but to accept the help from her match. After she came out, while everyone carefully examined her, she pretended to be calm, eating to regain strength, and asked, "How is Han Ci?" She wanted to go over and check, but her legs were too weak now, and going over wouldn't help much. It was better to recover first, and then deal with everything else. He's resting now. He probably wants to recover fully and finish everything in one go, Bai Qi Mian said, watching the other go to sleep. His overall condition was good, especially since the upgrade of the contract master had greatly improved his strength. This arena might look like a place to relax and take a break, but everyone knew that gravity was a serious issue. Unless you've fully adapted to the maximum gravity you experienced before leaving, every entry feels like being hit hard. One careless move could crush you. The difference in gravity inside and outside makes a big impact. Given the gravity Han Ci had endured before, if it were him, he might have broken some bones just to hold on. It's said that Qin Qian's match was different. Although Han Ci usually didn't like to move much, when he did, he really put in effort. This kind of all-in effort is something only someone confident in their skills would dare to try. Han Ci slept straight through until the next morning. His sleep quality was so good that anyone who saw it would praise him. I thought only Huashao was brave enough, but it turns out this guy is just as fearless. Bai Qimin was standing at the front, watching the other person sleep. When she saw Chun Qian take out a wristband and start taking photos, she immediately stepped back to clear the way. "Brother Bai, are you talking bad about me?" Hua Xiao asked, not so naive as to not understand the hint. Bai Chi-min remained calm. No, Hua Xiao reluctantly believed her. All right. Hey, he's moving. His attention was quickly diverted by something else. Bai Chi-min forced a stiff smile, thinking how easy it was to fool him. Han Ci didn't know if he guessed someone was watching him. He acted very formal, giving off the vibe of someone who cares a lot about appearances and status. Does he usually care about these things? Chun Qian looked at Han Ci, who was fixing his messy hair, and almost gasped. Is this the boss who usually takes care of everything at home? Did he suddenly evolve after cleaning for too long yesterday? Bai Chi-min replied, no. He wishes food would fly straight into his mouth. Han Ci didn't take long to tidy himself up and return to the arena, which was still covered in dark marks. The tools here were quite complete, but unfortunately all old-fashioned. He casually picked a high-pressure water gun and calmly stepped into the arena. His freshly styled hair only lasted half a minute. He didn't know what material this thing was made of. Even Han Ci, a 7th-level mutant, was almost bent by the gravity, but it was unaffected. Han Ci struggled to swing the hose, which he didn't know where it was connected to, and turned on the switch. The water gun shot out water fiercely. As he sprayed, the ground quickly returned to its original state, with blood-stained water flowing into the drain. Meanwhile, the gravity around Han Ci was increasing rapidly. This competition wasn't about who was faster, but who could endure longer. In the huge arena, Han Ci, who was nearly 2 meters tall, looked very small standing alone. Over time, he was already gasping for breath with every step. His water gun kept flying out because he couldn't hold it steady. If Han Ci hadn't cleverly wrapped the gun around his arm a few more times, he might have been chasing it all over the place. At this moment, Cardi had only cleaned half of the arena. Despite the heavy gravity, Han Ci persisted in continuing the match, something Chun Qian had never seen before. Although he looked very messy, he had a bright and lively expression, as if he had found something interesting. As time went on, the gravity became heavier, but Han Ci became more absorbed in it. He was challenging himself and also fighting against the arena. His exposed arms showed bulging veins, and even his expression became fierce. His handsome face looked strange because of the heavy gravity. Han Ci now found it hard to lift his hands, let alone spray water on the ground. After letting go of the water gun again, Han Ci couldn't hold on anymore. He instantly transformed into a black dragon, planning to continue the match in beast form. The huge dragon body moved very slowly. Just finding the water gun again took him half an hour. Everyone watched him closely, even breathing quietly, afraid of disturbing him, even though they weren't actually in the same space. The black dragon gave up on maintaining its appearance. It could no longer fly and could only hold the high-pressure water gun in its mouth, crawling on the ground with its short limbs. After some effort, it learned how to handle the gun and resumed cleaning. Under this strange, heavy gravity, its scales started falling off constantly. Some even broke into 2 pieces and stabbed into the dragon's body. Blood kept flowing out, mixing with water and quickly draining away. Han Ci seemed to feel no pain. Despite the suffering, he kept working without stopping. Finally, the last stain was cleaned. When the words, "Match over," echoed through the arena, Chun Qian and the others finally reached out to touch each other. She hurriedly ran to the front, looking at the slightly rising and falling chest, and felt a little relieved. The place they were in and what they had experienced didn't allow her to stop the others from fighting desperately, even though she wanted to. As long as they survived, that was enough. After a night of rest, Jiang Lingrui, even though not fully recovered, could help ease the injuries of the others. He immediately started treating Han Ci without hesitation. But Han Ci's injuries were different. His internal organs had already been shattered. If it weren't for the strong body and quick recovery of a 7th-rank mutant, he might have died on the spot. Jiang Lingrui guessed that the first match would be very difficult, but besides Han Ci and Bai Chi Mian, no one else was more suitable. Bai Chi-mian's level is only just entering the 6th stage. If faced with danger, his chance of survival is not as good as Han Si's. In fact, if the cleaning competition was done normally, Han Si wouldn't be in danger. As long as he adapts to gravity daily and gradually increases his strength, he would eventually succeed. But they're missing one thing: time. Han Si knew this, so he chose to take risks and endure hardships to finish the competition quickly. First place in this round, Han Si, awarded a potion for advancement, has been given to the rest area reward table. Please collect it yourself. In 3 minutes, the second individual race on this track will begin. Please confirm the participants. The start of this race was very quick. Bai Chi-mian volunteered to sign up. He wasn't discouraged by what Han Si had gone through. Instead, he was motivated. Participant, Bai Chi-mian. Following Chen Qian, the main contract holder, he seemed to be influenced too. He didn't care about gains or losses from his actions anymore. He just followed his heart and did what he wanted. Jiang Ling Rui reminded him, the second race might be even harder. Be careful. The first race was difficult because it was unknown. The second is hard because of the difficulty level. If the races get harder as they go, they will need to change the order of participation in the third race. Yes, I understand. If the difficulty increases gradually along the track, then for the next race, Wei Jingzhe or Hu Xiao should go. If the difficulty increases by rounds, then Chen Qian should go next, Bai Chi-mian quickly explained, worried that he might end up like Han Si if he went out too early. If it's the second case, they need to let the contract holder finish early while the difficulty is still manageable. No matter which way, I will go in the third race, Chen Qian said. She wasn't reckless. She thought she was more suitable than Jingzhe or Hu Xiao. She could handle most situations herself, because she was quick-witted. This way, a Ling could gather more clues from each race, increasing their chances of survival. If the difficulty increases step by step, she wouldn't push herself too hard. Finishing early means everyone has a better chance to survive. Jiang Ling Rui thought for a moment and agreed. Compared to the two who rushed blindly, Chen Qian was clearly more suitable. All right, let's do it that way. Bai Chi-mian already knew this was the better plan. When he heard Chen Qian decide herself, he could only stay silent. The second individual match of the fourth main track in the Eastern League Circle has confirmed participant, Bai Chi-mian. The 3-minute countdown quickly passed, and the surrounding scene changed. He was isolated inside a small hexagonal cabin. The interior was empty, with no objects, but each wall had an identical door. From Chen Qian's perspective, Bai Chi-mian looked like he was inside a hive, surrounded by many small, similar rooms. Each room contained a creature, different species, animals, humans, and various strange, intelligent beings he had never seen before. So, their opponents are so unconventional. No, wait, they're probably just a bunch of fillers, plus some other contestants. All the rooms tightly surrounded a large hexagonal room. At this moment, a white worm was wriggling inside, about a meter long. It looked plump and shiny with a translucent glow all over its body. Chen Qian and the others weren't affected by the environment. They directly passed through all the rooms to reach the center, gathering around the white worm to study it carefully. They could barely confirm it was a female. What are they trying to do? They couldn't figure out what the other side was thinking. On the distant Rishi planet, females disappeared from history hundreds of years ago. The native inhabitants of Rishi could only choose white starworms, which could carry life, as mates to reproduce. Over time, native white starworms on Rishi also declined rapidly due to difficulties in reproduction. Recently, no new white starworms have been born. Outsiders, please help the poor Rishi natives to reproduce or find out why the white starworms are decreasing. There is no penalty for failure in this match. The first-place winner will receive a high-level energy weapon, randomly assigned. The match begins. Bai Chi-mian pushed his long hair aside and opened a door, ready to explore. He never thought he would end up doing something to treat infertility. It's so absurd. If he had known the contest's content earlier, he would definitely have thrown Jiang Ling Rui into it. He was lucky enough to encounter a different species right in the new room, truly an old buddy. Bai Chi-mian did not attack first. When he saw the advanced alien creature in front of him snarling and lunging at him, he couldn't even use his special powers, so he didn't know its level. However, since he was restricted, other creatures were probably the same. Seeing the high-level alien being knocked back by a flash of light from his body, he couldn't help but sneer, "Stupid thing." This competition didn't seem to be about fighting. If all the contestants were just fighting each other, there would be no point, and they might as well just die. Bai Chi-mian labeled this alien as brainless and didn't bother to look at it anymore. He kept moving forward. Aliens are truly different from humans. Their obsession with humans is deeply ingrained. The alien behind him kept howling loudly. Although it was annoying, it was useful for intimidating other creatures, so he didn't lock it up. After passing through 3 more brainless rooms, Bai Chi-mian met the first intelligent creature. "Friend, can you communicate?" a flying broom spirit asked. It spoke in strange language, which Bai Chi-mian's mind automatically translated into words he understood. He subtly stepped back 2 paces, worried that the dirt on the broom's spirit might fly into his face. "Yes, I've never seen a creature like you. Which planet are you from?" The broom spirit was simply curious. It had met many intelligent beings before, but this was the first time seeing one like this. While talking, it kindly led Bai Chi-mian further ahead. Bai Chi-mian didn't mind. He was happy to have someone lead the way. He casually asked, "Katanen, what about you?" The alien beside him was once again knocked back by a flash of light, but it didn't affect their conversation. "The competition is on your planet, right? My teammate is still trapped inside." The broom spirit seemed to believe the other's words. After all, the organizers chose remote planets for the competition to prevent participants from knowing the venues. So it was normal not to doubt. "I'm from Geostar. We produce all kinds of fertilizers. If you're interested, I can send you some after this match." Bai Chi-mian confirmed 3 things from their conversation. First, the time for the next match, based on when the first-place winner from the previous match appeared. Second, individual matches can happen simultaneously. And third, this broom spirit is very familiar with this place. After the competition, participants could communicate with each other. It seems that a new feature was unlocked on that computer. "No need, I don't require it." "All right then, my friend. My name is Mozong. What's yours?" "My name is..." "Oh, we've reached the central area." Since they were already close to the center, Mozong led them quickly to the middle hexagonal room. There were already many creatures inside. Their arrival did not disturb the other creatures observing the white star worms. Bai Chi-mian didn't respond to the other person, but instead closed the door on the strange creature that had been gnawing around him before leaving. Mozong asked curiously, "Is that your pet?" "Yes, it is." "Not very obedient," Bai Chi-mian said, watching the other person pretend to be friendly and innocent, which was getting a bit boring. His blue eyes fixed on the broom's head. He didn't even know what the other person was, but he could feel their gaze. In silent communication, both sides confirmed that the other was not a good person. "Why didn't you tell me your name? And why didn't you expose that I am not from Cardina planet?" Mozong grinned and changed the subject cheerfully. Oh, this game is a fair competition. Let's go find some clues first." "No need, I already found them," Bai Chi-mian said, bypassing Mozong and heading toward other creatures. "Mozong, what just happened?" Not only Mozong, but even Qin Qian, from the God's Eye view, hadn't noticed anything unusual. "Ling, did you find anything?" "Yes, I just found it," Jiang Lingrui chuckled softly. This game was really simple. If it were Wei Jingzhe and the others, they might have finished it outright. He was very curious about what the organizers really wanted to do. Bai Chi-mian purposefully bypassed several contestants and went straight to another human nearby. There were 2 main goals in this game. First, helping the indigenous people reproduce. Second, finding out why the white star worms were decreasing. Perhaps because of the few hints earlier, almost everyone was focused on watching the white star worms, forgetting that the indigenous people also wanted to reproduce, even if it meant risking their own lives. Local specialties: old sows, about 10 piglets per litter, grow up fat and strong. Local white mice, around 12 per litter, short pregnancy, grow quickly. local big, white rabbits. Anyway, Bai Chi Mian pointed to a group of animals beside the human contestant and gave a brief, somewhat shocked introduction. These are all animals he knows well. They breed very easily, and they are as white as that worm, plump and healthy. They look very friendly. Using this as a way to complete the task is really reckless. It even stunned the cunning old man nearby. Wait, weren't these the ones I brought along? How did they become your task props? Can someone explain? Can they really produce so many? Suddenly, a voice with urgency sounded from inside the arena, probably from the so-called natives. Look at these creatures, they are really handsome. Reproductive isolation? That's not a problem. It's something the research institute can overcome. On planets that participate in this kind of competition, it's not a big deal. Bai Chi Mian smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Then the voice asked again, can you reproduce? Are there many of your kind? They are very fond of white creatures. Bai Chi Mian. He refused to answer this question, but it didn't matter. For the natives, these species are already enough. First place in this round, Bai Chi Mian. Reward, a high-level heat weapon. It has been placed on the reward table in the rest area. Please collect it yourself. After Bai Chi Mian won the competition, the other contestants finally realized what was happening. They immediately went to submit their familiar species, especially Mozong. Watching Bai Chi Mian gradually disappear, he felt very complicated inside. He only exchanged a few words with Bai Chi Mian from start to finish, didn't do anything, and yet he still won first place? The organizers are getting more and more ruthless. The third individual race of this track will start in 3 minutes. Please confirm the participants. I still don't understand. As long as I recommend species that can reproduce. Is that enough? It's so simple. Why didn't those alien species think of this earlier? Are there no reproductive species on other planets? Chun Xian had already used all his tricks, thinking through all kinds of schemes, but in the end, he still couldn't figure out the reason. Bai Chi Mian walked proudly, head slightly raised. TSK, intelligent creatures' brains are so complicated. It doesn't matter where you look. It's not that the natives can't think of it, but after they do, they ask the organizers to help find suitable mates. The animals fit for reproduction appearing isn't a coincidence. Because it's simple, they put it in the second round of the competition. In the first round, almost everyone focused on finding patterns in the second round. A group of clever minds tried hard but couldn't figure out how simple it was. Chun Xian was stunned. She thought too much and didn't remember, but she didn't think Bai Chi Mian was clueless. So, how did you figure it out? Mu Sang, who communicates with me, has too many tricks. When she asked my name, I almost said Huishao. Bai Chi Mian touched his nose. Why did you tell me your name? Huishao looked confused. What does this competition have to do with him? Bai Chi Mian calmly explained, you're smart, so when I think of your name, I automatically switch to your way of thinking. He was originally thinking about how to make those worms reproduce more, but when he accidentally thought of Huishao, his mind shifted to a straightforward approach. Huishao, just find those who can reproduce. Find out why the white star worms are decreasing? Huishao, can't find it. This problem is the same whether it's with Wei Jingzhe or not. The other party first mentioned reproduction, so he would definitely solve that issue in order. Some of the creatures on the field would definitely be the first choice for these two straightforward plans. Huishao always felt something was off. Thanks, Bai Chi Mian snorted and nonchalantly replied, you're welcome. Chun Xian couldn't bear to see Huishao being bullied by Bai Chi Mian. She directly spoke into the air. Participant Chun Xian, this place really doesn't follow the usual rules. When you're relaxed, they cause trouble. When you're tense, they start to slack off. It's really unprofessional. The chaotic competition left them all confused. Kill the invaders. The first to win this round will be rewarded with a high-level protective suit. The competition begins. Chun Xian just saw the scene in front of her when suddenly she was attacked by unknown creatures. Fighting was her best skill. She reacted instantly, dodging and counterattacking as a matter of course. The sound of vines tearing through flesh and blood echoed as the strange creature in front of Chun Xian was defeated with a single strike. Chun Xian thought to herself. But she did not relax her guard. Instead, She turned the creature over and looked at it carefully. Apart from its wide, oddly dull-looking eyes, it didn't seem like an alien creature at all. This kind of creature seemed able to hide completely in the darkness. Even though its innocent voice was right in front of her, if she didn't kill it, Chen Qian wouldn't be able to see what it looked like. Chen Qian could feel a strong killing intent coming at her. She instinctively wanted to attack, but that innocent voice just now made her body stiff and stop. A sudden wound on her arm snapped her out of her hesitation. She instinctively fought back. As the young creature's painful scream broke the silence, a small alien-like being appeared on the dark floor. Its eyes were wide open, and tears shimmered on its face. Chen Qian's attack was somewhat restrained, as she couldn't afford to hurt them. She had killed an innocent life with feelings. This realization made Chen Qian involuntarily step back. Someone who had never retreated from alien creatures before was now shrinking back in front of these pure, colorless eyes. At this moment, Chen Qian finally understood the true purpose of this contest. It was about killing, endless killing, just like those alien beasts slaughtering humans. Now she, the intruder, was about to do the same. Logic told Chen Qian she had to do this. She couldn't stay trapped in this competition. But her emotions kept fighting. She was just one person. Doing such a crazy thing would make her no different from a demon. Even if she knew these creatures weren't good, it was okay, right? But the cruel truth was that they were just ordinary, innocent beings. Soon, many alien creatures gathered around Chen Qian. They were angry, scared, and they pressed forward bravely, determined to defend their home at all costs. These creatures are capable of killing themselves, and they are doing so. As Chen Qian realized this, her eyes turned fierce. The angry look in her eyes brought her back to the time when she only knew how to kill alien species. Vines spread from her feet, like ruthless life harvesters, leaving behind a trail of corpses wherever they went. Blood, the same color as human blood, flowed like rivers, gathering into pools of blood.
Punto, no sympathy, no guilt.
Chen Qian silently looked at the dense rows of corpses in front of her. They wore clothes, had jewelry, and carried weapons for defense, yet she slaughtered them mercilessly. Her vines kept spreading until all the alien creatures in this scene were killed. Only then did the voice sound again. Poor inhabitants of EPU planet are being ruthlessly slaughtered by invaders. Their hatred is like a sharp blade, ready to pierce the invaders at any moment. Chen Qian, as the first place in this competition, you are now at the top of the list of enemies of EPU planet. The competition is over. Chen Qian, the winner of this round, has been awarded a high-level protective suit. It has been sent to the rest area reward station. Please pick it up yourself. In 3 minutes, the fourth individual race on this track will begin. Please confirm the participants. The killing intent in Chen Qian's body had not yet faded when Hu Xiao hugged her into his arms. The scent of sunlight immediately filled her nose. She didn't need comfort because she had a clear conscience.
I'm fine.
Let's first confirm the participants for the next race, Chen Qian said, patting Hu Xiao's shoulder with a gentle smile in her eyes. Her little son at home really doesn't care about appearances, directly pushing others aside to get a chance to hold her. Look, in the face of everything she has, what is killing? It's just blood on her hands. Anyway, she definitely won't die. The participants for the fourth race were quickly confirmed as Wei Jingzhe. Before going on stage, Jiang Lingrui told Wei Jingzhe, "Just do as I taught you." Chen Qian quietly moved closer, trying to listen in, but was immediately suppressed. "I'll watch over here. You and Hanji go back and rest first." Jiang Lingrui's tone was gentle, but his words were firm. His contract master doesn't care at all about the new injuries on his body. Just hurry up and think about what to do with the remaining 2 matches. "I'll watch here," Bai Qi Mian said bluntly, dismissing the 4 people. Actually, he only sent 3 away. He Xiao approached on his own. "A Ling, let's go. Time to advance." Chen Qian naturally didn't forget her adoptive father. The potion that Han Ci won for the promotion, she had already decided where to use it. She also planned to let Jiang Lingrui carry protective gear and weapons. Not because she trusted the items here, but because they had no better options. If they truly succeed in advancing, the healing type at level 6 is rare. There's no one else like it on the whole planet. If it's a combat match, the main goal is to wear out the opponent. After these 3 matches, even Chen Qian, no matter how simple-minded, realized that the difficulty of the 4th track wasn't high. It mainly tested perseverance, human nature, and emotional traits. The physical strength requirements weren't high. If you aren't obsessed with the first place, just stay steady and follow others closely. Even the last match she experienced, though she killed many alien creatures, wasn't difficult. Their fighting ability was weak, and even if a Ling went, it wouldn't take much effort. Wait, Qin Qian suddenly had an idea. She seemed to guess that a Ling had taught Jingzhe something. When Jiang Ling Rui went to advance, Wei Jingzhe had already entered the arena. Welcome everyone to the lucky special session. In this Nomus maze, there are 10 high-level equipment items hidden. Participants are free to explore and must leave within 3 hours. There are no rewards for this round. The competition begins. Bai Qi Mian watched Wei Jingzhe, who was unaware of his luck, and felt that this guy had something special on him. Lucky rabbit's foot. He remembered hearing the elders mention a term before. He wasn't sure if level 6 Jiangling Rui could heal a severed limb. Wei Jingzhe, upon hearing the start, instinctively hid behind some plants. Forget it, better to hide first. Wei Jingzhe remembered Jiangling Rui's first rule. Everything is about completing the task. Find the 10 high-level items and leave within 3 hours. That was the information he received. As he silently moved along the wall, he suddenly spotted a broom spirit around the corner. Angie was about to go crazy with happiness. Although her brothers didn't get anything good in the previous rounds, her luck was undeniable. A rare lucky event was actually encountered by it. If it didn't find at least 5 or 6 items, it would be ashamed to face its brothers. Wei Jingzhe didn't recognize this broom spirit, but he had seen another one before. Secondly, after meeting other intelligent creatures, it learned how they completed the challenge. Jiangling Rui. At critical moments, it intervenes to try for first place. So Wei Jingzhe followed behind this broom spirit, watching it use all sorts of flashy methods to search. Not only did it avoid many competitors, but it also found a lot of high-level equipment. Ha, I got it. 7 items, actually 7. There's still an hour left. Finding 10 isn't impossible, but it's too risky. Better to give up. My fellow tribesmen, did you see that? Angie, am the strongest. 1 game is worth 7 of yours. This person is quite clever, or he wouldn't have gathered so many things. Mosen was outside, gnashing his teeth in anger. That guy Angie was really too arrogant. Just as Mosen was thinking about how to beat him after he came out, he suddenly noticed something strange about where Angie was hiding. He crossed the green wall and went behind it, directly facing Wei Jingzhe. Since Wei Jingzhe was in a match, he didn't notice him. But they were all spectators outside the arena. It took so long to realize that there was actually someone following Angie. Angie still hasn't noticed there's an unknown creature hiding near him. He's so stupid. Another broom spirit, Dolly, couldn't help but shout angrily. Mosen felt that his own tribe seemed pretty brainless. Only he lowered their overall intelligence. If the opponent's strength wasn't so high, no one would want Dolly to join the competition. We just found out too. How can you be so proud to criticize Angie? While they argued endlessly, Wei Jingzhe had already caught onto the key point. He wanted to take the high-level equipment. These items were for Qianqian. So Wei Jingzhe made his move. He acted quickly, and before Angie could see where he came from, he grabbed the broom's head, sealing its fate. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Aya. It screamed painfully, its broom tail trembling with fear. Outside, Bai Qi Mian couldn't bear to listen anymore. He covered his ears and took a step back. TSK, broom spirits are quite fierce creatures. It may seem like begging for mercy, but actually it is trying to find a chance to escape. The more desperate its cries sound, the more pitiful it looks, which can make the enemy lower their guard. Unfortunately, its opponent is Wei Jingzhe. The only one who can make him relax is Chen Qian. So Angie was squeezed even tighter. Big brother, stop squeezing so hard. Please, my head is about to come off. Wei Jingzhe calmly stated the facts. It's not broken. His calm tone had a cruel feeling as if saying, it's not broken, but I could still finish it. Angie was confused. He was scared by the cold tone of the other person. In this game, players are allowed to fight each other, and he really didn't want to die in the lowest-risk fourth track. Find the remaining 3 high-level equipment pieces. Wei Jingzhe calmly took a ring from the broom's head. This was the other person's storage space. Only after confirming he could use it did he put it into his pocket. The third rule, treat this game as an outside world exploration. Collect information, gather resources, and use mutants. Big brother, I found all the high-level equipment for you. Can you return the space to me? Angie tried to bargain. He had stored many good things in there. Qian, who had the items, didn't see the need to return them. So Wei Jingzhe, who strictly follows his own rules, successfully controlled the situation, clearing himself of the suspicion of being brainless. Angie was pitifully dragged along, watching the strange figure of the other person weaving through the maze. That's when he realized he had been followed all along. This big brother was a tough guy, searching for treasures and robbing at the same time. Wherever he went, no grass grew. He wondered who came up with such a wicked idea. Anyway, Angie thought it wasn't Wei Jingzhe himself. The fourth rule, added by Qi Mian, these alien creatures have a lot of good stuff on them. I couldn't take anything in that limited game, but if you find something easy to steal, grab it and give it to Chen Qian later. Wei Jingzhe. Okay. Seeing the other prepare to leave the maze with the spoils, Angie hurriedly asked, Big brother, can I know your name? Knowing their race's ability, it only works if the opponent's name is unknown. As long as the opponent voluntarily tells him their name, he can steal back the items during the team competition. Wei Jingzhe spoke confidently and then immediately left the maze. Only the half-day-old broom spirit Angie remained motionless. Okay, and then? Angie cursed for a long time using space-related swear words before sadly leaving the maze. He was immediately bombarded with criticism from his fellow species. Bai Qi Mian watched the fruitful harvest of Wei Jingzhe and nodded with satisfaction. Well done.
You can give this to Chen Qian.
She will be very happy. This achievement easily outperformed everyone else. He had defeated more than 10 alien creatures, stealing 4 from their space. In the end, the broom spirit followed Wei Jingzhe and also joined in the looting, even actively introducing which alien races were richer. Wei Jingzhe's steps toward the lounge were noticeably quicker. Bai Qi Mian didn't follow him. Even without rewards, the maze game could be completed and exited directly. An hour ago, Huaxiao had already entered the competition, and Jiang Lingrui had just joined too. Compared to the 4 rules they taught Wei Jingzhe, Huaxiao's side seemed more interesting. He had been switching between the 2 sides earlier, and now with Jiang Lingrui added, it was quite fun. If Hanji weren't still resting, he probably would have come to watch the show. Right now, Huaxiao was fighting. The match had lasted over 2 hours. It wasn't because the opponents were very strong, but because their strength was equal to his.
How equal?
Let's just say, his opponent looked exactly like him. Same appearance, personality, beast form. Even the beast markings on the forehead were identical. This was a perfect replica of a fake, Huaxiao. What should he be careful about when fighting himself? Nothing at all. 2 silly dogs biting each other for 2 hours, with injuries equally shared. Even if Huaxiao made a mistake, his opponent would make the same mistake. Bai Qi Mian couldn't tell who was real, but that didn't matter. Both sides were the same, so he grew more anxious watching. He hadn't remembered how to teach these silly dogs anything. From the first match until now, the overall difficulty of the 4th track wasn't high. As long as the right method was found, these matches could even be considered simple. Huaxiao's situation was the easiest to solve but also the hardest. It was simple because he only needed to say 1 sentence to pass. But it was hard because, in a real fight, no one could defeat an identical copy of themselves. The duplicated Huaxiao was exactly the same from start to finish, making it impossible to win. Stupid dog. Whitepool Sleep quickly went forward to check on Huashao, who had played himself into a mess. This guy actually chose to fight desperately with the opponent, until both were seriously injured and fell to the ground, each thinking the other was finished. Then they both said, "I won." The fake Huashao immediately disappeared and the match was over. Yes, the game was that simple. Just tell yourself you won. Even if the clone person said it, it didn't matter. This was the main point of the game. Whitepool Sleep strongly suspected that the fourth track was just a test of mental strength for admission, probably because there were too many participants. He remembered they said this was the East List Circle, which meant there were other arenas happening at the same time. After giving Huashao some healing medicine, watching his chest rise and fall again, Whitepool Sleep finally relaxed. If he had really been defeated in front of him, Chen Qian would have eaten him alive. Jiang Lingrui advanced just in time, and Chen Qian had only gone to the bathroom when Wei Jingzhe blocked the door. Seeing Jingzhe carefully take out 4 space accessories from his combat suit, her eyes immediately lit up like stars. Her Jingzhe really has secret savings. He is serious. If Ling and the others weren't still in the competition, she would definitely take a look at what was inside right now. Chen Qian rushed over, kissed Jingzhe's face, and said, "My Jingzhe is so capable. She's learned to support the family." "Keep it up," Jingzhe immediately replied. Okay with just this compliment and a kiss, Jingzhe was determined to keep going all the way in this act of robbery. "Jingzhe, wherever Qian goes, not a blade of grass will grow." Chen Qian held his hand and hurried outside, not daring to delay. He hadn't even had time to watch Jingzhe's match, and he had already come out. Huashao had been inside for so long. If he wasn't worried, that would be fake. At this moment, Chen Qian sensed something was wrong and ran out quickly. As soon as he left the lounge, he saw his little son lying on the ground, covered in injuries. His once handsome and radiant face was now weak, as if all his vitality had been drained. How could he be hurt so badly? "I was about to call you. The medicine Jiang Lingrui left earlier. Give him 2 doses, Whitepool Sleep said, more worried than calm. Just a silly dog who keeps calling himself Brother Bai, now with no sign of movement at all, feels uneasy inside. "I'll go." Wei Jingzhe voluntarily runs back to the resting room to get some peach blossom water. As he pours bottle after bottle of peach blossom water, Huashao finally opens his eyes, his gaze shining like stars, and immediately locks onto Chen Qian. Qian. I won. Yes, a Shao won. You're really amazing." Chen Qian feels his eyes become a bit dry and itchy. It must be a reaction to the water and environment. After confirming that the other person is truly fine and gradually starts bouncing around happily, Chen Qian finally relaxes. Sure enough, women who become part of a family will have worries. "I have 5 partners and I worry all day long." It's painful but joyful. Jiang Lingrui enters the competition with the heavy love of his contract partner. Amid the strange gazes of other alien creatures, he calmly carries a light cannon particle gun and faces the challenge, walking over to Dolly, the broom spirit. This is a old friend. They've met 3 times in 6 competitions. If not old friends, what are they? During Wei Jingzhe's match, Jiang Lingrui only watched briefly but quickly understood the situation. "Hello," Jiang Lingrui greets with a warm smile. His handsome features and gentle expression make people feel relaxed. Dolly, being greeted proactively for the first time, is stunned for 2 seconds before replying, "Hello." This creature looks very much like the one that robbed Angie. It's a bit cautious. The start time this time is a bit late. Jiang Lingrui initiates small talk, pretending not to know they have a grudge. Probably because Jiang Lingrui is so friendly, Dolly can't help but continue the conversation. "Well, it's only the beginning. I remember there was a match once where, due to a mistake by the organizers, all contestants were stuck inside for 3 days before the game started. It also wants to know what kind of tricks this guy is up to." Jiang Lingrui seems thoughtful. "I remember that. It caused quite a stir. Being too remote is not good. Many things are only half understood. Haha, it's more than just big." The Interstellar Observation Bureau directly arrested the organizers of the Ring Star competition. "By the way, which planet are you from?" Dolly's broom head swings leisurely in midair, hoping to learn more about the other. maybe to help Angie find the creature that robbed her. Panga Planet. Zhang Lingrui spoke seriously. You are lying to me. I have never heard of this planet, Dolly said angrily. This humanoid creature, Zhang Lingrui, had been seen a few times during the 5-year interstellar competition, but they didn't know much about it. However, in the previous 2 matches by Qi Mian and Wei Jingzhe, their clans had interacted with these beings. They knew these creatures were not good. They knew the names of planets registered in the universe very well. But they had never heard of Panga Planet, a new planet with intelligent life. Such a big temptation. Many intelligent beings rely on enslaving other species that haven't joined the Interstellar Federation to get rich. Dolly's fleeting greed was obvious, but Zhang Lingrui saw right through it. Such emotions were more transparent than a face. It seemed Earth was in a very dangerous situation. I considered you a friend, and now you insult me. Zhang Lingrui reacted more strongly than Dolly. His aura instantly changed, and his calm but commanding presence made Dolly startled. What's going on? Forget it. Our planet is a bit remote, and outsiders don't understand it well, so there's some misunderstanding, Zhang Lingrui explained gloomily after scaring the other. On our planet, we have 2 factions. Because of different historical traditions, we call our planet different names. We in the East worship Pangu, the creator god, who opened the sky and earth in our history. So, Pangu is the name of our planet, and those despicable Westerners, they took advantage of our distraction to report their planet's name to the universe. I only came to participate in the competition because of them. I want everyone in the universe to know about Panga Planet. I will never accept their name. Zhang Lingrui looked pained when mentioning that name, as if it was too painful to say. In the end, Dolly was deeply moved by the emotions Zhang Lingrui revealed. It was loyalty to their belief. Even within their Jia star system, there were different beliefs. Friend, I'm sorry. It was my fault. You are from Panga Planet. I admit it, you are one of them, Dolly finally understood. Those creatures weren't the same as the one in front of it. No wonder their personalities were so different. Zhang Lingrui took a moment to recover from his emotions. Thank you, my friend. May I ask your name? I, Iliu, will remember you. When you're away from home, how could you not have another name? After the match ends, you can just change it, right? This isn't called deception. He's just fond of new things and gets tired of old ones. During the match with Bai Qi Mian, he noticed that the person called Mozong, the broom spirit, was subtly reacting to that statement. He chose to take the initiative to reduce suspicion. Dolly only then realized that the other person had already told him his name. Although he couldn't use his racial abilities anymore, he could tell that the other person's name was genuine. This made him trust Zhang Lingrui even more, almost forgetting they were inside a competition. Dolly, my name is Dolly, on Jia Star. Openly sharing your name is a sign of friendship. And so a friendship was born. Zhang Lingrui has tricked the other person so thoroughly. Bai Qi Mian was amazed. Look, just by gathering a little information, he could invent a whole unregistered planet that wouldn't raise suspicion. Zhang Lingrui is really cunning. Hua Xiao had his head resting on the leg of the contract master, watching the scene inside the arena without acting. Chun Qian stayed silent. She couldn't argue, and she also thought the same. A Ling truly was always trying to deceive the other side from start to finish. When the match officially began, Zhang Lingrui had already examined Dolly thoroughly, even revealing his racial abilities, not to mention other universal knowledge. Even Mozong, Angie, and other broom spirits outside the arena recognized this friend from Pangu star called Iliu. Iliu, why don't you put your weapon into your space? Dolly's space ornament on his broom head was very eye-catching. Angie was weaker, so when it was robbed, it was because she was less powerful. She wasn't afraid of thieves. Zhang Lingrui smiled with narrowed eyes. It's a gift from my partner, so I want to keep it close and look at it more. This explanation was reasonable but strange. Dolly, as a rooted creature, he couldn't understand what it felt like to have a partner. Chun Qian, watching from outside, was also touched by this. Her Ling was really too gentle. With such a tone, it was hard to guess that the words were meant for her. After half an hour of interaction, I believe all the contestants have gotten to know each other. Now, please find the hidden creature that does not exist on the stage. The first person to succeed in this game will be rewarded with a beginner spaceship. Hidden on stage is a creature that doesn't exist. Dolly was stunned. What's going on this year? In the last round, all you had to do was fight your way through. Why does this year's challenge require thinking? Jiang Lingrui. Why do alien creatures also need to play with words? I have a monster hiding behind me. Blue face, sharp teeth, fox ears, cat tail, dressed in a Qing dynasty official's robe, with ancient script on the eyebrows. Mummy, Jiang Lingrui said seriously, as if such a strange thing really existed behind him. But Dolly looked for a long time and couldn't figure it out. Eliu, what are you talking about? The first-place winner of this round, Jiang Lingrui, has been awarded a beginner spaceship which has been sent to the rest area reward table. Please claim it yourself. He was still confused, but the organizers had already declared him the winner. Seeing Jiang Lingrui leave the stage, Dolly suddenly understood what was going on. He quickly tried to describe a strange creature that didn't exist, just like his new good friend. Suddenly, a strange creature Dolly described appeared in the arena, as if it had been pulled straight from his mind. It looked exactly like what he imagined. Dolly, they really made a creature just for me. You're in the beginner level, so you don't need to think much. Bai Qimian thought they would see a fierce battle, but Jiang Lingrui, after exploring with his weapon and gathering a lot of information, just came out. People who didn't know might think they were just sightseeing. Aling, you're so amazing. Qin Qian's eyes sparkled. She still has a lot to learn about these complicated things. Just now, it took her a while to understand what was happening. Just lucky, Jiang Lingrui replied with a smile. It was indeed a beginner-level game. A creature that doesn't exist? Maybe the monster he described, with its similar appearance, could be found in the so-called universe world. But Jiang Lingrui's description of the traditional Chinese clothing combined with Western elements, if the organizers could really bring a creature identical to that here, he would admit defeat on the spot. Even if the other person could read his thoughts like that advanced alien, it wouldn't help. He couldn't remember the patterns on Qing dynasty clothes clearly. Since it has been proven that the monster doesn't exist, the next step is to find out where it is hiding inside the area. These 2 points contradict each other. If one is true, the other can't be. However, there is a special case where Jiang Lingrui firmly believes that this monster exists within the area, but it is a non-living creature. Jiang Lingrui's emotions and reason are fighting each other. When he is in conflict, he submits his answer. He doesn't need to explain to the organizers. He just needs to submit his answer. Deciding right or wrong is up to the organizers. Unless they find evidence to prove him wrong, he wins. At this point, Chun Qian and the others have finished their individual matches in the 4th main track of the East Row. The so-called organizers just reminded them they will have 3 days of rest, waiting for all other participants in the individual competition to finish or be eliminated. A team can have up to 10 members, but at least 3, so they are not the fastest to finish the individual race. After Jiang Lingrui treated Huashao, he became lively again. When they returned to the restroom, Grandpa Han was still sleeping. It seemed he didn't plan to get up today. After experiencing so much these days, everyone was a bit tense. When they finally had some rest, they quickly ate and went to sleep. Far away in outer space, the planet called Huanqing is the headquarters of the Huanqing Arena. Have the positions of those contestants' planets been confirmed? Time-space disorder can't determine, probably caused by the main system AS's malfunction back then. These contestants whose origins can't be traced are really troublesome. If it's just small disputes, fine. But one team, 6 contestants, 4 first places, and the remaining 2, one took all the prizes, and the other pushed the level of the 4th track's battles to the extreme. It's too obvious. Should we eliminate them all? No, the main system's algorithm can't be changed, and people on other planets have already noticed. If it gets out that we are manipulating things, the arena will really be finished. The incident from that year still causes suspicion on many planets. They've improved benefits and reduced the difficulty of the competitions. Now, the death rate in the 4th track has dropped again and again. This nearly turned the rules they initially set into a joke, but luckily, their popularity is gradually recovering. Now that the situation is somewhat stable, they must not leave any loopholes because of such incidents. Okay, follow Jiang Lingrui's advice and promote the internal conflicts on Panga Planet. As for the registered planet's name, just use as a placeholder to keep it vague. This way, even if their identities are exposed, they will have an explanation. Most intelligent beings in the universe will believe it. Chun Xian slept until noon. Since entering the external domain and living and eating with the matching partners, she had never slept so late before. After tossing a few times on the soft bed, Chun Xian reluctantly got up. Sleeping well is important, and eating well is also important. Junja's cooking skills are improving, and she has made fewer mistakes recently. As soon as Chun Xian left the room, she met Han Ci, who woke up at the same time. Compared to her energetic state, Han Ci looked much more tired. Good morning, Elder Han, you're awake. Han Ci's eyelids were still fighting, exhausted from a recent competition that drained all his energy. He didn't even realize Chun Xian was calling him, replying, "Morning." From his weak and tired voice, it was clear he wouldn't leave the resting room for the next 3 days. He had just finished washing up, and foam was still on his face. Chun Xian found it amusing and didn't bother to remind him. After all, they were family.
Haha. How's your body today?
Do you need some comfort? With her current strength, comforting Han Ci was easy. Before sparking any romantic feelings, she could easily soothe his energy. It's fine, no rush. Han Ci finally opened his heavy eyelids. Qian, I want comfort. Hua Xiao suddenly appeared, full of energy as always. Chun Xian was pushed back half a step by his enthusiasm.
Wow, Xiao seems to have become stronger again.
All right, after breakfast, I'll comfort you. The last time she comforted him was 3 days ago. Might as well do it together. She wasn't incapable of it. Han. Hua Xiao was about to remind Han Ci, but Chun Xian raised her eyebrows and stopped him, then couldn't help but chuckle. Han Ci's mind was a mess, with no time to think about what the others were about to say. When the three of them arrived in the living room, Jiang Lingrui was talking with Bai Qi Mian. There was a pile of papers filled with writing on the table, which looked very dizzying. Hua Xiao couldn't help but step back 2 steps. He feels dizzy. Even Chen Qian felt a shiver down his spine. What were these two doing while he was sleeping? The amount of work they had done was probably enough for Hua Xiao to do in 3 years. Are you hungry? Lunch will be ready soon. Your injuries have healed. If you still feel weak, make sure to rest more, Jiang Lingrui asked as they approached. After the obedient nod from the pet, she looked at the other two with a deeper smile.
Bai Qi Mian so my mischievous.
That stubborn dragon serves him right. Han Ci, with foam on his lips, silently headed straight for the sofa and lay down. There was no point in getting up unless he was hungry. Hua Xiao quickly nodded obediently, even more so than Chen Qian. Since Jiang Lingrui gave him a serious, private lesson, Hua Xiao had developed a sense of fear towards her. He dared not mention anything about studying in front of her, and when she asked him to pay attention to something, he was always very obedient. Hua Xiao was not afraid of high-level alien species, but teachers like her, he believed in reason. Are these related to the arena? Chun Qian glanced at a sheet of paper with organized content and asked. Although it looked headache-inducing as the pet, she had to understand these things. Yes, Bai Qi Mian and I compiled some information. Some of it is based on guesses and hasn't been confirmed. Chen Qian pointed to the top of her head. Is it okay for us to discuss these in the room? The methods of these alien creatures were quite strange. It's fine. No probing or spying is allowed in the lounge, and there are shielding devices in place. The broom spirit named Dolly had mentioned how to connect to the internal star network, so he had reviewed all the data. For a competition involving the entire universe, the organizers wouldn't dare to invade the privacy of the contestants. There are many intelligent beings in the universe, and their methods are diverse. Even if they wanted to take risks, they didn't have the strength. This is very different from Earth, where a single system can control all human privacy. Unfortunately, the full content of the Universal Code couldn't be accessed inside the arena. Otherwise, Jiang Lingrui could understand more about the so-called universe. Jiang Lingrui handed Chen Qian a well-organized copy as she spoke. Chen Qian carefully reviewed the document. The content was very complete. Some parts she already knew, but there were many new details. Other parts she initially thought she just heard without noticing anything unusual. However, after Jiang Lingrui and the others listed them separately, she realized the danger involved. Unregistered planets might be enslaved by other planets. Chen Qian almost dropped her jaw in shock. Not because of the issue itself, but because they haven't even solved the problem of alien species on Earth yet, and now they have to face the threat from entire alien worlds?
Yes.
Even if we can register planets within the universe now, if our strength isn't enough, we would just be a target for other planets, Bai Qi Mian said nearby. Civilization invasion is always comprehensive. They're different from alien species. They don't just kill. Of course, some alien species now pose a threat to all humanity again. If a team wins the first track in the competition, they will be rewarded with a planet. Many lagging planets aim for this, hoping to get their own planet and escape from invaders. For example, the original inhabitants of the previous Ipu planet participated in the arena to earn a spot. Even though 99% of them were there as part of a mission, 1% could officially join each round of the competition. If they succeed once, they can free themselves from slavery and make their planet independent. Jiang Lingrui naturally prioritized Chen Qian, so he investigated the Ipu planet more carefully. Chen Qian sighed inwardly. No wonder they would do anything to kill her. She understood and respected their feelings, but the hatred was already deep. She couldn't just sacrifice her life for theirs. She could only promise not to attack them first before they made a move. Then, we have to participate in this competition, Chen Qian decided firmly. No one wants to be enslaved. They had already been exposed to alien creatures. Being found was only a matter of time. Since they had a chance to fight, Chen Qian definitely wouldn't give it up. Hua Xiao anxiously asked nearby, "Do we have to wait until the end of the competition to go back?" He really wanted to go back and play online games with his friends. No, there is a 1-month rest period before each track, Jiang Lingrui said again. Although the supplies you can get from the computer are free, they are limited each day. But the variety is great. After the individual competition ends, many other things are unlocked. Qian, your space is your entry point for the contest. We are your teammates, so later you can use your space to bring all these things home. Some materials can be taken back to the research institute, including these reward items. Chen Qian nodded clearly, understanding why that super high-level alien species couldn't find them. It turns out this place belongs to a higher civilization with space that crosses star systems. It probably doesn't have the ability to locate this place. Then let's make the most of this time to earn more and take everything we can, Chen Qian thought eagerly. Free things are too good to pass up. From food to equipment, from materials to weapons, everything that can be taken they took. Bai Qi Mian said along with Chen Qian, when we go back, we can use those materials to build a few special buildings for training and just charge a ticket fee. They had already noticed that the speed of advancing here was faster than on Earth. After careful investigation, they found it was due to the material of the surrounding walls. Bai Qi Mian had planned to demolish some houses, but when he saw that the latest batch of supplies included similar materials, he gave up that idea. Such great benefits explained why so many people risked their lives to participate. When Wei Jingzhe finished cooking, Hua Xiao almost fell asleep listening to the three's chat, while Hanzi took a quick nap on the spot. Wake up, get up quickly, and eat. Chen Qian went to turn on Hanzi's device manually. Still groggy, Hanzi followed her strength and slowly sat up, as if not fully awake. He hugged Chen Qian's waist, his black hair brushing against her chest, and mumbled, "Don't want to move." The boss really hadn't woken up yet. Even with so many people watching, he still acted spoiled, and his voice sounded a bit sweet and sticky. Chen Qian smiled and reached out to mess up his hair even more. "Be good. After we finish eating, we can go back to sleep." Cough cough. Bai Qi Mian couldn't help but cover his mouth with his fist, holding back his laughter. Fortunately, he was quick enough to record it. That 8th-level beast core was once again in his hands. After a moment, Hanzi finally came back to himself. Just as he released Chen Qian's embrace, he suddenly said, "Your clothes are dirty. Chun Qian looked down and noticed that the white foam, which he had previously not reminded Han Si about for the sake of a joke, was now very noticeable on his black short-sleeved shirt. "Dirty, I guess," Chun Qian said casually. Seeing that he was already awake, he headed toward the dining table. "Chun Qian, when can we continue playing the game?" Bai Chi Mian suddenly asked after dinner. The other four people's eyes immediately focused on Chun Qian. Chun Qian was a bit confused. "What game?" Wei Jingzhe answered proactively. "Dark game." He responded quickly to Chun Qian's question. Chun Qian then remembered the game they had only played once. Since her level had been increasing, comforting her had become very easy, so she hadn't thought about it before. She simply agreed on the spot. "Let's do it tonight." Although she was surrounded by handsome men every day, recent events had dampened her interest in romance. Now that it was not a serious moment, her focus was naturally on beauty. After hearing Chun Qian's positive reply, everyone's eyes changed instantly. Jiang Lingrui smiled and looked at the others. Give them a chance." Bai Chi Mian lowered his head and looked at Wei Jingzhe's foot. "It's a bit dirty, but if I treat it as a collectible, a little disinfection isn't unbearable." Hu Zhao's eyes immediately fixed on Chun Qian's thick, dark hair. "What should I do?" "This is the most highly rated method for good luck." "Should I ask Qian Qian again?" Wei Jingzhe, stare Han Si. "Call me when it's time to play." In the afternoon, they enjoyed a rare leisure moment. When Chun Qian gathered with her matchmakers to comfort them, she would watch a movie she liked. This avoided awkwardness and achieved her goal. Although the computer in the lounge was quite poor, the wristband could be used offline. Combine the two, and voila, the projector appeared. "I have a suggestion," Bai Chi Mian said while watching the movie that was playing. Chun Qian had to pause the movie. Under the strange glow of the screen, her expression darkened slightly. "Go ahead." Bai Chi Mian wanted to complain but held back, then changed to a more polite way of speaking. "I think watching horror movies during group comfort sessions might not be very appropriate." He had never heard of group comfort sessions before, let alone watching horror movies during them. It was simply out of place. They just got excited from comforting each other, and the next moment, they made silly faces and played rough. If their bodies weren't strong, they might have been hurt easily. "Don't you all like it?" Chun Qian really loves watching these things. When asked before, everyone said they had no opinion. Sigh, it's true that it's hard to please everyone. Bai Chi Mian, I regret this. Wei Jingzhe, I like it. Jiang Lingrui, as long as Qian Qian likes it, that's good. Hu Xiao, I love it. Qian Qian, can it be even scarier? Han Si, whatever. Chun Qian spread her hands at Bai Chi Mian. It's 4-1, with one person abstaining. Let's keep watching. Bai Chi Mian comforted herself, thinking maybe she'd get used to it after watching more. But do those movies have to be so disgusting? Can't they just be pure horror? The blood and gore are really gross. While continuing to watch the movie, Chun Qian secretly reached out a vine to gently touch Bai Chi Mian's hand for comfort. Just as she was about to slip away, Bai Chi Mian held her hand and played with it. Feeling the coolness of the man's fingers, she happily teased him with the vine. In the darkness, Chun Qian's face slowly turned red. Her little wolf was getting addicted to playing. Hu Xiao had somehow moved close to Chun Qian and whispered, "Qian Qian, I want to play too." His voice was so soft that even the most sensitive mutants couldn't hear. Chun Qian didn't need to guess. She knew what the others were thinking. She simply handed each of them a vine to play with. Even Han Si, who was sleeping, seemed to be listening to their sounds. She directly hugged her vine close. It's amazing that her transformed form is just a vine. If she were a different kind, she might not be able to hold water. While comforting herself, she was also being played with by them using the vine. She was watching a horror movie, after all, or she would have been completely captivated by their teasing. Chun Qian poked at Hu Xiao unhappily. "What are you playing? Why are you hanging my vine around your neck and tying it in knots?" Hu Xiao quickly waved his vine in apology and continued to explore new ways to play. Chun Qian couldn't help but laugh at his antics and just let him do as he pleased. When the movie finished, all 6 of them had blushing cheeks. The host was really enduring. The other 5 looked energetic. Even Han's eyes sat up straight, no longer sleepy or dreamy. Hua Xiao ran out happily to play. Chun Qian calmly said she could watch the movie a little longer. Yes, she was just too absorbed in watching movies. Qian, come out and play. The lounge outside has changed. Hu Xiao had just stepped out and quickly ran back, pulling Chun Qian, whose legs still felt weak, to go outside. There was no choice. Because the Sun King was so enthusiastic, Chun Qian had to try to keep her expression natural. She was still too weak. After only 2 or 3 hours of comforting, her legs felt weak. Self-encouraged Chun Qian decided to continue exploring the beast core later. She couldn't miss a day. Following Hu Xiao outside, the area that was once a competition field had now become a garden scene that matched the lounge better. It was quite large, but unfortunately, she couldn't leave. With a place to relax, Hu Xiao turned into a tall lion-tiger beast and started running around happily, showing off his strength in front of the contract master. Chun Qian was happy to see this and even convinced Wei Jingzhe to transform into a beast form. She then picked up a white rabbit and stroked it freely in her arms. Although her legs felt weak from comfort, she thought that with enough effort, this kind of enjoyment was still possible. The single-player dart game was back online. Compared to before, the characters on the screen had clearly improved. Not only were their outfits more detailed, but the interaction methods increased by 2, and their expressions became more lively and fun. Chun Qian spent a lot of time teasing them, and still felt it wasn't enough. If you keep playing, Hu Xiao's face will turn red, Bai Qi Mian warned. Chun Qian looked at Hu Xiao first, then said to him, "Your ears are about to turn red too." This made Bai Qi Mian too embarrassed to speak. His proud little face, once exposed, was tinged with a blush on his delicate, fair cheeks. Hu Xiao was even more embarrassed, his face turning bright red. He remembered that Qian liked to touch them before, so this time he boldly showed off his upper body. Ahem. Although the change was very daring, when Qian played with him, his face felt a bit overwhelmed. Chun Qian finally let go of her little characters and started the game properly. When she saw the dart hit the snow wolf section, Hu Xiao let out a disappointed cry. Seeing this, Chun Qian quickly went to rub his head and comforted him. "Next time, you'll do better. Maybe next time or the time after that." Chun Qian didn't dare to say anything because she was really afraid that Hu Xiao would cry. Seeing the cute little snow wolf dressed in a traditional costume she had never seen before, the little figure looked so festive, like a little god of wealth. With a shy yet proud expression, it really touched Chun Qian's soft heart. I have to say, the game improved by a Xiao and a Ling together is really very interesting. Based on Jiang Lingrui's understanding of them, every expression was perfectly controlled. Plus, Hua Xiao's improvements to the game quality, they made a great team, and they successfully attracted Chun Qian, the only player. She couldn't stop herself and declared she would continue tomorrow. When Hua Xiao heard Chun Qian say this, he immediately looked at her hair. Chun Qian. That look was so irresistible. After hesitating for a moment, Chun Qian plucked 2 strands of hair and handed them to Hua Xiao, warning him repeatedly, "Just this once, no more." Finally fulfilling his wish, Hua Xiao carefully pinched the 2 long black hairs and quickly promised, "Qian, don't worry, I can definitely do it," but his words sounded so insincere. As soon as Chun Qian comforted Hua Xiao, he took her words seriously. It was still early. While Wei Jingzhe was researching new dishes, Chun Qian and a few others either helped or went to absorb beast cores. Only Bai Qi Mian mysteriously locked himself in his room, not knowing what he was doing. When he came out again, his appearance had changed dramatically. Chun Qian took a moment to find a suitable word. "You look like a peacock spreading its feathers." He had not only changed clothes and taken a bath, but also used incense. This guy hadn't forgotten his accessories even when fleeing. Look at him, from head to toe, not missing a single item. This is just the beginning. Bai Qi Mian's expression seemed much more restrained now, fully focused on his outfit. Chun Qian's lips twitched slightly, but didn't ruin his mood. It's the first time, so she understood Bai Qi Mian's outfit didn't attract his own contract partner, but caught the attention of Xiao Hua. As the winner of tonight's game, he had been secretly observing him. Now, seeing his outfit, Hua Xiao immediately approached and asked if it was a way to change his luck. No, luck doesn't need to be changed, Bai Chi Mian said confidently, with no trace of his previous superstitious attitude. It's not that he no longer trusts, but the threatening look from the contract master was too obvious. If he dared to continue scheming with Hua Xiao, Chen Qian was pleased to see Hua Xiao finally stop probing for new ways to change his luck. She finally relaxed. It's not that she didn't want to stop him from trying to change his fate, but as long as Hua Xiao could win one game and change his luck, she didn't plan to interfere or cause trouble, provided he didn't come up with new methods. Did I do that before? Zhang Lingrui pointed at Bai Chi Mian's expression and suddenly asked. Han Ci lazily replied, more than that. Actually, you're about the same. The two looked at each other, knowing they would be publicly embarrassed tomorrow. Chen Qian finished her meal in the midst of Bai Chi Mian urging her with eager eyes. She seemed unaware and ate even more happily. She ate half a bowl more than usual and slowed down her eating. After teasing the others enough, she stood up. In the others' hopeful gaze, she went to digest her food again. Haha, Bai Chi Mian, today is your turn. Everyone who mingles in the world will eventually pay the price. Initially anxious, Bai Chi Mian, seeing his contract master teasing him more and more, calmed down. He stood tall at the door, watching someone wandering in the yard, his eyes deep and mysterious, like a lock on her body, spot on. Chen Qian felt a chill behind her. She kicked his leg with her foot, signaling Bai Chi Mian to get up quickly. She hadn't finished washing up. Isn't this guy a clean freak? Why isn't he disgusted now? Don't move around. Bai Chi Mian's voice was hoarse. He grabbed Chen Qian's kicked leg, his fingers always cold and cool. When his hand touched her ankle, she couldn't help but shiver. Chen Qian faced the challenge head-on, not caring about his interference. She was determined to be disobedient. Bai Chi Mian's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. Then he smiled, his voice becoming more charming. At this moment, he looked like a snow mountain wolf demon, proud and enchanting, a mix of wildness and charm. This guy, when he flirts, he's top-notch, if he doesn't reveal his shyness. At this moment, Chen Qian finally appreciated the beauty of those accessories. They shimmered with a silver glow on Bai Chi Mian's long hair, and the bright red ribbons tying his hair created a striking visual impact. Wow, you're so beautiful. Bai Chi Mian's beauty seems to transcend gender. The accessories on him really highlight his best features. You're really pretty. Chen Qian now looks a bit like a rogue leader trying to a young man. He is a big talker but not very brave in action. Chen Qian finds his own sharp tongue amusing because he looks so innocent and is so deeply in love. Since he's not very skilled now, it's a good time to tease him a little, or he'll end up like those two, singing songs as free people. Wolves are really vengeful creatures. Come on, let's fight each other. Chen Qian, will never admit defeat. Zhang Lingrui felt something was wrong when he saw Bai Chi Mian dressed in traditional clothes in the living room. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Bai Chi Mian stopped him. Why run? You'll see it sooner or later, Bai Chi Mian said on purpose, tugging at his collar. TSK, Chen Qian really knows how to be tough, but there are also kiss marks. Since he couldn't escape, Zhang Lingrui sighed. You don't have to be so harsh, do you? If he keeps tugging at his collar, he might see something he shouldn't. It's necessary. I want you to realize how serious the problem is, Bai Chi Mian said firmly. He remembers clearly what Zhang Lingrui did back then, and it's still not forgiven. Zhang Lingrui. Thanks, he gets the message now. Brother Bai, did you get into a fight? Why are there so many injuries on your neck? At this moment, Hua Xiao heard the noise and ran into the living room. He immediately saw the marks Bai Chi Mian deliberately showed. Yeah, it was pretty intense, Bai Chi Mian said happily with a smile in his voice. Zhang Lingrui smiled mysteriously, but didn't say anything. Next time you fight, take me along. Hua Xiao's eyes lit up. He loves fighting the most. He's completely forgotten how badly he was hurt just a couple of days ago. Zhang Lingrui finally chuckled. Bai Chi-mian pulled his collar back to hide most of the marks. No need to worry. Oh, why's that? Hua Xiao still wanted to know. Because I'm helping Wei Jingzhe cook, Bai Chi-mian said, glancing at Wei Jingzhe, who just arrived in the living room, then quickly changed the subject and headed to the kitchen. Hua Xiao was still curious. What does fighting have to do with cooking? He asked Zhang Lingrui. When the other person isn't holding a book or paper and pen, they don't seem so scary. Zhang Lingrui kindly helped Bai Chi-mian by giving her a gentle reminder, you need to eat well before fighting. So, Hua Xiao believed her. When the meal was almost ready, Bai Chi-mian tidied herself up again before going to Qin Qian's room to find her sleeping soundly. He gently brushed aside the hair covering Qin Qian's face, revealing her increasingly charming face. Bai Chi-mian's icy blue eyes lit up with a smile as he said, Qian, your stomach is growling again. Last night, she was exhausted and hungry in the morning. She turned over and went back to sleep, but Bai Chi-mian didn't want her to go hungry. He got up early to prepare ingredients. Cooking wasn't necessary, but helping out was fine. Just call. If you're hungry, Qin Qian mumbled, as if answering in a dream. Her wolf cub usually isn't so gentle. I made your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. If you wait too long, Hua Xiao will eat them all. Qin Qian's dream suddenly turned into a nightmare, and she woke up instantly, meeting Bai Chi-mian's smiling eyes. Cough, I'm not possessive, you know. She tried to defend herself. How long has it been and she still has this problem?
Saw the, see ow.
It's not that I don't love you, but the sweet and sour pork ribs are just too tempting. I can kiss you every day, but I can't eat ribs every day, they get boring after a while. Bai Chi-mian looked at her with a, do you believe me or not, expression. Qin Qian saw that she couldn't argue her way out, so she gave up. She was no longer sleepy. When she got out of bed, the thin blanket slipped off her. This visual impact immediately made Bai Chi-mian, who had just started to indulge last night, lose his fighting spirit. Not only did his ears turn red, but his face also flushed with embarrassment. Neither of them was polite to each other yesterday. Why you? Put on your clothes first, he stammered, pretending to urge her, but his eyes never left his partner. Qin Qian was no longer afraid of his sharp tongue. Anyway, if she couldn't argue, she just shut his mouth. She was not afraid at all. After hearing his words, she deliberately slowed down her movements, intending to tease him a little longer. Finally, Bai Chi-mian couldn't hold back his restlessness. He turned away and threatened, sweet and sour pork ribs. Within 10 seconds after he finished speaking, Qin Qian had her clothes on. Bai Chi-mian, stop daydreaming and hurry up and leave. Qin Qian was about to step out the door when Bai Chi-mian was still staring blankly. She called out to him but didn't wait for his response, running off to wash her face and brush her teeth. Recently, Bai Chi-mian's obsession with cleanliness was decreasing at a noticeable speed. When they sat at the dining table, Qin Qian realized she had been tricked. The sweet and sour pork ribs made by Jingzhe just came out of the kitchen. I saw someone on Xingyunet looking for me just now, Zhang Lingrui said as he served Qin Qian a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. Seeing the smile in her eyes, he continued, according to how they described it, it should be the people from Jia Star who got tricked by us. Qin Qian's mind was still a bit foggy. It wasn't her usual thinking time in the morning. Bai Chi-mian very thoughtfully reminded her. Broomstick. They finally realized they were tricked by a Ling. Qin Qian's mind suddenly pictured those lush, broomstick-like figures. Their brains are really sharp. Jingzhe's skills were getting better and better. She gave him a thumbs up to praise him. Only after the whole team was notified did they realize it the next day. It really works well, Bai Chi-mian said bluntly, criticizing. If we meet them again in a team competition, they can keep using it, Zhang Lingrui said, completely unburdened by any guilt. Qin Qian took a few bites of rice, pretending not to see a Ling's expression as if he was ready to trick the others again. She was really curious about how this matter could be resolved. That night, they didn't continue playing darts because Wei Jingzhe was about to ascend. Even Hua Xiao, disappointed, understood which was more important. When Qin Qian heard Wei Jingzhe bring it up voluntarily, her expression almost couldn't be controlled. She flipped through the rabbit's previous actions again and again, but couldn't find any signs of agitation or any change in the beast mark on his forehead. Jingzhe, tell the truth. What dangerous task do you have on you? How could someone hide themselves to this extent? Her energy and aura, she wouldn't mention it now. She could do that herself, but how could he hide it when he's about to ascend without any signs? As a contract holder, she only found out about this when she got close. Wei Jingzhe honestly explained, I have nothing. He looked cold and distant, as if he wasn't the one who had just mentioned the ascension. Chen Qian. All right then. Unable to help herself, she kept pinching Wei Jingzhe's face, finally laughing out loud. Being so obedient made her want to tease him even more. Teasing in every way possible so. Wei Jingzhe, in this special situation, cut in line and went straight to the dart game. Chen Qian couldn't estimate Wei Jingzhe's current state, so she didn't dare to be careless. Playing with the little bunny could wait, but leveling up had to be done sooner. As soon as she entered the room, Chen Qian said, Jingzhe, turn into a bunny. Let's level up. Wei Jingzhe, who wasn't very quick-witted, remembered his previous experience transforming into a beast form. He immediately turned into a small, adorable version of himself, carefully matching Chen Qian's preferences by flicking his ears. Her bright black eyes met his, and Chen Qian's blood ran cold. She picked up the bunny and buried her face in its soft fur on his neck. Inhaling the bunny scent, it's not that she lacked self-control. Wei Jingzhe had been spoiled by her. Now he was even acting cute. Of course, Chen Qian wasn't just focused on cuddling the bunny. She skillfully activated her energy field, watching as the white bunny in her arms gradually relaxed and became softer and more delicate. Wei Jingzhe's water element energy, like himself, was silent and hard to detect. When the water shield slowly rose from Chen Qian's feet, she finally noticed its presence. While petting the bunny, Chen Qian tentatively probed his energy. The gentle water shield instantly wrapped around him, so light that she only felt the coolness without any dampness. The energies of Han Xi and Wei Jingzhe could be called two extremes. Until Wei Jingzhe advanced to the 6th level, Chen Qian didn't feel any discomfort. She didn't rush to make Wei Jingzhe change back, but poked his nose and asked, Tonight, use beast form to keep me company. Last time, she didn't even hold him to sleep, and she always felt it was a pity. Wei Jingzhe gently nodded his bunny head, rubbing against Chen Qian's heart, making her feel ticklish. Hee hee, little bunny, I'll give you a bath. His voice was as sweet and strange as ever, with a more syrupy tone than usual. She really wanted to turn into a vine and twist around him. Ah, so adorable. Little bunny Chen Qian wasn't sure if rabbits could take baths, but Wei Jingzhe could be bathed whenever she wanted. Chen Qian didn't fill the water too high, just enough to cover half of the rabbit. The fine white fur shimmered with the ripples, looking a bit pitiful. Chen Qian had no experience bathing rabbits. She often accidentally touched his ears, causing him to tremble gently. His small, pink nose also twitched lightly from the moisture. Jingzhe, if you're uncomfortable, just move around. You don't need to control yourself so carefully, Chen Qian instinctively reminded him. Her rabbit was the kind that didn't mind even numb legs. Sure enough, after her words, Wei Jingzhe stopped controlling his ears. The inside of his arched, triangular ears was a soft pink. His body instinctively moved, and his actions were surprisingly obedient. His pink tongue couldn't resist and unconsciously licked his lips. His back paws were in the basin, while his front paws gently lifted, as if greeting the new day, and he licked the water droplets nearby. Chen Qian only watched for about 10 minutes. When she placed the little guy on the bed, his fur was fluffy like a small oval ball, and he smelled even more fragrant. Ahem, there's only one day left before the team competition. The scent she used on Wei Jingzhe will soon fade. Let him breathe it in all night first. After transforming into a rabbit, Wei Jingzhe's sleeping at night became more lively, no longer as still as before. Early in the morning, Chen Qian felt that the fluffy, warm fur was already in her mind. Still half asleep, she reached out and started to pet him, making the white rabbit dizzy. It's time to change back, Chun Qian stepped back a little. Wei Jingzhe obediently transformed in front of her. Chun Qian didn't hold back. She petted him in his beast form and then in his human form. Both forms were easy to handle. Finally, after teasing him enough, the little rabbit got annoyed. He blinked his clear, cold eyes, with a hint of grievance in his tone. Well, maybe he wasn't really upset, just annoyed from being teased too harshly, which made his voice sound different. Chun Qian nervously took her hand away from his chest. Sorry, her little rabbit hadn't fully understood yet. She couldn't be so cruel. Get up. Since you can't sleep anyway, let's cook some soup later and make some pickled vegetables. She still knew how to make pickled vegetables. She could cook other dishes too, and help out, though they wouldn't be as delicious as Jingzhe's. Wei Jingzhe responded simply, He was still recovering from the bullying by the contract master, and his voice was a bit weaker. The two of them didn't wake up very early, but not too late either. When they went out, Zhang Lingrui was already in the living room. Chun Qian always felt she was never as smart as a Ling, not just because of intelligence, but also because of her hard work. While she was still in bed, he had already started studying early in the morning. She can focus well when studying mind tricks and absorbing beast cores, but she usually does this in the late afternoon. If she had to get up early to read books bigger than her head, she would rather give up. Good morning, Ling. What are you reading? Chun Qian sent Wei Jingzhe into the kitchen and let him do his own thing. Good morning. Yesterday, I found a function on the computer for exchanging items, so I traded for some books. This one is an old version of the Universal Code of Law Analysis. I'll just take a quick look. Jiang Lingrui also put in a lot of effort to find this thing, since who brings such stuff to the arena? But he did find some participants planning to join the third track, and next month he would bring more supplies for himself. As for why he could still understand alien writing after leaving the arena, it was thanks to the free translation chips available on the computer, which could be worn behind the ear. Chun Qian looked at the thick analysis book and felt a bit unsure about just casually reading it.
Well,
you keep reading. I'll go help in the kitchen. She chose to leave the cultural competition and switch to a food show. It's not that she didn't want to work hard, but her opponents were just too strong. Chun Qian clearly knew her own position. She could understand schemes and tricks, but academic research was not her thing. Thinking about tomorrow's team competition, Chun Qian didn't let herself relax. Since escaping from that high-level alien creature, she no longer lacked beast cores. Because she was only at the 6th level, she didn't dare to absorb higher-level cores yet, but she was eating 6th-level beast cores very eagerly. During a previous battle, she used a fire vine whip and it worked well, but she felt something was missing. The recent advancement gave her new ideas. Maybe she didn't need to combine vines with fire abilities. Developing both sides separately might make her more powerful. And the fire resistance of the vines could still be trained. Didn't she burn herself a little during her last upgrade? Thinking this way, Chun Qian continued to develop new skills based on this idea. A woman obsessed with training completely forgot about her evening dart game, where 5 men were waiting for her. She didn't even eat dinner, and trained until early the next morning before finally climbing into bed to sleep. The 4th main track team event of the Eastern League Circle will start in 30 minutes. All participants, please prepare. Chun Qian was awakened by a notification sound from outside the courtyard. She didn't dare delay, and quickly got up to get ready. She finished washing in 10 minutes, then changed into the matching couple's combat uniform she had prepared earlier. Since she had a partner, she no longer worried about being the last to wake up, because Han Si was always the last to arrive. She went to Han Si's room and knocked, but no one answered. She guessed he was too lazy to move, so she opened the door herself. This guy had buried his head in the blanket, but his 2 feet accidentally peeked out. Did you sneak out in the middle of the night? Chun Qian pulled him out of bed and looked at the dark circles under his eyes, asking. She suspected it was because of his energy disturbance, as the beast pattern on his forehead had changed color again. Han Si was forced to turn on his device. After a few seconds of silence, he replied, "That I didn't go anywhere." Chun Qian was both annoyed and amused as she ruffled his head. She didn't expect his mind to be so slow right now. "Hurry up and get ready." Han Si responded, then started changing clothes in front of his contract owner. If she said he was doing it on purpose, she wouldn't believe it, but she couldn't complain either. Just look at that. So firm and lifted. She couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. The feeling was tight and firm. After the team competition ends, we can go home. You can sleep however you want then. She wasn't sure if that super high-level alien was still waiting for them, but a faint glint appeared in Chen Qian's eyes. Han Si let his contract owner do whatever she wanted, too lazy to care. Before we go back, I need to advance to the next level. The benefits of this arena were too good to pass up. Alright, go wash up. I'll head out first. Chen Qian sighed inwardly. She had just caught up to the next level, but he was already trying to surpass her again. It was like he was pulling her upward all the time. When the whole family of 6 changed into their uniform combat suits and appeared on the arena, only 5 minutes remained before the start. Can't you pick a better-looking style? Bai Chi Mian looked at the 6 people in dark green clothes and complained, pulling at his collar. Chen Qian was not used to his bad habits. No, this style is classic, never goes out of fashion, and the color is dirt-resistant and unobtrusive. It's the best choice. When she was fleeing, she didn't think about the color of her clothes. She just grabbed whatever was available. Bai Chi Mian didn't argue further, since there was no way to change it now. They weren't too worried about the team competition. They had prepared everything they could, so it was better to stay relaxed. According to Jiang Lingrui's analysis of these competitions, the team event probably wouldn't involve tricky questions this time. This arena was built for fighting and bloodshed. The earlier part was just to attract other contestants, but later they definitely wanted to keep the audience. Otherwise, after a month of waiting, their investment might not pay off. Hunter game. Each contestant is linked to another contestant. The team that kills their linked opponent first wins. The team with the most kills of their linked opponents wins first. The game begins. This time, no mention was made of any prizes. As soon as the announcement ended, the environment around them changed. Unlike before, this scene seemed much larger. Unknown dense plants stretched to the horizon, and strange towering trees blocked out all light. The damp smell of soil under Chen Qian's feet felt very real and strange. She crouched down and pinched a handful of moist dirt, gently crushing it. It felt so real, more so than virtual objects. Even Jiang Lingrui couldn't tell what was real or fake. Maybe they really had arrived on another planet. Should we find our linked opponents? Hua Xiao immediately became excited, as if he thought the game was just about fighting, with no need to think much. Bai Ji Mian Sana. How could this guy be so naive? Find some random linked opponent? Without any clues, trying to find and kill your linked opponent is pointless. It's better to kill all the other creatures in the area. This competition was different from before. Hua Xiao was a typical fighter. Compared to their cautious attitude toward intelligent creatures, his feelings were much simpler. And this is a good thing? Since they chose to participate, all creatures they encountered were enemies. They wouldn't show mercy. Quite convenient. Han Zixin finally felt relieved. His recent competitions had been very frustrating, leaving him exhausted and with poor sleep, which made him feel a bit gloomy. Jiang Lingrui, kind-hearted and gentle, softly advised, "When you encounter Dolly and the others, remember to be gentle." I'll talk to them too. He truly didn't want to see the friendship he just built break apart and fade away. Bai Chi Mian subtly moved away from Jiang Lingrui and said, "You really are a good person." Jiang Lingrui replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Hua Xiao quietly asked Chen Qian beside him, "Qian, is this the legendary saintly person? Isn't she a bit too kind?" This is a life-threatening competition. When playing games, he was much more reckless and fierce. Chen Qian wasn't surprised by Jiang Lingrui's words, but Hua Xiao's comment sounded a little strange. Her eyes showed kindness, and she gently patted his head, saying, "Xiao, don't focus on what the other person says. Watch what they actually do in the end. For now, just observe." Hua Xiao didn't understand, but he listened obediently and didn't dwell on it. "Let's go this way." Chen Qian, taking advantage of their chat, released some vines and sensed there were creatures in that direction. The only pressure they felt in this competition was that one of their counterparts might leave the arena before them. If that happened, even if they fought everyone, they wouldn't be able to pass. The organizers hadn't said anything about the opponents being connected to each other. So even without a time limit, they had to hurry. The first place prize in this team competition was definitely very generous. Soon, the 6 of them followed the vines to the place where creatures had been active earlier. It was quite lively here. More than one group of contestants was present, and dozens of alien creatures were on edge. Their arrival ignited the conflict. Before they could act, the chaos among the alien contestants had already begun. In this game, not only did they want to win by fighting, but other contestants also aimed to do the same. When Chun Xian was attacked, she immediately sensed that her opponent was equally strong, which ignited her fighting spirit. The vines around her retreated, and flames suddenly shot up into the sky. The nearby plants were instantly burned to ash by Chun Xian's fierce flames. She looked like a goddess reborn from fire, moving with incredible speed and strength, reaching the peak in a short time. The fierce-looking one-eyed alien creature, which looks like a mix of a hyena and a bird, was instantly touched by her flames. The blue-green fire glowed strangely in this dark alien forest. She was testing a new attack method here, while Xiao had already transformed into a beast form and was chasing the opponent wildly. He crashed into a large tree, creating a clear space and letting the outside light in. Bai Qi Mian avoided Zhao's area with a look of dislike, choosing a relatively wide spot. Cold ice spread around quickly, keeping the dirt away. His fighting was clean and quick, just like himself, yet graceful. Wei Jingzhe hid in the dark, silently completing his tasks of assassination, theft, and gathering information. Luckily, Chun Qian's combat suit had a big pocket, enough to hold his loot. Han Xiai focused on the closest opponent, refusing to move half a step. He waited for the enemy to attack, then caught them easily. After making the opponent unable to function, he threw them to Jiang Lingrui, who had somehow appeared nearby under a blooming peach blossom tree. He sat under the tree, looking at Chun Qian with gentle eyes, then smiled and softly asked the semi-conscious contestant, "Hello, I come from a small place and am not familiar with this area. May I ask you some questions?" Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, shining on Jiang Lingrui. From the alien creature's perspective, it seemed as if he was here to save it.
Sure.
A gentle breeze seemed to pass, carrying the faint scent of peach blossoms, and precisely reached his own team members, avoiding the other contestants. A family of 6 swept through the area like fierce warriors. The other contestants, caught in chaos, gradually focused their fire on them, which made the family even more excited. Especially Chun Qian and Xiao. The more fiercely their opponents fought, the happier they became. They had been a little shy at first and didn't dare to attack broadly, but once they were seen as threats, they immediately started using their powers happily. Xiao transformed back into a human form, gathering metal energy into a spear, enjoying close combat. Chun Qian finished testing her fire energy and started whipping with vines happily. While fighting, she was also coming up with many new moves. It seems alien creatures are full of tricks. If not playing with them, who else would she play with? Their battlefield is like a lighthouse at sea, attracting many more participants with such a big commotion. Everyone is hoping to gain from others' misfortune, but the final result is that many spectators die, and the serious fighters are used by Chun Qian as practice. Jiang Lingrui finally asked what he wanted to know, and couldn't hold back his desire to fight. He pulled out the light cannon particle gun Chun Qian had given him for self-defense. The medic immediately abandoned her medical duties and used her powers to suppress the alien creatures trying to target him. When they realized they couldn't kill him, they prepared to attack again, only to find that this guy simply couldn't be killed. After narrowly avoiding the attacks of the light cannon and Chun Qian's team, Jiang Lingrui finally used a secret move, breaking through their defenses, and then he healed. His recovery speed is just as fast as high-level healing potions. The alien creatures were instantly defeated, sent to the afterlife by Jiang Lingrui's light cannon. This battle only slowed down on the 3rd day. Only then did Chun Qian realize how many participants there really were. And this was just the main track of the Eastern Circle. According to their information, there are 8 circles in total, with dozens of subtracks and countless alien creatures participating. The current popularity of the Star Ring Arena is nowhere near its peak. When it was at its best, with their current strength, they might only be able to enjoy themselves in the subtracks. Dolly, my friend, long time no see. Jiang Lingrui had been waiting for this moment and finally met his old friend. Dolly sensed their presence from afar and saw that this group was causing chaos, cheating, stealing Angel, teasing Mozong. Back then, they wanted nothing more than revenge. They wanted to fly away immediately. But faster than them was Chun Qian's vines. Ailing, your old friend is here to see you. Chun Qian the group of troublemakers tightly and brought them directly to the matchmaker, looking eager for praise. Haha, she got what her matchmaker wanted. Jiang Lingrui's smile grew softer. His Qian now looked just like when she first gave him the beast core, pure and straightforward love that warmed the heart. Thank you for your hard work, Qian, he said as he healed the small wounds she had received during the recent fight. Seeing her lively and energetic as she continued to look for targets, he finally greeted his old friend. Dolly's broom tail was almost curled up into a ball, trembling with a few other members of her species. They couldn't win. They truly couldn't defeat even one. She could only reply dryly, long time no see. Nonsense, it's only been 3 days. Don't be afraid. I was wrong earlier. When you're outside, you have to be careful. Our planet's Westerners are too frightening, Jiang Lingrui said with a gentle smile, sincerely apologizing. Look at my teammate, Wei Jingzhe. He used to be so cheerful, but after being captured by those people, he lost all his emotions. And look at Han Zi, he no longer has any hope for life. All of this was caused by the Westerners' evil deeds, turning them into what they are now. But please believe me, their true intention was not to hurt you. Please forgive what they have done. Angie watched Wei Jingzhe, who was making food with a cold expression, and found it hard to believe he was the same demon who had previously led him on a rampage. Mozin looked at Han Zi, who was sitting on the ground looking exhausted, as if he was the first winner of the battle. With his current state, could he really withstand that gravity field?
They
don't seem to have done anything too bad, Angie said. Compared to the other creatures around who were dead or dying, their people had only been robbed, tricked, or deceived. And now they were all captured, yet the other side was still polite.
Could it be
a misunderstanding? Dolly, this is my gift to you as a token of our sincerity. Jiang Lingrui took out a bottle of Earth's specialty from her space accessory. Dolly had already been released from Chun Qian's vines. Curious, she shook her broom's head and asked, Eli. Jiang Lingrui, what is this? Although the name was fake, the friendship was real. Dolly felt a bit conflicted at this moment. Fertilizer, it will help you grow even more lush and strong, Jiang Lingrui said directly, offering the gift straight to their hearts. Within 5 minutes, both sides shook hands and reached an understanding. As for whether these broom spirits are their counterparts, that will be decided later. Seeing that the broom spirits had been successfully convinced, Jiang Lingrui called Bai Chi Mian over. Chi Mian, this is Dolly, my friend. They want to buy more special fertilizer from Panga Planet. How do you suggest we handle this? Bai Chi Mian glanced at Jiang Lingrui with a slight smile. Could this smiling tiger stop being so annoying when he's trying to persuade someone? Since they are friends, I will cover all your future fertilizer needs. Next time we meet, I'll bring more. Honestly, he was a bit disgusted, but he couldn't show it during business. Dolly and the others had never met such generous friends. Their planet didn't have these things, and even the cheap supplies they used were bought from the main star far away. This rare growth liquid must cost a lot of star coins. Bai Chi Mian immediately agreed to pay with star coins and told them they could ask for help whenever needed. All kinds of materials and weapons, those could be arranged through channels. Trading these items wasn't forbidden here. Relying on the amounts given by the arena, how could they support the development of all humanity? Chun Qian watched as those two big talkers kept convincing the naive broom spirits. Within just half an hour, they had successfully established a long-term partnership with the first alien planet and built a strong friendship. It really was thanks to Ling's cleverness. Chun Xian silently gave a thumbs up, then went on to eliminate a few contestants who had been tricked by her weakness. Coincidentally, one of them was her counterpart. Qian Qian, Hua Xiao ran over looking worried, his golden brown hair shining brightly in the sunlight with his movement. "What's wrong?" Chun Xian turned her head and immediately noticed something unusual. "I just killed an alien creature. Its energy all went into my body. Now it seems it's about to level up." Hua Xiao looked a bit panicked. They were still in the competition. Had he caused trouble again? That was a contestant from Lu AI planet. Killing them allows you to absorb all their energy, Dolly, as a friend, kindly reminded him. Although each planet has different energies, there are special cases such as the Li planet. If it weren't so difficult to enter their planet, and since they are strong, united, and listed as protected by the Galactic Inspection Bureau, their special abilities would likely have caused other planet creatures to domesticate them long ago. Generally, residents of the Li planet probably wouldn't come out looking for trouble. Most likely, young people are lured out by the organizers' promotions. Ignoring parents' advice often leads to danger. The broom spirits are somewhat relieved that their friends protected them, which prevented them from losing their lives in the fierce group competition. They shouldn't have been so greedy for small gains. Next time, they should buy visitor tickets to enter and trade with friends instead. QAQ, after understanding the situation and clarifying the surveillance methods here, Qin Qian planned to quickly drag Hua Xiao away. Just joking, such advanced calming techniques definitely wouldn't be used in public. She could control herself, but she knew her little son's personality well. In just a short time, the other's energy had become restless. She had no choice but to activate her domain early, pulling the blurry-minded Hua Xiao away from everyone with meaningful glances from others. Finally, she found a hidden spot. After turning on the shield, she built a small hut with vines. Once she confirmed the surroundings were tightly sealed and no energy could seep in, Chun Xian released Hua Xiao, who had turned into a beast form. This guy was still quite dazed, more so than others, with intense, wild energy. But his energy wasn't bad. The only praiseworthy thing was that his little son's energy, though restless, was warm and gentle like him, not irritating at all. While comforting Hua Xiao, Chun Qian endured the affectionate licking from the lion-tiger beast without discomfort. Soon, Hua Xiao, having fully absorbed the energy, successfully advanced. He reverted to human form and clung to Chun Qian. With her help, he clumsily put on his clothes. Qian, Hua Xiao mumbled, calling his contract master's name, but he didn't know what to do next. He instinctively hugged his master tightly, then started nibbling around as before. Seeing the other person almost biting her nose, Chun Qian quickly zipped up his clothes and forcefully kissed his lips. She was teaching her young companion how to kiss and how to show deeper love. Hua Xiao's hands rested on Chun Qian's shoulders, uncertainly accepting her advances. He didn't even know how to breathe properly during a kiss, and his bright, handsome face was turning red from holding his breath. If the location had been more appropriate, Chun Qian would definitely help her little sunshine grow up. When Chun Qian carried Hua Xiao, who looked like a young bride, back, the group of broomstick-like creatures remained unaware, being taken along as backup supplies by Jiang Lingrui and others. Only after their competition was over did they truly feel safe. The Panga team won first place in the 4th main track team competition in the Eastern League. Rewards include 10 bottles of advanced potion, 10 sets of high-level protective gear, 10 high-grade heat weapons, and 1 mid-level spaceship. These have been distributed to the rest area reward station. Please collect them yourself. A team can have up to 10 members, and this was based on full capacity. As soon as Chun Qian and her team left the arena, they found the rest area had been completely upgraded. Not only was the yard larger and more refined, but the houses had also expanded several times. The old-fashioned computers in the lounge had been replaced with brain computers, and 2 more training rooms had been added. Unlocking the brain computer also unlocked a series of free items. Most importantly, at the very back of the lounge, there was a familiar door. That was the door she had personally installed in the haunted house space. Oh, they could go home now. But first she needed to finish other tasks. I'll take Hanji to advance. You guys can use the advanced potion, she said. These potions could only be used once per person and had no side effects. It just proved how powerful this alien product was. A Ling could no longer use it now, but others could. Luckily, a Ling could teach them how to use it. After Hanji advanced, he used another bottle of the potion, reaching level 9. Simply amazing. Qin Qian threw Hanji into a corner of the training room and used a bottle of the potion herself. She thought, why bother wasting effort? She didn't want to suffer unnecessarily. The so-called advancement potion does not contain energy itself. Instead, it uses special herbs to help the body absorb and merge scattered energy that cannot be absorbed naturally. It also opens up the meridians to hold more energy. When the body is nourished by the potion, it becomes very calm and easy to absorb energy. Just a few beast cores are enough for a painless upgrade. Chen Qian absorbs beast cores very quickly, faster than Jiangling Rui did before. Her energy is now very familiar with her matchers. At this moment, Han Ci is inside the house, so she is not affected. Usually, Han Ci just sleeps on the bed, but now, when he should be resting, he keeps staring at Qin Qian with intense focus, as if worried she might have an accident if she looks away. Only after the contract master advances does he relax a little. Come on, it's your turn now. When Qin Qian reaches the 7th level, Han Ci returns to his usual self. Can't you be more careful with yourself? Qin Qian feels a bit speechless. This is an upgrade, after all. Who almost failed when they reached the 7th level before. Just a little memory loss? Qin Qian narrows her eyes dangerously, making the sleepy Han Ci suddenly jump. The tall, commanding CEO instantly wakes up and straightens like a well-behaved child. That I can... No way, Qin Qian doesn't believe he will be attentive. She doesn't bother with more words and directly opens her energy field. There are many things she can threaten the CEO with, so she hopes he won't push her. Han Ci is now sitting upright, fully focused, preparing for the upgrade. He doesn't want to be threatened again. He still feels uneasy about it. As his energy is soothed, Han Ci gradually begins to transform into a beast form. Meanwhile, he is calmly preparing to upgrade 2 levels in a row. On the other side, Jiangling Rui is feeling a bit headachy. Wei Zhenjie seriously says, the person in charge said that from now on, the upgrade must be done together with the contract master. Jiangling Rui has already explained to him that the upgrade potion does not require the contract master's comfort. But it's useless. This guy is stubborn and refuses to change his mind. Qian also said just now that I should watch you upgrade. Did you forget? Jiangling Rui's head hurts as he tries to persuade him again, holding down the eager Huxiaoxiao, who also wants to watch the upgrade. Wei Zhenjie. Qian said to take the upgrade potion. I've already taken it, but he's holding back and not upgrading. This guy is really fixated on the words, not changing his stance at all. Bai Qi Mian has now taken the medicine and advanced to the 7th level. He kindly went to help Jiangling Rui, who had a headache. After she works hard to help Han Ci level up, I'll come see her progress. I don't know if she'll get too tired, but it's okay. She can hold on. Before Jiangling Rui left the battlefield, she glanced at him. Your words are really sharp. Bai Qi Mian raised an eyebrow. As long as it works, that's fine. After hearing this, Wei Jingzhe fell silent. His silence was shown by the lowering of his overall aura. When he encountered new ingredients and didn't know how to handle them before, he would fall into this state. Finally, his mind started to turn. His concern for the contract master broke the instructions given to him by the person in charge. He didn't want Qin Qian to be tired. This time, he followed Jiangling Rui's command and quickly advanced to the 7th level. Since no one was in front to support him, Huxiao didn't dare to face Jiangling Rui directly. He just hid in the corner, took the medicine, and aimed to reach the 8th level. When Qin Qian brought out the forehead beast mark, which had turned into a red 9th level, everyone was already waiting in the living room. After their gazes lingered on Han Ci's forehead for a long time, they finally looked away. Especially Huxiao, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. He was eager to fight Han Ci. Such a level, not only humans hadn't reached it, but it also wasn't seen during the West Sea battle, back then. Now, all of them, as Chun Qian's matches, were above the 6th level. The lowest, Jiang Lingrui, was a rare healing type, and the highest, Han Xiai, reached the 9th level. With such strength, all the worries and schemes from before would become meaningless. A 7th level contract master was unheard of. Even with this combat power, in front of that super high-level alien species, they only had some resistance and little chance of winning. Let's go back and check the situation first. Not being on their own territory, they couldn't feel at ease. Whatever the situation was when they returned, they had to face it. Chun Qian's assistance in leveling up this time didn't take much effort, except for a near mishap at the end. After packing everything they could take, Chun Qian led the team through the big door. Inside was a familiar room. But after just a few days, it felt like a different world. These days, the experiences have been so strange that if it weren't for the energy flowing inside my body telling me that I am truly at the 7th level, I wouldn't believe any of this is real. Do you want to go out and take a look? Bai Qimian asked. We returned to the space 5 minutes ago, and there was nothing unusual around us. The white fog outside the haunted house space still exists, but we can see the door to the rest area of the Ring Star Arena nearby. Yes, let's go together. Chun Qian's tone was firm. No matter life or death, our family must stay together. If we can't escape, then we just have to fight this time. With determination, Chun Qian led us out of the space. The exit was still the same place we left, but now it looked completely different. The deep, bottomless in space had been filled in, and the bodies of the strange beasts that couldn't be taken away were gone. It was as if the terrifying high-level monsters and their subordinates had never appeared here. What's wrong with you guys? Hua Xiao looked at Chun Qian with a confused expression. Why does Chun Qian suddenly look so serious? There are no other monsters around either. Chun Qian suddenly remembered that her little son had no idea about the high-level monsters from the beginning. Her complicated feelings were instantly swept away by Hua Xiao, leaving her speechless. Jiang Lingrui, seeing this, stepped in to explain everything from start to finish. As someone waiting in the space after his explanation, it seemed like he was actually there on the scene. Hua Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Turns out, this adventure game he thought they were on was actually a big survival game? Stop staring blankly. Get in the car. Let's head back and check the situation along the way. Bai Qimian opened the car Chun Qian had just taken out, pushed her aside, and then took the driver's seat. Letting the contract owner drive for 2 days, probably his mind would still be elsewhere. Chun Qian thought he wanted to drive himself, so she didn't think much and waved to Jiang Lingrui and the others, a Ling a Xiao getting quickly. Han Ji had already been sent back into the space. Zhan Zhan was the most obedient, so she was sitting in the back seat now. Coming, Hua Xiao quickly patted his face. There was too much information in his mind, and he hadn't processed it all yet. But it didn't matter. Next time he met that guy, he would definitely make sure to get rid of him. Following the same route as before, Chun Qian and the others had an easier time returning. They traveled day and night, and in just 7 days, C-29 City appeared before Chun Qian. However, she was a bit hesitant to recognize it. Is this C-29 City? She wondered. Can someone tell her how her small, shabby town turned into this? The city's size had expanded several times. From a distance, she could see tall buildings lining the streets. The city walls had been fully upgraded with strong-looking materials, making them seem very durable. The most eye-catching feature was the weapons mounted on top, shining coldly in the sunlight. Anyone who saw them would be impressed. This is just the beginning, she thought. Bai Qimian said this casually, but he didn't find much to criticize. When they approached C-29 City, they already had signal connection, and their journey into the city was smooth and trouble-free. Chun Qian hadn't even had time to visit her home when Han Qianquan's report arrived. Jingzhe, I'll send you the location. Go to the Chun Corporation building. Chun Qian couldn't agree with Uncle Han's taste. The name of the building was so tacky it was hard to say aloud. Is this what the older generation prefers? By birth year, Uncle Han is only about 10 years older than her. Okay, Jingja said, turning the steering wheel and heading to the destination. The streets of C-29 City had been widened significantly. The shops on both sides were more prosperous, and floating cars were everywhere. Even a few rare intelligent robots could be seen in important areas. If Chun Qian didn't know what this place used to look like, she might think she had entered Nankai District. Most of the mutants they saw were around level 4. Most importantly, the changes in women were remarkable. In the past, few women would come here alone, but now they could move freely around the city, without matching partners. Most of their strength was around level 3, a big improvement from before. Everything was developing in the direction they had initially imagined. When Chun Qian got off at the Qin Corporation building, many people were already waiting. Han Qiankuan, Zhao Yurand, Zhang Qi, Bai Zhao were at the front, followed by Zhao Yuran, Lu Rong, and others Qin Qian hadn't seen before. Everyone was surprised when they saw Qin Qian and her group. The levels of Jiangling Rui and others were obvious. They didn't hide them at all. It was clear at a glance. Especially the new beast pattern color on Hua Zhao's forehead, which no one had seen before, made everyone wonder. Han Qiankuan didn't see his master get anxious. Instead, he focused on Qin Qian, the head of the family. Is this a 7th rank? Han Qiankuan wasn't entirely sure. He was very sensitive to energy, but at this moment, the energy of the master seemed even more mysterious than that of the previous master. If he really advanced to the 7th rank, Chun Qian would be the first in the history of the mutants. And that young-looking young master of the Hua family, could he be 8th rank? Is it really possible for someone to reach that level? And what about his own master? He suppressed his excitement and signaled to his subordinates to stay calm. Master. Han Qiankuan led the others to salute. After Chun Qian's previous instructions, they didn't always kneel in a big formation, especially since many of the people here weren't part of their private forces. As for why they were waiting here for her, that was a question for them. Yes, Chun Qian replied softly, then walked straight into the building. Let's go inside and talk. The 4 matchmakers followed behind the contract master. Only after confirming they were allies did Chen Qian release Hanji. If she let the black dragon egg take another step, he might collapse on the spot.
Ding.
The host, a new target for the mission, has appeared 50 meters ahead. Zhao Yuran saw Hanji for the first time. Before she could marvel at the calm in his eyes, the system interrupted her thoughts. Hey, do you want to look at who I'm supposed to guide you to? Han Qiankuan saw the new color on his master's forehead and immediately got excited, his eyes turning red. Master, you. What is this? 9 rank, Hanji said calmly after glancing around. He didn't rush to find a sofa, but strolled leisurely to Bai Qi Mian and stood beside him. The 5 matchmakers stood beside Chen Qian. Han Qiankuan knew his master's attitude well. He wiped his tears, quickly composed himself, and looked at Chen Qian. Master, shall we start now? Not in a hurry. Come one by one. Ling, you sit first. Chen Qian didn't follow many rules. The 5 matchmakers standing there made her feel a little uncomfortable. Chen Qian knew that the matchmakers were just supporting her, since this was her first official involvement in these matters. But she didn't need their support. Only people who can't stand on their own need others to hold them up. Jiangling Rui and the others saw the determination in Chen Qian's eyes and stopped arguing. They sat on the side sofa to listen. Now, Chen Qian's gaze was no longer simply fierce and angry. All her killing intent was hidden inside, not showing on her face. Her black eyes looked like cold lakes, deep and unfathomable. Her face was no longer childish. She looked more beautiful and charming. But her strong presence made everyone afraid to underestimate her. Without a mask or fancy clothes, no one could guess what she was thinking at this moment. Chen Qian sat quietly in the innermost chair, making everyone silent and waiting for her orders. She looked over the other 10 or so people inside the room, finally stopping at Lu Rong and Zhao Yuran. First, tell me about the current situation of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Originally, Chen Qian only held a special position that allowed her to oversee everything. She didn't want to get involved in such matters before, nor did she want to restrict them. Everyone should have their own path. But as she experienced more, she understood that some responsibilities couldn't be avoided. Since they came to her voluntarily, Chen Qian wouldn't refuse. Lu Rong stepped forward and reported, currently, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly has a total of 130,000 members. Among them, 10 are level 5 mutants, 740 are level 4, and 26,125 are level 3. The rest are level 1 and 0. We have 114 sisters who successfully joined the butterfly group. The organization's headquarters has moved to Nankai District. A week ago, the female-only position was approved, and we are preparing to report the name. She then provided more detailed updates. Chen Qian listened and thought for a moment. You can decide the name and titles yourselves. In 3 days, I will appear publicly. Zhang Qi will promote the fact that there are 7-level mutants among women in C29 City, using the official city platform. The live broadcast will be shared with other districts. Lu Rong and Yuran will cooperate with him. After this message, Zhang Qi, Lu Rong, and Zhao Yuran only remembered to respond after a while. Wait, how did they go out and suddenly become level 7? Zhang Qi's mind was almost overwhelmed. He had personally created the data for Chen Qian. The fact that a female mutant had already reached the 4th level had shocked him for a while. How long had it been?
Now.
She was at the 7th level? Is it so easy to reach the 7th level now? Zhang Qi rubbed his face, trying to clear his mind. Yes, times have changed. His own contract master is now at the 4th level. He can't limit his vision to the past. Chen Qian's plans went far beyond this. She was systematically organizing the acceptance of new members, training, and the upcoming distribution of space accessories, among other things. These plans weren't made on the spot. She had thought through all possible situations she might face before returning. Zhao Yuran watched her good sister sitting confidently in her position, feeling a bit sad. It seemed that every time she saw Chen Qian, she was growing stronger. And she, just as she had decided before, was following behind her. Commander Chen Qian, you're really amazing. Lord, I know Chen Qian is very strong, but can you worry about yourself first? What's wrong with me? Isn't that a good thing? Zhao Yuran was a bit confused. Was her system being too strict with her? She had been working hard lately. Successful career, surrounded by handsome men. Life couldn't be better. You're now at the 4th level. Chen Qian is at the 7th level. She's not even playing with you. Should you reserve a single hospital room first? Dog Commander, are you crazy? Why would Chen Qian hit me? Zhao Yuran. I overdid it. Oh, you just remembered you owe her a beating after handling these matters. Zhao Yuran and Lu Rong left first. Before leaving, Zhao Yuran quietly used her wristband to remind Chen Qian about the plan to target Han Ci. Chen Qian glanced at Han Qian-kun, about to speak, but he immediately stepped forward and said, Master, half a month ago, we received news from the Western District. 3 cities near the outer domain suddenly disappeared overnight, whether it was the city or the people, with no clues found so far. Chen Qian immediately guessed the reason, but she was temporarily powerless. This matter is not public. We'll pretend we don't know. If the high-level mutant species were revealed now, it would cause everyone to panic. They have just begun to feel hope.
Yes.
The invasion of high-level mother beasts has become normal now. The beast tide is happening more often. The Association of Mutants has already notified all cities to prepare for battle. We might soon face the same situation as in the end times. Speaking of that, Chen Qian paused and looked at researcher Ding Xian at the back. This afternoon, I will have someone deliver some items, elixir for upgrading and materials for boosting energy, so they can be used in research. Weapons and space-related projects will also proceed at the same time. We don't have enough researchers. Ah Ling, you will be in charge of this matter first. Researchers are too important. It should be a time of unity, but she still has to watch out for her own kind causing trouble. It's really disgusting. Only Ah Ling can handle those monsters and demons. Okay, don't worry, Zhang Lingrui said with a gentle look in his eyes. Watching his contract master smoothly manage everything, he felt very pleased. His Qian was getting stronger and stronger. Wait, why do I feel like a proud father? He quickly looked away, pretending to be tired. It must be just his imagination. Chen Qian didn't know what Jiang Lingrui was thinking. Her focus was still on what she needed to say. Bai Zhao, you coordinate with the research institute. Those materials can be used to build a training hall first. To prevent accidents, male and female mutants should be separated by area. Later, we will need many technical and production staff. As for recruiting these talents, Qi Mian will handle it. Continue with what you were doing before. Bai Qi Mian nodded. Got it. Chen Qian then continued talking to Han Qianquan. I will place the beast cores in the warehouse later. Uncle Han, just handle the distribution. This time, bring the cocoon to Butterfly's skill. As for other matters, Han Qianquan kept a respectful expression and responded politely. He didn't yet know what kind of high-level beast cores he would face, thinking that the head of the family had gathered some resources during the recent expansion. Next, Chen Qian carefully arranged everything from city development, personnel upgrades, to defense plans. If she was unsure or not good at something, she would discuss it with her partners. If there were things she hadn't thought of, everyone would suggest ideas, and she would consider them carefully before making a decision. It wasn't until Han Qianquan mentioned the last few things that Chen Qian started to feel a bit restless. For example, about Bai Qi Mian.
Bai Qi Mian lúc quân phút.
The plan to steal the country? This word was unfamiliar to him, but to Chen Qian, it was quite familiar. Before crossing over, she had studied this history in school. Back then, Bai Qi Mian was only 6 or 7 years old. Yes, Bai Shao, you might not know, but in the countries before the end times, there was an island nation that had long been enemies with us. However, after the population migration, out of humanitarian reasons, all the survivors on Earth put aside past grudges and focused solely on human survival. After the end times, to maintain social stability, nearly all schools in each region deliberately erased memories of past national conflicts. Now, their common enemy was the alien invaders. Human internal conflicts had to be put aside in the face of these extraterrestrial threats. But some scoundrels still climbed to the top by stepping on the bones of their own kind. Even during humanity's survival crisis, some still tried to cause trouble. Han Qianquan continued, the woman who previously plotted against you was named Li Nashua. Her family had infiltrated our country years before the apocalypse, so it's hard to detect their abnormalities. Hearing this, Chen Qian suddenly had a flash of insight.
Zhou.
Ben's song, that familiar island vibe was hard not to associate with. The head of the family guessed correctly. Their infiltration was quite successful. As for those who changed their names, I won't mention them, but some names don't seem out of place and have blended into the upper levels, making them indistinguishable. After the end times, few people in our eastern district would think of these. But I know that 2 cities in the northeast are almost entirely populated by islanders. These cities have high mobility, but their internal systems are very strict and well-organized. The coup d'etat plan seems ingrained in their bones. Even after so many years, they still carry it out. For their own selfish desires, they are willing to use any means, even harming the mutants in the Eastern District. Bai Qi Mian sneered after hearing this. Animals are animals. How can anyone understand what kind of nonsense is running through their heads? Though she didn't understand, revenge was still necessary. Humans could only survive with them. So, does that mean the research institute is also involved? Chen Qian asked. Hearing this, Han Qianquan's expression suddenly became complicated. He seemed to have some unspoken worries, his usually stern face full of hesitation. Everyone else, wait outside for a moment, Chen Qian said, dismissing the others and leaving only their family. Han Qianquan then explained, the research institute was operated by her brother, Yang Mo. Chen Qian suddenly stood up, causing Jiang Lingrui and the others to look at her with concern. Before leaving, she also asked Han Qianquan to check on her family. She was surprised to find that her family was alive, but no one was doing anything.
Infine.
What about my parents? Chen Qian first comforted the matchmakers, then softly asked again. Han Qianquan shook his head and said, your mother passed away at the beginning of the last era. Your father took you and your brother into the research institute during the 5th year of the last era and died 2 years ago. Did my father also participate in Zhao Yuran's system? Chun Qian learned from Zhao Yuran about the errors her system had experienced before and understood what kind of personality it now had. Yes, your father and brother both helped develop it. However, your father was not involved in other things. He focused on soul and system research. Your brother, for some reason, went down a different path. The events of the past 2 years were mainly led by him. Chun Qian looked at the complete dark research data handed to her by Han Qianquan. The unfamiliar young man in the photos made her feel numb, and then she closed her eyes in pain. Receiving this news suddenly, Chun Qian felt unreal. Although she had prepared herself for her parents' passing, hearing it still made her heart tighten.
She
truly no longer has parents, and her only remaining relative is a terrible person. When she traveled back in time, her brother Yang Mo was only 5 years old, an obedient and adorable little kid. Chun Qian trusted Han Qianquan's investigation. The evidence was definitely verified and not false. Otherwise, he wouldn't report it to her. Where is he now? Her sadness and pain only lasted a minute before she composed herself. Having gone through so much, she was no longer the naive student who would cry easily and be unaware of the world. If her family was safe, she would protect them. If they were in trouble, she would handle it herself. That was all she could do as a family member. The mistakes in the research institute could only be paid for with life, but he would never be forgiven by anyone. Han Qianquan replied. He suddenly disappeared from the research institute some time ago, and no one knows where he is now. Time was too short, and he was still investigating. Because he didn't know the attitude of the head of the family, he didn't dare to reveal certain things openly. Find them and bring them to me, Chun Qian said coldly. The 6 people present could hear the killing intent in her tone. This meant they had to catch the person at all costs. Han Qianquan understood immediately and prepared to continue the investigation. Head of the family, do we have to bring everything out into the open? The Alien Mutant Association. It might be hard to explain. Although there was some undercurrent of tension in the stable triangle formed during this time, no chaos had broken out. In the past, Chun Qian might have still stuck to her original idea. But now, things are different. Our opponents are no longer those mindless alien species. The high-level alien mutants with intelligence, the alien planet hanging overhead. If we still think like before, Earth might be lost soon. If things go well, humans might only face extinction. If things go badly, generations of slavery, life and death beyond our control, that would be the darkest abyss. Even if we tear the sky apart, there's no need to worry. Later, Aling will explain the situation to you carefully, Chun Qian said, pinching her brow. The brain power she used in these few hours was comparable to what she used in the past 10 years, but the matter was not yet finished. Han Qianquan, in the future, C-29 cities should gradually detach from the Alien Mutant Association. If they have objections, let them come talk to me. Apart from their family, only 3 7th-level alien mutants remained in human society. With her ability, she could handle them alone. The main reason for leaving the Alien Mutant Association wasn't internal corruption or rot, but because they would restrict C-29 cities' development. Any movement had to be reported, too troublesome. After reporting, the alien creatures would come attacking. Rather than slowly explaining and earning their trust from the alien planet, it was better to let C-29 City develop quickly on its own. Ultimately, the benefits would make the mutants follow her lead and move forward. After finishing her conversation with Han Qianquan and meeting with others outside, Chun Qian finally felt the meeting was over. It was already dusk. Tell your family too. If you can move to C-29 City, that would be the best, Chun Qian said to Bai Qi Mian and Hua Xiao. Compared to Wei Jingzhe's solo adventures and Jiangling Rui and Han Xiai taking charge, these two are like men married outside their hometown, with their families not nearby. Great. I'll tell my parents right away, Hua Xiao said happily, not thinking too deeply. Bai Qi Mian felt a bit awkward but finally said firmly, yes, I will persuade them. This isn't a small matter and can't be done quickly. Chun Qian just mentioned it briefly because if they are too far away, they won't be able to help. With that powerful alien species attacking several cities at once, by the time they arrive, everything will be over. Let's go home, Chen Qian said after placing Han Xi into her space, then headed straight outside. Jiangling Rui quickly stepped forward. Qian, he was very worried about the current state of the contract master. Compared to my family members who have all passed away, what I am doing now is more important. So, I will be fine, she replied. The word, all, was said with a heavy bite, but her figure didn't pause at all. Hu Xiao and Wei Jingzhe immediately followed. As Bai Qimian passed by Jiangling Rui, she patted his shoulder, and then followed Chen Qian outside. She has grown up. She is no longer the silly girl who only knew how to fight. Jiangling Rui walked at the back, softly murmuring, I regret it. If I hadn't taught her these things, she would have stayed under our protection. Even when faced with such things, she would gradually let go with their comfort, instead of hiding all her pain inside. The girl who cried in his arms the first time they met has truly grown up. This is her own choice, Bai Qimian heard him say. Knowing Chen Qian's personality, if she really didn't want to learn, no one could force her. Jiangling Rui naturally understood this. From the beginning, he knew his Chen Qian was not someone who would hide behind protection. When they returned home, Chen Qian's emotions had already settled. The house was the same as before, just covered in dust and looking messy. She thought it was better to clean her own home, so she had told Han Qiankuan and the others not to let anyone in. Chen Qian called out to the matchmakers. Hurry up, let's clean together, or else tonight we'll be stuck with dust. Han Xi was just thrown out, and his face darkened. He no longer dislikes cleaning. It has become instinctive. The moment he picks up the broom, his body starts to move. Indeed, that arena is not a good place. After participating, he feels like he's been poisoned. Bai Qimian disdainfully picks up a cloth but doesn't do much of the work. Jiangling Rui manages the flowers and plants outside. Jingzhe tidies the bed linens. Hu Xiao jumps around, opening all the windows, then helps with other chores. Chen Qian works even harder. High-tech tools are useless here. Wherever needed, she moves things by hand and works with her own strength. This unique way of venting is truly unmatched. As the top family among humans, the 6 of them spent last night doing housework until dawn. To be honest, fighting is fighting. It can last 3 days and 3 nights without tiring. But housework is another matter. Chen Qian naturally slept in late. When she got up at noon to eat, she remembered there was a secret item still in bed. Han Ji, get up, get up. Don't stay in bed. Last night, after finishing work, he collapsed on the sofa and refused to move. Later, she took him back to the room as a pillow. Hanji didn't even open his eyes and simply followed Chen Qian's push to sit up. It's the 15th year of the mommy era. He still can't lie in bed all day and enjoy life. People work, right? Seeing his half-dead look, Chen Qian knew what he was thinking without guessing. Uncle Hans said Aunt Jing will visit you today. Do you want to see her from bed? Chen Qian said helplessly. Hanji slowly replied, I'm up. Open your eyes first before saying that. Chen Qian couldn't help but roll her eyes. If her body and soul are completely separated, is that really getting up? After being exposed, Hanji finally woke up properly. He opened his eyes and followed Chen Qian to get up and wash. Their main goal is to follow the master's instructions. Whatever the master does, they do. When they reached the downstairs, Chen Qian confirmed that she and Hanji were the last to wake up. Fortunately, they have thick-skinned. Jiangling Rui was on a call. Seeing her, he silently nodded. Bai Qimian and Hu Xiao were in the kitchen helping Wei Jingzhe cook. Since Jingzhe learned to cook, the previous chef has gone to another yard to focus on making staff meals. When Chen Qian went to see them, the food was almost ready. The matchers are becoming more precise with their wake-up times, which makes her a little embarrassed. Qian, look at this dish I made. Hu Xiao finally managed to prepare a dish while being watched by the other 3. Qian looked in the direction Hu Xiao pointed, but couldn't tell right away. What is this? It's your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, Hu Xiao said proudly. Qian hesitated and swallowed hard. The dish made her want to run away. But as the contract holder, she couldn't escape. She quickly adjusted her expression and looked very sincere. Ah Xiao, great job. Jingzhe, you're amazing. Qi Mian, thank you for your effort. Bai Qi Mian looked unimpressed, as if it was unnecessary. He's not like those two, and he doesn't need such childish praise. At this moment, Jiangling Rui came in. Qianqian, I was just helping wash the vegetables, so he also deserved praise. Ah Ling so diligent, Qianqian praised generously. Thinking for a moment, she even included Hanji. Hanji? Forget it, you're too lazy to be praised. She thought hard but couldn't find a way to praise this lazy man like herself. However, she only occasionally was lazy, while he was occasionally diligent. Hanji was satisfied with that, and took it as praise. Thank you, Qianqian. Bai Qi Mian felt a toothache. I think I don't quite fit in with you all. You shouldn't see everything too clearly. Especially at home, your mind must be well kept. He immediately changed his expression. Not hard at all. His quick change of expression surprised not only Hu Xiao but even Qianqian admired him. No wonder he's like a god of wealth. For lunch, they had a hearty meal. Qianqian ate 5 bowls of rice, having just casually eaten last night, and finally wiped her mouth gracefully. None of the 5 matchers dared to speak. Their contract holder was truly impressive. In every way. After eating, Qianqian, Jiangling Rui, and Bai Qi Mian went out to work. Yesterday's report and plans were just rough ideas. They still needed to refine the details. After many days of work, Han Qianquan initially focused only on the most important matters. Jiang Lingsui still needed to coordinate with the association. Leaving the only official organization was not a simple task. There were many issues involved, and he would likely be busy with these matters for a while. Bai Qi Mian was handling city affairs. He was also burdened with many responsibilities, plus issues at the Bai family, so he had little free time. In any case, the 3 of them were extremely busy. As for the 3 pets at home, Wei Jingzhe was organizing the information he had collected earlier. Han Zishui was waiting in the living room for Aunt Jing to come find him in the afternoon. Hu Xiao was being persuaded to learn programming. Yes, Jiang Lingsui had given him a new task to try developing a system. They had plenty of high-level beast cores, even 9th and 10th level ones, and all the data needed. So he was just tinkering. With Han Zishui watching over the house, they wouldn't cause much trouble. Master, do you want to take the message from the Hor family? Chen Qian, who had just finished a break, knocked on the door to report as An Qing entered. This girl was one of the 2 girls Aunt Jing brought to her earlier. She had helped at Lu Rong's place while she was outside the domain. Now that she was back, they had transferred the 2 girls to others for teaching. Yes, let them in. As soon as the video call connected, Chen Qian saw a poised and elegant woman, Hu Zhao's mother, Lin Zhaorui. Chen family head, good afternoon. Nice to meet you. Please forgive my intrusion. Chen Qian hadn't yet decided how to address her, but she greeted him first. It seemed like a formal business matter. You're too polite. It should be me reaching out to you. There was a feeling like a daughter-in-law's mother-in-law from a distant hometown coming to visit. Chen Qian naturally understood why she was here, but she couldn't bring it up herself. After exchanging a few polite words, Lin Zhaorui took the initiative to speak about the main issue. Last night, Hu Xiao mentioned that the Chen family intends to have our entire Hor family move to C29 City. Hu Xiao was not good at hiding things. Lin Zhaorui easily learned the details from her son's words. After discussing overnight, they finally made a decision. The specifics, a Xiao should have explained clearly. As for how to consider it, I don't want to interfere. But if you're willing to come, I will make sure your family is properly settled. Chen Qian now appears more cautious and reserved. No matter what the other person says, she refuses to admit that she intentionally invited them. First she invites, then she pleads, and finally she avoids involvement. Inviting them is naturally the most passive approach. Pleading for them to come is even less effective. The best way is to stay out of it entirely. From the beginning, she only cares about the matchmaker, which is why she mentioned it. As for whether the Hu family moves or not, she doesn't have control over that. C29 City doesn't need another large force to interfere. Because they are related to the Hu family, she is polite. But also, because of Hui Xiao, she has to put in this effort. Her little son doesn't understand the complicated details inside. Moving is not just about relocating, it involves the interests and rights of many parties, and the priorities must be set from the start. Although the other side is from a big city, anyone with some insight can see the potential of C29 City. When it comes to relocating the whole family, Bai Chi Mian will handle everything himself. When the Bai family arrives in C29 City, they will only be a loyal force that listens to her arrangements. But Chun Qian doesn't find it troublesome. She is happy to care for her family's Xiao Xiao. No matter the reason, she has become more cautious. She hopes that within her ability, Hui Xiao will always be happy. After some back and forth, Lin Xiaorui finally compromises. If she can't get involved, then so be it. Sometimes, giving up means gaining something else. The sun's beast mark cannot be faked. The Hui family can withstand ordinary alien invasions, but not the high-level alien species that can make entire cities disappear without a trace. This cannot be hidden from ordinary mutants, but it can't be concealed from the Hui family. Before Hui Xiao returned, they had already been thinking about their future plans. The safest place is undoubtedly where the 8th-level young son is. They only care about controlling the city's power and influence. A family that has stood firm since the end of the world cannot be as outdated and inflexible as an old relic. Qian, wait until I come over to chat with you about family matters. You can go ahead and busy yourself first. Lin Xiaorui changed her way of addressing her, signaling that their discussion about external affairs was over. Chun Qian was very gentle with her elder. All right, I won't be polite. When Aunt Lin arrives, I'll have a good talk with you. The call was quickly disconnected, and Qin Qian finally relaxed a little. She wasn't afraid of handling work matters, but she was worried about dealing with things mixed with personal relationships. If something went wrong, her little sunshine at home might be caught in a difficult position, and she would feel sorry for him. The matter with the Hui family was settled. Chun Qian directly arranged for Han Qiankuan to allocate a piece of land to them, along with the Bai family's area. These two places definitely wouldn't be in the city center, but in the newest outer city of C29 City. One belonged to a noble family, and the other to a gathering of clans, both quite exclusive groups. Handling it this way was quite appropriate. Chun Qian didn't mind them sticking together as long as they protected their territory and followed her orders. As for their internal affairs, as long as they didn't break the law, she didn't care. Just after she finished dealing with their matters, other issues came up. From the afternoon until night, she had no free moment. When she got home, Chun Qian collapsed onto the sofa like a dead pig. Jingzhe, come give me a massage. Wei Jingzhe immediately bypassed Hanji, who had taken her spot, and squatted in front of her, carefully massaging her. He had been learning a lot recently, and his strength was just right. Chun Qian closed her eyes comfortably, then, after relaxing a bit, pinched Wei Jingzhe's face. Her little bunny was really so considerate. Have they not come back yet? Chun Qian asked, looking around. Not yet. They haven't returned, Hanji replied. Just as he was speaking, he heard some noise outside and changed his words. Perfect timing. Let's eat quickly, go to bed early, and get ready for work tomorrow. Sigh, giving up on work was impossible. At this moment, Chun Qian finally understood why her half-dead, half-alive black dragon egg always wanted to lie flat. If she had to work like this every day, she'd want to lie down too. So, after working during the day and absorbing beast cores at night for 7 days straight, Chun Qian finally had a little free time. At this point, her public appearance proved that her Level 7 live broadcast video had already spread across 4 major regions, making the breaking out of the Cocoon project extremely popular. Meanwhile, a new professional title had been confirmed. This was a special profession exclusive to women in the Butterfly Transformation Group, meant for those who could participate in battles. As these two events came into the public eye, so did the actions of the Research Institute. Countless disturbing videos and photos appeared online, and public opinion quickly followed. The reputation of the Association of Anomalies dropped even further. They could only publicly promise to punish all involved and to provide large compensation to the victims' families. As for the survivors, Only a few who were rescued immediately after being taken are known. Everyone else shown in the videos has already died. They handled it quite harshly, cleaning up so thoroughly, Bai Chi-mian said after seeing the latest news, quickly guessing the reason. Jiang Lingrui remained silent. They sacrificed many people to save themselves, and the mastermind behind it all hid very well. Chen Qian also had no good options. They lacked strength at first, and now they were too late, giving the enemy time to escape. It will be hard to catch them now. Bai Chi-mian looked at Chen Qian. Have you found any news about Yang Mo? Chen Qian shook her head. The name didn't seem to mean much to her now. No, we only know he disappeared after leaving S1 City. It was likely he had prepared a new identity and was hiding after changing his appearance. Jiang Lingrui thought for a moment and said, if we can't catch him, then let him come out on his own. Since he's interested in the system, we can leak news about Zhao Yuran. I bet he will want to come see for himself. The system that I and my father created and was stolen will reappear. The other side will definitely want to investigate the cause, and we can add some more surprises then. I think he's probably right beside Zhao Yuran now, or he has already noticed Chen Qian, Bai Chi-mian reminded. Chen Qian signaled for Bai Chi-mian to continue, and Jiang Lingrui looked at her thoughtfully. I've been thinking about the relationship between Zhao Yuran and the system. If the system was developed by your father, then why did it let Zhao Yuran be reborn instead of his own daughter? You have a younger brother, and he wouldn't cause trouble without a reason. I guess your father developed this system to find you. You just happened to be chosen by space, and the system accidentally ended up on someone from your generation. Jiang Lingrui understood Bai Chi-mian's point. All the systems linked to Zhao Yuran match us, which probably has something to do with this matter. The error in that system was probably caused by Yang Mo later changing the data. Unfortunately, his technical skills are not as good as his father's, so the system was reset to factory settings. Jiang Lingrui and Bai Chi-mian are good at planning and understanding people's minds. Together, they guessed everything about this person. Chen Qian pursed her lips, unsure of what to say. Her parents would definitely look for her after she disappeared so suddenly. But she never expected that after experiencing such a difficult time, her father would still care so much about her. Is it okay to just give up like this? Why not just pretend she's dead? In the end, all her feelings turned into one thought. Either he's with me now, or he's with Zhao Yuran. Compared to those feelings she needed to process, catching Yang Mo was more important. Zhao Yuran looked at the people in front of her and suddenly understood. So, you called me here just to ask this. Chen Qian nodded. She hadn't been in City C29 recently, so that person hadn't had a chance to contact her. Recently, she's been very busy, and only close friends could get near her. So, the only person who could contact her now was Zhao Yuran, the man who's been close to me lately. Let me think. After all, I am quite popular. Zhao Yuran looked a bit troubled. It's not that she's narcissistic, but she's really been lucky lately. The population in City C29 has grown a lot, and there are more high-level mutants now. She's been running around a lot because of the cocoon to butterfly event, meeting many people. It's normal for someone as charming as her to be pursued. But it's a bit too much. She's starting to feel overwhelmed. However, Ayu is watching her very closely and hasn't given anyone a chance to make a contract with her. Such sweet trouble. Chen Qian clenched her teeth, resisting the urge to pinch her. She reminded her, stop being so distracted and start thinking carefully. I've got it. Zhao Yuran's mind became sharper under pressure. I didn't expect the strange people, but there are definitely strange things. So many people chase me. Even though Ayu and the others are on guard day and night, someone still manages to get close. But strangely, they don't want to make a contract with me immediately. They just want to get to know me better. This doesn't make sense. When Zhao Yuran was reborn, she saw how crazy and straightforward the male mutants here could be. They would have already pulled her into a contract right on the street. How can they politely ask for long-term development? Chen Qian and Jiang Lingrui exchanged a quick look, immediately confirming that Yang Mo was among these people. Is there anyone working inside the Chen family? Jiang Lingrui focused on the key point. Zhao Yuran felt a bit awkward. Half of them are. Jiang Lingrui's eyes darkened slightly. That person is very careful. Are those people all his? Zhao Yuran felt uncomfortable. Anyone being used as a target would feel uneasy. Chun Xian comforted her. No, besides him, there are no other spies. We don't know how the other side persuaded them. That's a smart move. Even if they are suspected, having innocent people as cover allows them to secretly cause internal conflicts and divisions. Do you remember who those people are? Bai Qi Mian asked nearby. I can remember few. Zhao Yuran scratched her head. How could she remember all of them? Host, I remember. I am the system. Okay, I was wrong. System, please tell me. Zhao Yuran quickly repeated what the system said and started writing names on paper as instructed. Jiang Lingrui looked at the names appearing on the paper and said, have the system list everything they said. Qin Qian gave her partner a thumbs up. Wow, even the system is being exploited. No, this is making full use of resources. Zhao Yuran. Does this mean she'll be writing forever? Yuran, didn't you forget you can record things with your wristband? Qin Qian quietly reminded her. They both had this problem, always struggling to adapt to the technology here. Zhao Yuran let out an ah and finally realized. Soon, a holographic screen filled with text appeared. It was placed in the whole room, showing lots of information, chats, flirtations, work-related stuff, all kinds of messy things. Zhao Yuran felt embarrassed, like she was being exposed in front of everyone. Qianqian spies are all bad news. Every time she encounters trouble. QAQ, she really wants to go find IU and get a hug. Now, no one cares about the complicated thoughts in her mind. Jiang Lingrui and the others are focused on the chat records. Several clever people are working their brains, and even Han Si is unusually alert. In the end, they focus their suspicion on a man named Zheng Qi. He's one of the researchers we've seen before, right? Chun Qian has a faint impression of him. He's very ordinary, so among those researchers, he doesn't stand out at all. Plus, these people have all been carefully screened by a Ling, so he managed to slip through unnoticed. And Qing, bring a few more people and watch him. No, I'll go myself. Qin Qian almost changed her mind at the last moment. She still feels uneasy. When Chun Qian and the others surround the research institute in C29 City, Zheng Qi is already gone. When did he disappear? Chun Qian asks. Ding Xian thinks for a moment and replies, about 2 hours ago. He said he had some things to handle, so I approved his leave. This means Zhao Yuran just went out to find her, and the other person left directly. This almost confirms their suspicion. Zheng Qi is Yang Mo. Qin Qian's eyes turn cold. I don't know what he's up to. To avoid causing panic in the city, Qin Qian quietly has Jin Fei and Yao Qianshu conduct secret checks in C29 City, while she herself leaves the city directly. Even if the other person is very clever, they probably wouldn't expect that a level 7 female mutant is far beyond the abilities of lower-level mutants. Vines surround the city, extending in all directions. Tens of miles, hundreds of miles, thousands of miles. The once endless Gobi Desert is now completely covered with green vines, and everywhere they go, Qin Qian perceives everything. In less than half an hour, she finds the person's trail. A level 3 mutant, with no resistance under her vines, is quickly captured and brought back. Chun Qian doesn't take the person back to the city, but avoids everyone and heads alone to the Gobi Desert. Looking at this seemingly insignificant man, Chun Qian releases her hold on him. Return to your original appearance. She sets up tables and chairs around him, even preparing fruits and snacks. Of course, she eats them all herself. Chun Qian pushed away the other person's outstretched hand and said, "You better behave. I don't have much patience for you." Yang Mo chuckled softly. "Sister, why are you so distant? After all, I am your younger brother. Can't you be a little nicer to me?" His voice sounded a bit sweet. At Chun Qian's request, he changed back to his original appearance. He was already good-looking, and after removing his lab coat and silver glasses, he looked even more harmless than in photos and videos. Yang Mo had long guessed that the person with the same name and face as the photo was Qin Qian, whom their father had been searching for many years. "You're not my real younger brother, so don't try to get close to me," Qin Qian said calmly. Even when she spoke with disdain, her voice had no ups and downs. Yang Mo's face stiffened, then suddenly became wild with excitement. Ha, well done. As expected of siblings, you recognized me as a fake right away. You're much smarter than your stupid father, Chen Qian. Something seemed a little off. His direct confession of his identity made her feel less conflicted. So, this person wasn't the little kid she knew before.
Then,
Were all those things that happened later his doing? You're not Yang Imo. Then who are you? Did you do the things at the Research Institute over the past 2 years? The man knew he couldn't escape now. He smiled maliciously at Chen Qian. Yes, it was me. But it was all your father's idea, hee. Surprised, huh? That seemingly honest man is actually so crazy behind the scenes. Chen Qian, don't you think that's shocking? That's your biological father. Chen Qian's eyes were indifferent, as if his words didn't affect her at all. I know. Her answer instantly silenced his increasingly excited emotions. You know, the man looked surprised, his crazed expression even harder to hide. How could you possibly know? Han Qiankuan would never find out the truth about that person. Absolutely impossible. Chen Qian's lips curled into a mocking smile. Han Qiankuan really didn't find out, but you seem to misunderstand what it means that I am his daughter. She reached out and picked up a piece of sweet, sticky cake, slowly chewing it as if it could soothe her inner bitterness. The man is now completely led by Chen Qian. What does that mean? It means I am very much like him, a man who lost his child and wife. How could I not go crazy? As for how crazy I am, probably no one else can guess except me. Chen Qian's smile is faint. On a sunny September afternoon, the bright sunlight shines on the desert, leaving no place to hide. Only the shadows cast by the two of them survive. She avoids everyone and brought this guy here, not to give her so-called brother some dignity, nor to hide her father's actions. She just wants to appear normal in the eyes of the matchmakers.
you.
Are all crazy. The man suppresses his madness. His forced emotions seem like a joke in the woman's calm eyes. Chen Qian quickly denies. Don't say that. I haven't done anything. Aren't you angry at all? If any of the things he did come out and be linked to you, could you still stand firm in City C29? You're the strongest woman, chased by everyone, but with such a terrible father, don't you feel guilty or ashamed? Those dead people, Chen Qian, they all died because of you. The man gets angry at Chen Qian's attitude. He speaks more passionately, and his jealousy is hard to hold back. Why does she understand that person so well? Chen Qian has thought about all this. That day, she was lost and confused. Everyone thought it was because of her brother, but actually, she had already guessed the truth at that time. He is dead. If he weren't, I would have killed him myself. And I am still alive. I won't punish myself for others' mistakes, even if I am the cause of all this. My responsibility is only to try to make up for the victims and the impact of this matter. As for everything else, I am powerless. She speaks lightly, as if it's easy. The man sneers. You say that easily. Loving your family to death but being ruthless to others. So, you haven't been involved in those things at the Research Institute. Chen Qian no longer discusses those matters with him.
She suddenly asks about this.
The man sneered. Haha, raised by your father. How could I not have been involved? Actually, I like it too. Every time I make a breakthrough, he praises me. Oh, you haven't been involved, Chen Qian said confidently, not fooled by his words. It seems those videos and photos were just staged by him and sent to Han Qiankuan.
But why?
What is your name? Chen Qian asked, now interested in chatting once she confirmed he was a real person. The man wanted to create a creepy persona, but seeing that Chen Qian saw through him completely, he felt a bit defeated and said, Qinji, that's what my father named me. Although I really don't want to admit it, you are indeed my brother now. Come on, let's chat like siblings. Chen Qian's attitude became much gentler, and she had already processed her guilt on her own. Everyone in this world can blame their father, except her. For her father's mistakes, all she can do is what she's already doing. Facing this woman, Qinji didn't know what to say anymore. All of Chen Qian's reactions and expressions were completely unexpected by him. You seem to be sick, Chen Qian said. She didn't indulge him. A vine flicked at his leg, Speak properly. A brother who isn't beaten might go astray. Chunji was suddenly hit. It didn't hurt much, but he felt ashamed. He couldn't even speak angrily. What did I do? Qin Qian blinked innocently, and the vines around her danced more happily. This was a clear threat. Chunji took a deep breath, swallowed his frustration, and wanted to find out something. Why did you recognize right away that I wasn't Yang Mo? I didn't recognize it. Didn't you say that yourself? Qin Qian was also a bit confused. When did she realize it? Could it be that this guy revealed his true identity himself? You said yourself that I am not your real brother, so don't try to get close. Chunji said excitedly, veins bulging on his forehead. That person went crazy for you guys, haha. You really value family bonds. The adorable little baby was brought home by his father when he was 2 years old. Since he was the friend's child, they didn't change his family name. Adopt? Adopt? Chunji was stunned and froze in place. He clearly was adopted, so I could replace Yang Mo. How could he not be my biological brother? How is that possible? Was he just a substitute? Were he and Yang Mo both adopted? Was the person I envied for so many years just like me? How could this be? He always thought Yang Mo had his mother's surname. But now he found out the truth. Seeing him about to lose control again, Qin Qian kindly reminded him, by the way, your father probably loved you very much. He never let you suffer because of those things. If he didn't see you as family, he would have used you for his own benefit. Qin Qian's obsession with family came not only from the 3 years of wandering in the wasteland, but also from his parents' bloodline. But she still kept her rationality and maintained her limits. It took Shinji a while to recover from the shock. He finally saw the truth clearly and understood his father's last look. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know the truth. He always thought that he was less like Yang Mo, which made their father distance himself from him. He believed his father preferred to train his older brother instead of letting him study with Yang Mo. What is there to thank for? As children of the same father, we will share these burdens together. No one can escape, Qin Qian sneered. She shook his head. For me, bearing this is a reward. He finally became part of their real family. Qin Qian rolled her eyes, and the family was going crazy together. All right, enough chatting. After we go back, announce everything. My brother, whether it's criticism or anything else, we will face it together. The truth shouldn't be hidden. No matter the consequences, she had to face them. I will, sister. When Qin Qian returned to City C29 with Qinji, everyone was waiting for her. Uncle Han, coordinate with Qinji and gather the information. Prepare the report tonight and announce it tomorrow morning. Although Han Qianquan was still a bit confused about how Yang Mo suddenly became Qinji, it didn't stop him from following orders. Yes, master. Please follow me, Mr. Qin. Qin Qian planned to handle other matters, but when she asked, she found that the matchmakers had already taken care of everything during her absence. Seeing Jiang Lingrui and Bai Qi Mian, Qin Qian strongly suspected they had guessed the truth. However, she didn't say much. Go home? Bai Qi Mian asked. Qin Qian nodded. Yes, go home. The next morning, a truth that seemed to blur Qin Qian's age was revealed. Everyone learned about the twisted, almost devil-like father of the only female 7th-rank mutant human. The once lively city of C29 suddenly became quiet. Even some people in the Cocoon to Butterfly group decided to leave because of the shocking news. The things that happened in the research institute were too strange, and it was normal for people to be unable to handle the truth. After all, they had always looked up to Qin Qian as a guiding light. Some believed that the children of such terrible parents could not be trusted, while others thought that the elders' actions shouldn't be blamed on the children. Qin Qian took the initiative to contact the victims and their families. Those willing to accept compensation quickly received points transferred to their accounts. Those unwilling to accept help could only be assisted indirectly. Meanwhile, Qinji also shared everything he had learned and done with the victims. Aling, what is this? Qin Qian looked at the string of peach blossom water in front of her, feeling confused. Didn't Aling just add medicine to the space and the city a few days ago? Why are there so many now? Jiang Lingrui stepped forward and said softly, Most of the victims suffered from some defects or hidden illnesses caused by those experiments. Even high-level healing medicines can't fully restore them. These are the only things that can help. This showed they were willing to reveal even their sixth-rank healing abilities to help resolve the situation. Bai Chi-mian added, "Your previous compensation wasn't enough. Let me list some items to ensure they accept it." As long as he could contact the victims and their families, he would quickly figure out what they wanted. Han Ji also lazily said, "Announcing the 7th-rank mutant's identity can bring as many people as C-29 City wants." The elder was willing to take on the trouble of going out and making a public appearance for his contract master. "Qian, we will always be with you. So don't be sad." He Xiao felt the deep sadness hidden in Qian's heart. He gently shook her hand, like comforting a child. Wei Jingzhe stood silently behind Qian, like a quiet protector. Whenever she needed help, he was ready to act fiercely to protect her from any harm. Qian's eyes were filled with tears, but after a long struggle, she forced a stiff, faint smile and said, "Let's play a dart game." In the end, all unspoken feelings turned into a joke. Really? Okay, He Xiao was a bit surprised. He didn't understand why they suddenly changed the subject, but he was happy to agree first. Bai Chi-mian couldn't hold back and slapped his head. "Eat first, forget about games for now, we'll do it another day." This silly guy dared to say anything. He Xiao looked at Qizhu with a sad face. Why did he get hit again? Qian couldn't hold back her laughter. She gently rubbed her little sunshine's head, blaming herself for teasing him. But just now, she really didn't know what to say to accept their strong feelings. Qian knew she had truly let go of these feelings.
She had done her best.
Whether they accepted her apology or not, she wouldn't stay trapped in guilt.
She
was not at fault. Life went on, and all the big events would eventually fade away. Have you found out who stirred up trouble before? Qian sat at her top-floor office of the Qin Corporation, asking Qing, who just entered. She knew she didn't cause such a big fuss just to reveal the truth. The pond was too deep. If she didn't throw in a big stone, how could she catch the fish inside? Sure enough, once she showed a weakness, those who had previously targeted her couldn't help but reveal themselves. "Yes, Miss Chen. I've sent the information to you," and Qing said, handing over the files. Higu, male, 44 years old, 6th rank, one of the district leaders in the East District, and the master of the contract. Liao Jing. Qian listened as Qing briefly introduced the person, then quickly read through the details of what he had done. Quite sneaky. If she hadn't been so ruthless this time, using such a thing as a trap, she probably wouldn't have caught this big fish. Daring to let Li Nashua bully her snow wolf, daring to tie her up in the middle of the night, and even working with her father on research projects, TCH, dying 100 times would still be too little punishment for him. Head of the family, what you plan to do next? During this time, Qing had learned about her family head's personality. Seeing her stay silent for a while, she took the initiative to ask. Qian hadn't decided yet. In a few days, it would be the 1-month mark, and they would have to enter the Star Ring competition arena. This matter couldn't be solved quickly. In her usual way, she might have gone straight to kill someone first. But now, because of her father's situation, she couldn't openly go around killing people. She could only find evidence step by step and reveal the other person's actions, so she could act at the right time. Why not consider Aunt Jing? Seeing Qian's hesitation, and Qing suggested. Aunt Jing? Qian was a bit stunned. She knew Aunt Jing was very strong, but maybe she wasn't suitable for this task? And Qing immediately understood why Qian hesitated and quickly recounted Aunt Jing's past achievements to the family head. Wow, she's so many contract masters in one night. Her skills are really good. But this gave Qian an idea. Hee. Wasn't she the one who liked to tie me up before? Then, I'll return the favor using her own methods. I'll go find Aunt Jing. Qian was eager to look for her, but before she could leave her seat, and Qing pressed her back down. Head of the family, no need to trouble yourself. I'll just say a word, and I also want to ask Aunt Jing some questions. You can continue with your work. Qian didn't argue with her about this. She still had some things to handle. After Nqing left, Qin Qian finally opened her contacts and told Ling about this matter. You have to prepare for every situation. Although they are far apart, it's not impossible to do something. How have things been these past 2 days? This was the first time Qin Qian saw Qinji after that day. Although he was currently using her brother's identity, in terms of age, he should be a year older than her. But Qinji didn't know her exact crossing time, so he had no idea about this. Her sister's status was entirely gained through her own clever planning. Very good. The materials you provided are things I have never seen before. Qinji's eyes were red, and he hadn't slept for days while staying in the research institute. Probably because he was kept under strict control since childhood, Qinji is very passionate about research. If his father hadn't been so strict, he might have become a real fanatic. Be careful with your limits. I don't want to be the first to kill someone, and that person is my own brother. Qin Qian warned him coldly, worried that another family member might lose their morals for the sake of research. Don't worry, I will listen, Qinji replied. If he really listened, he would have already secretly done experiments behind his father's back. Even after his father's death, he was invited by his senior brother, but he refused. It wasn't because the other person was kind enough to let him go, but because he never showed talent in human body research. He always pretended not to understand, which made the other person relax their guard, giving him a chance to escape. He came to City C-29 purely by accident. It wasn't until he saw Qin Qian that he realized the person his father had been searching for all along was hiding in this remote city. He wasn't sure which experiment brought this person over, but their original research was about souls. Why was the body also sent here? Qinji still couldn't figure out the reason. Now, he was surrounded by a bunch of new, advanced materials and had no time to study this topic, which he found somewhat repulsive. I've already given you the Tier 10 Beast Core. The requirements aren't high. Just follow the standards of the system Hope 2471 and produce another one, Qin Qian said, having her program from Huajiao's side sent to Qinji. The rest was up to the research institute. As for more professional programs and various researchers, they were still on their way. This matter couldn't be rushed, so she added, make sure to rest as well, okay? I will pay attention, Qinji replied, feeling a bit helpless in the face of sudden concern. After his madness, he now carried the scholarly air of a knowledgeable person. Higa looked at the person on the video call with a bad expression. Where have you been all this time? Luya. Oh, don't be angry. My little junior brother disappeared, so I went to find him. Isn't he back now? Luya said with a cheerful smile. If Qin Qian were here, he would probably understand where his brother's strange behavior comes from. Don't worry about those useless people. The medicine we studied is starting to work, and you're running around. Higa didn't want to offend him too much. They still needed his help to make the medicine. Lu Yai shook his head casually. Got it. Your contract master's medicine is almost effective, right? The first batch was too short-lived. I have a new idea now. Higu, is your new research lab finished? The recent big commotion surprised him. TSK, my junior brother is really ruthless. Even not protecting his own father, Higu probably doesn't realize he's been exposed. Although his junior brother was kept very secret by their teacher, he knows quite a lot about some things. What a pity, C-29 City's defenses are too strict. He couldn't bring the person back. Yes, in B-38 City. I'll have someone send you there, Higa said, not wanting to go into details about his contract master. Your main base? I dare not go there. Lu Yai shook his chest dramatically, pretending to be scared. Higa was too lazy to watch him act, and simply hung up. Lu Yai shook wasn't angry. He hummed a little tune indifferently. Today, Qin Qian went on strike. She couldn't work all day. She curled up on the bed, muttering, don't want to work. Wow, her resentment is almost shooting straight into the sky. Then don't go. I'll let Han Qianquan and Xiuhua handle it. If they're unsure, I'll tell you what to do. Zhang Lingrui naturally knew how hard his contract master had been working lately. They had too many things to do, and maybe not enough people. When he finally found someone suitable, he hurried to send them over. Xiuhua. Qin Qian seemed to have heard of him, but didn't remember much. Former vice mayor of C-29 City, resigned now. Jiang Lingrui said with a gentle smile. He used to be associated with Zhang Qi in the mutant organization, so it was hard for him to approach. Later, he managed to take them down one by one. Zhang Qi still stayed in the mutant organization, but he was now under their control. This was a recent move. He had been observing the other side carefully, only sending them over once he was sure it was the right time. Chen Qian asked suspiciously, "He resigned voluntarily? This is a vice mayor. Even if they are sidelined, his salary hasn't been reduced." "I was tempted," Jiang Lingrui said honestly. Chen Qian, "I knew it." After communicating with the other side, Chen Qian felt at ease and decided to relax. A rocking chair, identical to Han Si's, was placed symmetrically in the yard. Han Si and Chen Qian each lounged on opposite sides, rocking leisurely, one snacking, the other eating fruit, enjoying the view in the yard, looking very relaxed. "I doubt you, understand you, and become you." Chen Qian chewed her fruit loudly, her happiness impossible to hide. Only after going to work did she realize how happy she had been before. No wonder Han Si spends every day relaxing now. When she gets home, she's completely drained of energy. Even surrounded by handsome men, she feels no desire. Han Si, with his legs crossed, swung his leg more skillfully than Chen Qian and said seriously, "Face reality early, then you can relax sooner." "You're not too late. I'm a little guilty." Chen Qian admitted for the first time at work that she was lazy and not very skilled, still struggling with her confidence. Her former boss started giving her advice. "Pay them more, spend money to buy peace of mind." Good idea. Chen Qian's eyes lit up. Thinking this way, she felt less guilty. She threw a somewhat ugly piece of fruit to Han Si as a reward for his advice. Han Si didn't mind and took a bite. At this moment, Wei Jingzhe came out of the kitchen with new snacks and thoughtfully brought a cool drink for the boss. Jingzhe, bring some spicier snacks," Chen Qian boldly requested. Wei Jingzhe didn't find the boss troublesome. He always did his best to meet Chen Qian's requests. Han Si, with a shameless grin, added, "Give me one too." He acted like a spoiled young master. Wei Jingzhe replied calmly, This part is so hard to understand." From a room on the far east side of the second floor, a nearly frantic cry of despair came from Huashao. Chen Qian held back her laughter and cheered, "Come on, Xiao." She then received a positive response from Huashao. There isn't much time to relax. Early the next morning, Chen Qian received the latest news. All over the region, high-level mother beast invasions are happening, especially in the Western District, where the damage is severe and worsening. At the same time, other districts are also experiencing different levels of invasion. Some space rifts even appeared inside S-grade city areas. Although they were quickly sealed, the damage caused was huge. The chain reaction caused by the death of dozens of female mutants nearly threw the S-grade city into chaos. This chaos wasn't caused by alien species, but by high-level mutants who had lost their contract masters. The crazed matchers stormed into the city center, indiscriminately slaughtering unarmed people. Many helpers were killed or seriously injured. The Mutant Association worked hard to stabilize the situation. However, the deep-seated wounds in everyone's hearts grew even more painful. In the past, those contract masters who hadn't faced hardships believed they were safest under the protection of matchers. But now, many women realize their true situation because of these events. If even in the safest S-grade city they can be attacked, who can still trust the so-called protection of the Mutant Association? First, Chen Qian is an example. Then the efforts of Cocoon to Butterfly, along with the publicly shared advancement methods, show that change is possible. After experiencing such terrifying events, these women see that hiding isn't their only option anymore. Although the incidents at the Research Institute made many hesitant about Cocoon to Butterfly, this event strengthened many people's resolve to work harder. The space rift in the southern suburbs has been sealed. Just 5 minutes ago, a space rift was also found in the north. Chen Qian just received news from the Western District. Meanwhile, City C-29 also had some trouble. No casualties, but everyone knows this is just the beginning. Notify everyone to activate the 7th level energy shield. Her family is now wealthy and powerful, so they don't lack energy. Ensuring the city's safety is the priority. Xiuhua nodded in response, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Wow, when did he see a 7th-level energy shield? Even a normal shield is only activated during wartime, and only then for a short time. He is lucky to have the right boss. Regarding the space cracks, Chen Qian was involved but only ordered the shield to be activated. She left the rest to Jin Fei and Yao Qianshu. She is not as skilled as the commanders of the defense army in this area. The residents of City C-29, who were worried about the reappearance of space cracks, felt relieved under the protection of the 7-level energy shield. Chen Qian once again spent money to calm everyone's fears. It proved to be a very good decision. In just 2 days, the number of space cracks discovered per hour increased from 2 or 3 to 2 or 3 every hour. Besides Jiang Lingrui commanding and Hanji guarding the city with candy pills, everyone else went out to fill the cracks. Qin Xian and Hu Xiao moved further north, while Bai Qi Mian and Wei Jingzhe went in another direction. Even Han Qiankuan and Guyu were searching for space cracks. These cracks appeared too often. They must not let them grow large, or there would be another big fight. If unlucky, they might attract other high-level alien species, which would be even worse. Ah Xiao, you're late. Quite a few have already escaped, Qin Qian said, looking at a dozens of meters wide in the distance, her brow furrowed. They had run quite far, but if the cracks appeared outside the domain, things could get worse if they went further inside. Hua Xiao asked Qian Qian, should we go and fight them? Looking at those alien creatures, Hua Xiao was full of fighting spirit. As long as the contract master gave the order, he would make sure to eliminate them all. Fight, we do it together, Qin Qian said. She wouldn't let these creatures go. The two of them, together, were not even as tall as one of the alien species, yet they boldly charged into the alien group. Chen Qian's auxiliary branches spread out. The lower-level mutants didn't need Hua Xiao to worry about. They headed straight for the highest-level alien group. Haha, fighting with Qian Qian again, he was excited, leaving no survivors in his path. Chen Qian focused on both fighting and collecting beast cores. This time, she carefully selected high-level materials to gather. She didn't dare set fire now. Those were her assets, and damaging them would be a big loss. The bodies of the different species quickly covered the ground, and even the space cracks quieted down. No new creatures appeared for a while. Wait, Ah Xiao, something's wrong. Chen Qian stared at the space, lost in thought. Hua Xiao obediently hurried back to her side. Qian, what's wrong? Chen Qian looked uncertain. Do you see that space? Is it getting bigger? As she spoke, the previously small space suddenly tore open like a piece of paper. They, originally only a few meters wide, expanded instantly to hundreds of meters. Chen Qian had only seen such a huge once before, during a battle with a very high-level alien. Before she could escape, the surrounding space was frozen by a powerful energy, making it impossible to move through. In the next moment, the scene at the twisted and slowly revealed a huge shadow like a mountain, gradually becoming clearer. It was an alien creature with a rocky hide. She couldn't tell its rank, but she knew it was much stronger than herself. After locking eyes with this high-level alien, Chen Qian realized it was intelligent. Its animal instincts were more prominent than those of the handsome alien she had seen before. This battle was unavoidable. Chen Qian quickly grabbed a signal flare with a special mark. It was something Chen Jixian had made earlier. With this, Ling's side would soon take action. Now, she and Ah Xiao just needed to find a chance to distract the creature and fire the signal flare. It sounded simple, but it was very difficult. With this rocky alien's control over space, a single mistake could ruin the entire plan. Ah Xiao, you attack first, Chen Qian said without hesitation. Instead of waiting for the right moment to fire the flare, she thought it was more reliable to wish for this alien to be taken out immediately. Hua Xiao transformed into beast form as the contract master spoke. His size had increased several times, and his body had some changes. This bold act of declaring war made the rocky alien instantly ignite its fighting spirit. A cold glint of amusement flashed in its eyes. Her vines were also a bunch of annoying troublemakers, spreading everywhere in lush green, not afraid of being stepped on by the rocky skin mutant. They twisted and curled around, with the smaller branches constantly trying to bind or probe with gentle attacks on its soft spots. Hu Zhao's beast claws and metal-based powers were also fiercely attacking the opponent. Together, their attacks would have killed a normal mutant long ago. But for this high-level rocky skin mutant, it seemed like just a small fight. Soon it started to get serious. The space around it was instantly compressed, making Qin Qian feel as if her internal organs were being squeezed, and blood suddenly flowed from her nose. Hu Zhao's beast form was sturdier and looked better than hers, but his mental state was clearly very poor. The blood of the contract master ignited his anger like explosive powder. Roar! The huge lion-tiger beast broke free from the space constraints and attacked the mutant that had hurt Qin Qian again. The previously empty area was suddenly covered with countless sharp blades, extending thousands of meters outward, mostly from his powers. At the same time, sharper metal covered the lion-tiger beast, and Hu Zhao's golden-brown fur fluttered with his movements. All his attacks shone with sharpness, just like him. This time, with a swipe of his paw, Hu Zhao tore open the rocky skin mutant's body, making a deep wound that was difficult to close. He kept fighting with all his strength until the wound was deep enough to see the bone. Because of the injury, the rocky skin mutant compressed the space around Hu Zhao even more tightly. Even an 8th-level lion-tiger beast couldn't withstand such pressure. Soon, his fur was stained bright red with blood. Qin Qian was not idle either. She endured her pain and kept lowering her presence, waiting for the moment Hu Zhao injured the enemy to send out a signal flare. At the same time, she quickly leapt forward. Blue flames spread along the ground to the rocky skin mutant. Even if it didn't burn him, the heat alone caused pain. Qin Qian's cold, fierce eyes were also ignited by the flames. She pushed her powers to the limit, intensifying the blue flames, scorching the heavy rocky skin of the high-level mutant. The rocky skin mutant finally became serious. Its burns and the deep wounds that revealed bone made it very angry. Its limited rationality was now fully taken over by beastly instinct. It no longer fought playfully. Its massive body, combined with its ability to control space, caused it to swing its tail, making Hu Zhao spit blood and fall back several meters. Hu Zhao grew more courageous in battle, ignoring his injuries and fighting fiercely alongside the contract master. As time passed, both of them sustained more and more wounds. This is too far from City C-29. Even if they could see the signal, it would take a long time for help to arrive. The more dangerous it became, the calmer Qin Qian felt inside. She needed to find a way. But what kind of plan could bridge the gap between them and this high-level alien creature? Right now, she and Hu Zhao had been attacked several times and were badly hurt. The enemy, despite their frantic attacks, only slightly broke its defenses. With its strength, she couldn't think of any good solutions, no matter how hard she tried. The surrounding space was compressed to the limit by the rocky alien creature, making it hard to dodge attacks. She heard the sound of her shin bone breaking. Qin Qian clenched her teeth tightly. The vines around her kept trying to approach the rocky alien to block its attacks. Once again, the giant beast's claw fell. This time, it had enough. Its target was Qin Qian's head. She heard the sound of flesh and bones breaking. But Qin Qian didn't feel any pain at all.
It was Ah Xiao.
He had been knocked far away. The previous attacks had dented his huge beast body, and this last deadly strike had pierced through him directly. His flesh and blood splattered onto Qin Qian's face and body. Even her eyes were filled with the blood of the creature.
Ah Xiao,
she whispered. Looking at the lion-tiger beast collapsing to the ground, Qin Qian's face was blank.
It was Ah Xiao.
In an instant, her reason was consumed by anger. When her vines suddenly turned into a tangled mass, she couldn't tell if she was human or beast anymore. Her mind buzzed loudly, only wanting to kill that alien creature. The once lively green vines turned as black as ink. The blue flames suddenly turned back to their original fiery red, but their temperature increased several times. The rocky alien creature was not afraid of these flames, so it didn't pay much attention when touched. But unexpectedly, the flames, now resembling hellfire, ignited its beast's claws directly. The pain made it scream loudly, and it desperately rolled on the ground, finally extinguishing the flames after a while. This strange creature was now extremely angry, but even more furious was Chen Qian. The black vines, which used to break easily upon contact, now seemed to have endured countless hits and become very tough. They still attacked in the same way as before, but this time, the rock-skinned creature couldn't break free. Despite using all its strength, the creature couldn't resist. Even when it tried to attack Chen Qian with space compression, it was useless. The roles had changed, hunter and prey. Flames covered the monster with rocky skin, constantly burning its flesh. No matter how it twisted or roared, it couldn't be saved. Suddenly, a vine condensed into a spear, resembling Ah Zhao's metal spear. Other vines lifted the nearly exhausted rock-skinned creature, tortured by the flames. The spear-like vine slowly pierced into its eye, twisting deeper as if tormenting it. Until the last breath, it endured Chen Qian's torment. After losing its target, the black vines didn't stop. They sank into the creature's body, absorbing nutrients. Soon, the huge body disappeared, along with a fleeting, colorful beast core. The surrounding vines kept feeding on the bodies Chen Qian and Huashao had killed. Her level was also changing. The vines kept extending into space cracks, and when they encountered obstacles, she destroyed them instantly. In just over 10 minutes, everything around looked normal again. Only the black vines tightly wrapped around her unknown partner, lying there alone and silent. When Hanji transformed into a dragon and flew over with Jiang Lingrui, she saw a large area covered in black vines and blazing red flames, marking her territory. No one could approach, except for the lion-tiger beast trapped within her vines, whose life or death was uncertain. Bai Qimian and Wei Jingzhe also arrived one after another. Qian, we're here. Jiang Lingrui gently touched the outermost black vines, enduring the burning flames while repairing herself. Hearing his voice, the surrounding flames gradually faded. The vines seemed to sense their matching partners and gently shook. They curled around the four newcomers, binding them tightly, then quickly dragged them deep into the vine territory. Jiang Lingrui and the others didn't resist, allowing the contract master to pull them along. As they approached the central area, Jiang Lingrui softly said, Qian, let me go. I need to treat Huashao. Huashao was near death now. If he didn't get help soon, it might be too late. His most serious wound had torn half of his body open. If he weren't an 8th-level mutant, this injury would have already killed him. Jiang Lingrui had just checked Chen Qian and confirmed she was safe. Now he had to save Huashao. The black vines had no reason now. They only instinctively bound the matching partners together. They couldn't understand Jiang Lingrui's words. Fortunately, Jiang Lingrui was not the type to wait passively. Seeing the vines hadn't loosened, he knew Qian was probably in a state where she couldn't think. He reached out and pulled the vines toward Huashao. Since they were close, the vines didn't restrict his movement. They stretched freely, allowing him to take a few more steps. When he touched Huashao, healing energy quickly repaired his body. But the speed was still too slow. Without hesitation, Jiang Lingrui instantly transformed into a huge peach tree. Its lush green leaves covered all the branches, sheltering everyone beneath. Then, peach blossoms slowly bloomed. Pink flowers opened one after another, quickly covering the entire tree. The rich scent of peaches calmed everyone's minds and made the vines turn Chen Qian stop struggling, loosening their grip slightly. When the flowers reached their most beautiful, they seemed to be blown by the wind, detaching from Jiang Lingrui. Countless blossoms floated in the air and finally gathered on Huashao. The large blood hole was covered by these energy-formed peach blossoms. Minutes passed, and they merged into Huashao's body, repairing his wounds at a visible speed. Eventually, The deadly wound was reduced to a pinkish scar. At this moment, Hua Xiao's chest rose and fell more strongly, but he was still far from waking up. Restoring energy and healing the body are not easy tasks. I didn't find that strange creature. Bai Qi Mian suppressed his worry for his contract master and his anger towards the strange creature. While Jiang Ling Rui was busy, he carefully observed his surroundings. He could clearly sense the presence of a high-level strange creature nearby, but there was no sign of it. Moreover, there were no space gaps around, let alone other strange creatures. This situation felt very strange. Hanzi didn't respond to him, but suddenly said, "She is now 9th level." At this moment, Chen Qian's condition made it hard for them to tell each other's levels. Hanzi, being a 9th level himself, was more sensitive to energy than others. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. During this hour, what kind of enemy had their contract master faced? After Jiang Ling Rui healed Hua Xiao, his energy was completely drained. The vine-covered ground was so dense that they couldn't see the ground. He could only sit weakly on his own vine, listening to Hanzi's words, and instinctively stroked the vines. The vines were now gentle and harmless, with no threat. Bai Qi Mian's eyes shimmered with a faint light. His contract master. Besides the first time they met and he saved her, she had never relied on him again. She always led the charge, defeating even the strongest enemies. Wei Jing, Zhou, was the most obedient. After Chen Qian tied him up, he stayed still and didn't move. When the vines loosened slightly, he even moved closer to the other. Chen Qian also felt his closeness. Right now, the black vines were playing with his hand freely. He wanted to hear Chen Qian call him. "What should we do now?" Bai Qi Mian broke the silence and looked at Jiang Ling Rui. He was no longer able to think calmly. All his emotions were controlled by the black vines. The change in their contract master left everyone feeling unsure. Jiang Ling Rui's lips pressed into a gentle line.
He didn't want to stay calm about this.
But he had to stay calm. Just as he was about to speak, Hanzi took the lead. "I'll stay here. Wei Jingzhe, go inform Bai Zhao and the others. Set up a temporary shelter nearby and send more supplies. Keep people away from too close." They didn't actually find the signal flare. It was so far away that it seemed like a joke. The group only rushed over after noticing the abnormal state of the contract master. Less than 10 minutes had passed, and everyone was focused entirely on the contract master at that moment. Because of this, Han Qiankuan and Bai Zhao didn't know exactly what had happened here, and they couldn't even determine the location for a while. Bai Qi Mian and he will go together to set up the signal tower. The city C-29 will expand halfway toward here along the entire line, build the city first, and let Han Qiankuan not worry about other things. Anyone willing to enter C-29 city after clarifying the situation can come in. The overbearing boss has returned to his post now, taking over the work of the contract master. His first move is to stay here and guard the contract master for a long time. At this moment, Chen Qian's state is definitely not just simple beast transformation. It's a bit like a parasitic organism. But she still retains some rationality. The second thing is undoubtedly to strongly expand the scale of City C-29 and develop it quickly to S level. Only then will their influence be greater. Of course, this influence is beyond just strength. Many things in this world can't be solved with violence. Unless Han Ji kills everyone, he still has to consider other aspects. Wei Jingzhe's stubbornness finally started to turn. He knew that listening to Han Ji now was the best way to help the contract master. We'll go now. But, Chen Qian. Bai Qi Mian tugged at the slightly loosened vines on his body. Just as he was about to step away, he was tightly bound again by the other side. It seems that moving around in this area is fine, but leaving probably won't be allowed by the contract master.
Han Shi.
This familiar feeling sigh. He had just made arrangements when the contract master disrupted everything. What could he do? Han Ji sighed, helplessly pinched the vines at his waist. The other thought he was playing with himself, immediately lively, wrapping around his long fingers. Tiny vines forked out, gently winding around each of his fingers in circles. I still have a signal flare here. Send it out. Jiang Lingrui threw a signal flare from his space accessory to Bai Chi Mian. He couldn't even stand up now. It was just a matter of spending a little more time for Han Qianquan and the others to make a few extra trips. They couldn't go against the will of the contract master and leave her. Fortunately, most of the matters in City C-29 had been handled, so the remaining issues wouldn't cause any trouble for a while. Bai Chi Mian quickly sent out a signal flare, confident they would soon locate their position. After being healed, Hua Xiao instinctively reverted to his human form, lying sprawled with his body exposed. Bai Chi Mian couldn't bear to look at him like that, so she covered him with a thin blanket. It wasn't that he didn't want the other to change places to lie down. It was just that the contract master was too attached, especially since Hua Xiao couldn't even step away from her side. This was probably the quietest moment among these matchmakers. Without Hua Xiao causing trouble and Jiang Lingrui stepping in to help, Bai Chi Mian stopped complaining. Han Zi was still too lazy to speak, and Wei Jingzhe remained silent. For a moment, everything was silent. Only Qin Qian, transformed into vines, kept making noise, stubbornly disturbing them with countless vines. Their contract master was now lively and healthy. When Han Qianquan and the others arrived, they saw a scene of the big bosses happily playing with the contract master together. Some were braiding small pigtails into the vines, others were having a friendly arm wrestling match, and some let the contract master freely tie them up. In short, there were so many ways to play that they almost couldn't keep up. The vines were very obedient with their matchmaker. When outsiders approached, they would react suddenly. Fortunately, they didn't attack, but only kept outsiders at a distance. Han Qianquan naturally kept his distance, and then asked the master what to do next. Han Zi was lying on a vine-made lounge chair. When he saw Han Qianquan, he didn't move but immediately instructed him to start working. Hua Xiao woke up the next night. As soon as he got up, he staggered toward Qin Qian's main vine, silent for a long time. Bai Chi Mian saw this and stepped forward to pat his drooping head. Eat something first. You wouldn't want Qin Qian to see you starving after he recovers, right? Perhaps hearing Qin Qian's name finally triggered a response in Hua Xiao. He took the food handed over by Jiang Lingrui and ate greedily. Seeing him like this, anyone would feel a pang of sadness. Hua Xiao no longer had his usual arrogant attitude. This was the first time he experienced failure, and the cost was that his contract master had become like this. His mind has been in chaos from the moment he woke up. He doesn't know what he can do for Qianqian now, so he can only stay by her side and protect her. Even when Jiang Lingrui and others ask about what happened, he only answers with a blank expression, showing no sign of his former lively spirit. Hua Xiao fell into a coma after resisting that deadly attack, so he doesn't know what exactly happened in the end. But he knows it was because he was too weak that he couldn't protect Qianqian. Brother Bai, do you have a beast core? Hua Xiao suddenly asked. Bai Chi nodded and threw him an 8th rank beast core. Hua Xiao took the beast core without hesitation and started absorbing it. After finishing, he didn't recklessly ask for another beast core. Instead, after confirming his physical condition with Jiang Lingrui, he began to use his own energy. He was trying to improve his strength in the simplest but most effective way. While building various facilities around him, he kept absorbing beast cores. When City C-29 expanded vertically, he was still absorbing beast cores. Not only he, but others around him were also working hard to improve themselves. And those who had been following them all along were also making efforts. Zhao Yuran and Lu Rong even moved the Cocoon to Butterfly project to the newly built district, occasionally visiting the edge of the large black vine-covered area to see Qinqian. Chunji was also working day and night on researching beast cores, and new technologies born from beast core energy kept emerging. After upgrading in many areas, City C-29 was now approaching the standards of an A-grade city. If given a few more months, it could even reach S-grade. In the past 2 days, you could clearly see mutants from other regions with different skin colors wandering around City C-29. Chun Qian's family's extraordinary rank had long become a well-known symbol on Earth. Experts from the 4 major regions, all wanted to come see them. If they could learn some tricks, they might also have a chance to advance to the 7th rank. Regarding rank advancement, the potion obtained from the Star Ring Arena had been studied repeatedly by researchers, and significant progress had been made. Although the effects were not as strong as before, the advantage was that it could be mass-produced. Just like the original, each person could only take it once, but for the large number of low-rank people, this was truly a game-changer. Do not underestimate these reprinted medicines. They are enough to help them advance to the next level. When all low-level mutants improve by 1 rank at the same time, anyone can understand what that means. This is definitely a very significant event in the history of the end times. While Earth is developing rapidly, the cosmic arena is exploding with activity. At this moment, the 3rd main track of the Eastern League has officially started the competition. However, the surprising disappearance of the Dark Horse team in the 4th track is strange. This has only happened twice in the history of the cosmic arena, once due to a main system error causing a series of events, and now again. Normally, once participants are chosen and have competed and won team matches, they are automatically transported to subsequent matches, no matter where they are in the universe. But this time, even though the competition has started, the 6 contestants from Pangu Planet have not appeared. It's really strange. Even though the organizers almost caused chaos across half the universe, they still haven't seen Chen Qian and the others. So, for the first time, the cosmic arena has been stood up. If we talk about who is the most unfortunate on Earth now, it would definitely be the alien creatures invading around City C-29. As soon as they entered City C-29's territory, it was like lambs walking into a wolf pack. One bite, and they were cooked in hot pot. The southern city is heavily guarded, so even the smallest alien creatures can't fly in. The eastern side is now a training ground for female pioneers, who are not only strong guards but also have formidable partners watching over them. Unfortunately, they haven't had a chance to act yet, as those girls are now incredibly powerful. In every sense of the word, they are formidable, clubbing cactus plants wildly, smashing roses with great strength. These are just small tricks. Using poison to kill a nest, transforming into a crusher to tear apart enemies, and even group cooperation experiments. There are countless ways to fight, with new tactics every day. The partners secretly watch their own masters fighting fiercely, feeling like they are the alien creatures beneath their feet, hurting everywhere. Zhao Yuran watches happily as the girls fight fiercely. This fighting style is clearly learned from Qianqian. The videos of Qianqian fighting 7th-rank aliens in the city are now popular all over the internet, and many girls are eager to imitate her. Look at that small, weak willow tree. It was beaten so badly that it spat white foam and was covered in wounds. The attackers even brought in a rare healing girl from their group to practice healing skills. After the enemy recovered a bit, they continued to fight and beat it again. Sigh. She doesn't like fighting this creature. It's just that the competition is too fierce. If they kill the creature, they have to wait a long time to get another one. It's really a case of many hunters and few prey. To the west, male mutants hunt the creatures. It's not that they intentionally claim that area for men or women. Mostly, they have to take care of their children. The leaders there are too fierce, and they worry the others might go crazy and start harming children. Also, they are disliked because there are many of them. When male mutants go there, people suspect they are trying to steal the creatures. Many suspicious eyes make them afraid to enter the eastern area. So, many creature bodies are sent to factories in the southern city to be processed into food, daily items, and weapons. Now, C-29 City has plenty of supplies. Some rare or special creatures are sent to the Research Institute. When they come out again, they are transformed into helpful tools for humans, making full use of everything. Some are kept alive to practice and upgrade, and when they die, they have a purpose from start to finish. As for the north, that is the safest area for everyone in C-29 City. No matter what kind of creature, they can't go beyond there, because the protectors there are the best in the world. During this full-scale invasion of creatures, the smallest and least noticeable city has become the safest place. Even those who once criticized Chen Qian now have to shut up and seek help. When news of a major city in the southern district being destroyed reached them, Chen Qian was still playing games with her matching partners. Half a month ago, Chen Qian finally regained her senses thanks to Jiang Lingrui's careful care. Maybe because she absorbed too many creatures before, she still can't turn back into a human. Because of her beastly nature, her way of thinking is more unpredictable than before. Chen Qian used a vine to kill a creature that tried to get close. Under Jiang Lingrui's gentle gaze, she awkwardly released the vine and stopped absorbing. Since a Ling found out she couldn't turn back because she had eaten too much, she has been closely watched. She hasn't absorbed any alien species for several days. Chen Qian just learned that the alien plant type is actually the strongest, but they had been using the wrong method to improve. For alien beasts, they just need to break the beast core, so their progress is faster. But for alien plants, they need to absorb the bodies of different species as fertilizer. Compared to the energy-compressed beast cores, this method is slower, but it suits alien plants better. Even if it's slower, it's still several times faster than absorbing beast cores. That's why many women are going crazy now. They found a way to advance, but it was just a breakthrough method. Usually, absorbing beast cores is slow. Only when their energy is almost full can they push themselves with extreme methods. They didn't realize that alien plants need to absorb more different species. Chen Qian's mind is now on the same level as Huaxiao and Wei Jingzhe. She can't think in a different direction. Even though a Ling keeps talking about big events happening every day, she just keeps them in her mind and can't understand the deeper meaning. According to survivors who escaped from City A07 in the South District, there are high-level alien species above the 8th rank among those invading the city. Jiang Lingrui just saw this news and shared it with Chen Qian. Now, high-level alien species are appearing in various places. This indirectly shows that the overlap between Earth and the alien world is increasing. Maybe soon, Earth will become a paradise for alien species. Chen Qian is trying to outsmart Bai Qimian, hoping he will give up on weaving her vines into braids. At the same time, she's trying to understand what a Ling meant. In the end, her mind feels foggy, and she can't understand. Fortunately, Jiang Lingrui only shared the news with her and didn't try to teach her anything complicated at this moment. Qian. After finally giving her brain a rest, it's better to avoid causing trouble for others. If she had to say who Chen Qian has been most biased toward recently, it would definitely be Huaxiao. Even with her muddled mind, she can tell that her little sunshine isn't in a good state. Recently, he's become more silent and reserved. Only when she recovers a bit does he show a faint smile, but then he hides it again. Huaxiao is now not only working hard to absorb beast cores, but also constantly learning from all kinds of sources, like a sponge. Even the subjects he hates most, like cultural classes, he now endures and studies patiently. Neither Bai Qimian nor Jiang Lingrui could be easily persuaded. When they mentioned it occasionally, they would fall silent in the face of his quiet, watchful gaze. Huaxiao probably would never forgive himself for nearly dying under the protection of the contract master. Chen Qian's current state is like a deep scar carved into his heart, a wound that can never fully heal. If this matter is truly discussed, the four of them bear the greatest responsibility. They left the contract master's side for other reasons, which is why Chen Qian and Huaxiao faced such enemies. But all the unexpected events in this world shouldn't be judged with such stubborn thoughts. Chen Qian would never allow herself to always be under others' protection. As long as she wants to keep getting stronger, this won't be the last time such things happen. Huaxiao and Chen Qian both did their best to protect each other. Even in death, their family remained united. Unfortunately, Jiang Lingrui and others could only analyze the situation calmly. They couldn't help Huaxiao eliminate his inner guilt. They could only watch carefully to prevent accidents. Besides Huaxiao, Hanji's changes were also very obvious. That old dragon, who was almost glued to the bed and sofa, became frantic after the contract master's accident. He not only took charge of managing C-29 City boldly, but also fought fiercely against alien species, as if possessed, eager to crush them completely. Wei Jingzhe followed him closely. He didn't learn much else, but he mastered ruthlessness against alien species perfectly. If humans had a ranking for killing aliens, these three would definitely be in the top four. And the top position belonged to Qin Qian. Compared to them, Zhang Lingrui and Bai Qi Mian changed the least. They weren't very active in killing monsters. Instead, they arranged everything they had previously discussed with Qin Qian. Han Ji controlled the overall situation, while the two of them refined all the details. Their combined cleverness has yet to face a worthy opponent. Qin Qian now has at least 3 people watching over her every day. All the actions of the matchmakers are now happening beside the contract master. Unless absolutely necessary, they refuse to let her leave their sight. In the 15th year of the end times, while cities in other regions around the world were gradually collapsing into alien zones, City C-29 shone like a bright star in the dark night. At some point, it surpassed the S-grade cities and became a dream destination for many people. Unfortunately, the 4 major regions are now strongly divided by alien creatures, making it difficult for most people to pass through. Those who manage to cross from the alien groups are usually accepted by City C-29, unless they have serious character issues. Afterward, the association of mutators fell apart, with each faction acting independently. In September of the 15th year, the first Level 9 Beast Core signal tower, capable of covering tens of thousands of kilometers, was successfully built. A new type of floating combat vehicle suitable for outdoor use was also developed. Compared to the city models, it has significant improvements in height and speed, helping to balance the long-standing aerial disadvantage humans faced. Although it cannot yet break through Earth's high-altitude limits, it marks a major step forward in the history of the end times. In October of the 15th year, Space Accessories made further progress, greatly increasing the survival chances of contract owners. Weapons are no longer just luxury items for the wealthy. With high-level beast cores and alien materials, their destructive power is now vastly different from before. Their main role is to bridge the gap in strength on the battlefield, giving lower-level mutants a chance to fight high-level alien species. In November of the 15th year, women's levels gradually caught up with their partners. Many have broken through to the 6th level, and 3 of the original high-level contract owners have reached the 7th level, a realm once thought unreachable. However, they do not stop there, because in their eyes, the guiding light ahead still points toward a brighter future. In December of the 15th year, City C-29 established its first Mutator Academy. From newborns to adults, all education and expenses are covered by the city. To encourage childbirth, C-29 introduced the latest mutator breeding law, which states that couples who legally contract can apply for a breeding incentive. If a child is born within a year, they will receive a reward per child. If the time exceeds a year, they must reapply. That same month, rewards for leveling up mutants were also introduced, along with ongoing improvements to other laws. In the 16th year of the final era, in January, the world's first ultra-high-level mutation appeared. Besides the previously known 9th-level red and 10th-level black mutations, a dull, colorful beast pattern was also revealed. This is the highest level humans have encountered so far, 11th level. At the same time, a calming injection specifically for male mutants was developed. After the contract master dies, mutants injected with this serum can temporarily stabilize their emotions, preventing harm to their companions. However, those with high compatibility still face the inevitable end of death. In the same month, a new system called Star C-29 was launched. All citizens of C-29 cities have now switched to this new system. It does not conflict with Hope 2471. Both can be used together. Currently, it is only in the initial version and is still being updated. When Qin Qian absorbed all her energy, snow unexpectedly began to fall on the Gobi Desert, which had never snowed during the 16th year of the final era. The extreme cold quickly swept across this barren land. It was her first real winter experience. This also meant that the environment here changed again just like 16 years ago. Qin Qian jumped into her bed, refusing to admit she was pushed to her limit by the cold. She used up her energy, and this terrible weather, she couldn't endure it for even a second. Her vines spread too widely because of excess nutrients. The more energy she absorbed, the more wildly her vines extended outward. Even if Jiang Lingrui and others tried their best, they couldn't warm their own contract masters, who had become like vines after some incident. Despite how freezing Qin Qian was, no one expected that she would unexpectedly advance to the 11th level without pain, thanks to this misfortune. After she regained consciousness, her appearance was very effective in comforting her matchers. By then, Han Ji and Huashao had already reached the 10th level by Qi Mian and Wei Jingzhou were at the 9th, and Jiang Lingrui was catching up, stuck at the peak of the 8th level, planning to settle down and improve further. Qian. Huashao was also in bed with Qin Qian. Once a reckless and flamboyant youth, he had finally shown his true edge after these changes. No longer acting impulsively without thinking, he could now stand on his own. But this 11th level strongman, who had grown into a man outside, was at this moment like a child, clutching his contract master and crying so hard he was gasping for breath. His tears fell like beads, dropping steadily, and soon soaked Qin Qian's shoulder. Qin Qian, who had never experienced such a scene, hurriedly comforted him, kissing and hugging him. It took a while to calm down her frantic, apologizing and self-blaming partner, Xiao. Xiao, don't be afraid. Look, I'm fine, Qin Qian said, pulling back the blanket to reveal her body, without any clothes underneath. Yes, she did it on purpose. Fortunately, Aling often checked on her and helped her recover, so she hadn't spoken much and felt no discomfort during this time. She had been so frustrated lately, watching her partners act crazy. She was not in her right mind then, only able to use her vines to soothe them instinctively, nothing more. Seeing her little son turn into such a decisive and fierce look, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Her Xiao had grown up, but this path was too difficult. The bond with the contract master meant a lot to her partners, and she knew that without anyone telling her. Luckily, she had returned to her normal self now, and sooner or later, Xiao would let go of his worries. However, some things could never go back to how they were before. Huashao finally realized that the contract master he had run to hug recklessly was now in this state, after seeing Qin Qian's body. But he only blushed deeply and hugged Qin Qian even tighter, almost merging her into himself. Sorry, Qian. Sorry, I didn't protect you, Huashao said, his voice hoarse from speaking so little and suddenly exerting himself. Qin Qian felt Huashao's warmth all over and let out a comfortable sigh. Her little son really was like a furnace, so warm. Her fire element ability was too strange to use casually. With her own heat, she couldn't even warm the bed. She kicked Huashao's pants with her icy feet and warmed herself on his warm little calf. Xiao, do you not love me anymore? I'm almost freezing in your arms, and you're thinking about apologizing? Qin Qian started joking around, not wanting Huashao to overthink, even if she was being unreasonable. She was alive only because her little son used his body as a shield to block attacks for her. If this still counts as feeling guilty about oneself, then Qin Qian has nothing more to say. Huashao's apology, which was halfway out, was cut off by the contract master's words. He instinctively pressed closer and then wrapped Qin Qian's legs around his stomach. In no time, he held Qin Qian like a ball in his arms. It was warm, very warm, and crowded too. Are you still cold? Huashao's mind was full of the thought that he couldn't let Qin Qian freeze. A man's energy is strong. Qin Qian soon warmed up, much warmer now. Thank you, Xiao. I reward you with a kiss. She slightly tilted her head, one arm around Huashao's neck, and then kissed his handsome face with tears still on it. It seemed not enough, so she kissed his lips again. Huashao's unique scent instantly filled her nose. Qin Qian knew that the other matchers were all waiting outside the door. Even though they were worried about the contract master, they still gave the two plenty of space to talk. They also cared for this youngest contract brother, in their own way. After this interruption, Huashao's mood was a bit more stable. Qin Qian then continued, Xiao, when you felt guilty about not being able to protect me, I was also feeling guilty. As the contract master, I didn't take good care of you. I let you get seriously hurt in front of me, even injured so badly for me. At that moment, I was really afraid I might never see you again. But luckily, we both survived. If you keep living in that past guilt, shouldn't I do the same and blame myself every day? Not to mention them, but do you really want to see me like this? Chun Qian gently wiped the tears from Hua Xiao's eyes with her cool fingers. In just a few months, A Xiao had changed so much that just looking at him made her feel heartache. She used to imagine him becoming more reliable, but she never thought it would happen in this way. Her young self should have grown up gradually understanding the world. Even if she saw darkness later, her heart would still have hope, making her turn away from it.
But now,
in such a short time, he has become so mature. A dull, faint aura surrounded him, blocking out everyone's concern until the contract master returned safe and sound, slightly breaking through his protective shell. Everyone knew that Hua Xiao was simple-minded, but no one ever doubted his intelligence. He just didn't like to think about certain things. I can't bear to leave, but Qian, I'm so scared, Hua Xiao said in a muffled voice, almost pulling his head into his neck. At that moment, he had just gotten up from the ground and saw Qian about to be hurt badly, which made his heart almost stop. Chun Qian saw this and gently nudged his head with her forehead. Their noses touched, and their breaths intertwined. Aren't I doing okay? Qin Qian tried to comfort him, though her comforting skills were not very good and hadn't improved. Besides, even if I were gone, our family would still be together. What are you afraid of? She then rubbed her nose against his again before slowly pulling away. Hua Xiao was stunned by Chun Qian's words. Now, he was starting to look a little like his usual self. His mind quickly understood what the master of the contract meant. Yes, since the contract master had passed away, he didn't even have a chance to be sad. He would just go together. The main idea was that the family would be buried together. But something still felt off. Jiang Lingrui and the others outside were listening with dark faces. Whenever Chun Qian got close to Hua Xiao, their hearts would race, as if they had 100 beats. They were worried that if they kept talking, they might even pick the grave site. So, they hurriedly pushed the door open and went inside. Chun Qian poked her head out of Hua Xiao's arms, giving the other matchers a reassuring smile and a cold, sharp-eyed look. I'm back. Just wait and see how she would deal with them in a few days. For Chun Qian, the worst part of this period wasn't the weather, but that the matcher's tricks were now being used on her. Since Jiang Lingrui confirmed that her contract master had almost used up all his energy and was just waiting for the right moment to turn back into a human, they started to get creative. They used everything from charming handsome looks to tempting food and all sorts of playful tricks, making her feel itchy and restless every day. A few days ago, the citizens of C29 City were still wondering why the vines in the northern area suddenly became so lively, tossing and turning all night. And it wasn't just tossing and turning. Her high level meant that even a gentle tap from a vine could cause a shockwave that spread 10 miles around. Even though the city was some distance away, the tremors were still noticeable. Fortunately, the houses were well built, and the city even provided subsidies for this kind of thing. Otherwise, well, there was no other way. Everyone knows who the changing colored vine belongs to. Don't worry about the main character flailing around in the middle of the night. Even if she spins around in City C29 with a propeller, they won't complain. At worst, they'll just rebuild the alien. When I invade, I get torn apart. When she causes trouble, she gets pampered. But even though the matchmakers try all sorts of tricks, Chun Qian just can't turn back into a human. She tries hard, but it's no use, like constipation, it just won't work. Until the heavy snow fell, the vine suddenly reacted. Originally, Jiang Lingrui had prepared war measures, building a large, luxurious greenhouse. During this time, they had already taken care of the aliens, and the master of the contract was living quite comfortably. But unexpectedly, her master caused a fuss, and the luxurious greenhouse was destroyed. The new one hadn't arrived, the old one was broken, and with the snow falling, Qin Qian was frozen and confused. Before they could work overtime to fix things in the middle of the night, Qin Qian, affected by the cold, turned back into a human inside the temporary shelter they built. She was so fast that just keeping up was a little difficult, Jiang Lingrui and Bai Chi Mian, under the dangerous gaze of the master, hadn't even had time to greet her before feeling guilty and touching their noses. Alright, they admit that most of the ideas in the past few days came from them. But others are not entirely innocent. Don't be fooled by Wei Jingzhe's usually honest and straightforward appearance. This kind of straightforwardness can be the most dangerous. They mentioned using delicious food to tempt her, and this silly rabbit started working day and night to make tempting dishes for the master. Not only that, she set up a stove right next to Qin Qian's vine, preparing each dish with great care, trying to tempt her. The vine was so eager to eat that it kept digging into the ground, but she couldn't get a single bite. Then, this naturally black rabbit, following the principle her master and the person in charge had given, no waste of food, ate all the dishes right in front of Qin Qian after 2 hours, without leaving her a single piece. She was so full she kept burping, and she didn't leave even a crumb for Qin Qian. When Jiang Lingrui and Bai Chi Mian found out about this, the ground in the northern area was full of huge holes dug by Qin Qian. Just looking at them, you could tell how uncomfortable she was. Okay, actually they discovered it early, but they didn't stop it in time. And as for Huishao, he doesn't know what shyness is. He keeps his mouth closed and behaves more restrained, but he still remembers Qin Qian's past habit of touching their bodies. All day long, his shirt is never on, always showing off his figure. Qin Qian's vines have left red marks on his body, but he endures it. Bai Chi Mian seriously suspects that Qin Qian might be overwhelmed by this guy. Even Hanzi, who was lazy for a while, hasn't missed out. He used to tell Qin Qian about all the different fruits he ate in the city. Now, to push himself to be more decisive, he only shares the exciting beginning and waits to hear the rest after transforming back into human form. Tell me, doesn't Qin Qian's gaze seem sharp enough to cut? But this grudge can be settled later. For now, they need to soothe their partners' hearts. They've caused them worry recently. However, she also gained good fortune from this misfortune, directly reaching the 11th level, an achievement that even the most daring mutants in history wouldn't have imagined. If she encounters that high-level mutant that teases them again, she promises to beat it so badly it won't find its way home. Of course, that's just a thought. Qin Qian now knows that the rockskin mutant that caused her to turn into vines is at least a 10th level, approaching 11th. But if she fights that handsome mind-reading mutant, she'd be lucky to have a 2 or 3% chance of winning. Qin Qian's skin is getting thicker and thicker. Even with 5 partners watching her closely, she doesn't feel uncomfortable. What she did during her vine transformation is best left unsaid.
She still cares about them.
Although she can see and touch them, communication between people still relies on speech among the same species. Her mind is full of words she hasn't spoken yet, but before she can say them, a Ling suppresses her. Jiang Lingrui steps forward, pulls out Huishao, checks Qin Qian carefully, then gently says, "Are you hungry? The food is ready outside. Where would you like to eat?" Now that he's dealing with his partner's body, he can speak about serious matters without changing his expression. Of course, he ignores the intense look in his eyes. The room is already warm, but Qin Qian's body was cold just now. Now her temperature has risen, and she no longer feels cold. After comforting Huishao and calming the other partners, Qin Qian finally shifts her focus to eating when she hears Jiang Lingrui's words. She hasn't eaten anything for a long time and doesn't feel hungry, but she is very eager to eat. Anything spicy, sour, or sweet, any flavorful dish, she wants to try. Eat outside. There can be many dishes on the table. Okay, then change your clothes first. We'll wait for you outside. Jiang Lingrui rarely lets his contract master feel embarrassed. He notices every detail. When he said this, his arms slightly lifted, as if to pat his contract master's head, but he finally lowered it and got up to leave. Even the others silently left the room. Qin Qian? She thought it would be a touching reunion after a long time apart, but it turned into a silent gathering. Could it be that everyone, like herself, has too many things to say and doesn't know where to start? Wait, wasn't Ah Xiao just comforted by her? Why does he look so gloomy again, after just a few minutes? Before Qin Qian could wonder more, her hand, which was about to take cloves from the space, froze, and her expression became a bit incredulous. That was the space that has been with her since her crossing. Where did it go? Aling, can you help me bring in a set of clothes? After a brief shock and confusion, Qin Qian quickly called for help. No, she just had a fight, and the aftereffects are so many. The matchmakers are acting strange, or she herself is acting strange, and now even the space has disappeared. All her dowries stored in the space are gone? Qin Qian felt like exploding on the spot. Outside, Zhang Lingrui quickly understood what was happening after hearing Qin Qian's shout. There must be a problem with her space. Fortunately, everything in this temporary house was ready-made. He quickly found the clothes she had prepared earlier and brought them in. Qin Qian finished tidying up and didn't delay her meal because of the space issue. She explained what happened and then started eating. Let Aling and the others guess. She was so angry she had lost her mind. What can soothe her worries? Only good food and beauty. According to the timeline, it should be because the arena competition has ended, so your entry channel is closed. Zhang Lingrui summarized the most reliable answer. Qin Qian's crossing and space are related to this arena competition. He is somewhat relieved that only the space disappeared, not his contracted master. Just close it, but why did they take all the supplies? Qin Qian, busy eating, muttered in complaint. He had previously put all his belongings into his space to prevent them from being lost. But in the end, they were stolen. It's simply unbelievable. Who could have expected this? Although Qin Qian is happily eating now, he's actually afraid to face his matchmakers. All 5 sets of dowries are inside, but they've all been lost by her. Bai Qimian sees her distress and comforted her generously. Don't worry, you'll earn it back later. But what I earned back isn't what was lost. Qin Qian feels heartbroken. Then go and get it back. Grandpa Han is just Grandpa Han, his words are very confident. But the problem is, how to get it back. All those things are now on an alien planet. Qin Qian's confusion is obvious, and Zhang Lingrui reminds her timely that mid-level spaceship is still in the research institute. Qin Qian's eyes suddenly light up. Oh, they have a spaceship, and it's quite big. Since that's the case, once we clean up our home, we'll go to collect our debt. No matter what, publicly or privately, they have to make this trip. Since the competition is over, they've lost the chance to get Earth through this route, so they can only take risks and register on a planet. But both of these depend on them being strong enough and having a stable backing. When it comes to cleaning up those alien species at home, Han Zi's eyes darken. His busy recent work has made his aura even stronger, and a hint of irritation appears on his usually confident face. Cleaning up those aliens isn't hard, but the problem is space cracks are everywhere and the aliens keep invading Earth nonstop. Recently, they've taken turns going out to clear the aliens, but the results are not good. These aliens are endless, and no one knows when they will be completely wiped out. Perhaps their killing speed isn't faster than the aliens' reproduction. If I can break into their nests, maybe it will be more effective. Qin Qian, now full and satisfied, speaks more confidently. I've already learned how to tier space like they do. I have not used it before, so the risk is quite high. If I follow the paths created by those different species and go backwards, it might be easier. Of course, she only mentioned this casually and didn't really plan to go now. She's not that powerful yet. No way, Han Ci, Zhang Lingrui, and Bai Qimian all said in unison, opposing her. They immediately realized they were too excited. After exchanging looks, they silently looked away, but their attitude remained firm. The usually lively Huishao kept silent with pursed lips. Wei Jingjia looked cold, but his eyes showed some strange emotion compared to usual. Qin Qian was startled by their reactions. This was the first time all 3 of them had opposed her together. She had been wondering why they seemed so strange today, and now she finally understood. This time, she not only scared Huishao, but also made them afraid. If she died, it would be fine. Everyone would go together. But the previous situation was the most terrifying. They could only watch helplessly as the contract master turned into vines, nearly losing their sanity and becoming parasitic beings. Qin Qian quickly comforted them, saying, "Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless again. I just suddenly remembered a way to do this, so I told you, hurry up and stop giving me those looks that seem like you want to lock me up. Bai Chi-mian's handsome face darkened, and his eyes showed coldness. I advise you not to think about it anymore. After all, what I think. You wouldn't want to know. Dying together is one thing, but seeing Chen Qian suffer is another. From now on, he will stay close to the contract master. Even if she looks at him with those pitiful eyes, he won't allow it. Chen Qian shrank back, her gaze flickering uncertainly. She, as the contract master, was actually threatened by Bai Chi-mian. But this was her fault. She got carried away, thinking she was at the 7th level and could do whatever she wanted as long as she stayed within her domain. Who knew she would be so unlucky and encounter a super high-level alien species that could control space? She couldn't even escape. This battered Earth was full of space cracks, and any one of them could spawn a super high-level alien. Even if she stayed with her partners, accidents could happen. It's just life and death together, better than dying for no reason. Chen Qian sighed. She had long understood the responsibility she carried, but as her strength grew, she relaxed her guard. Luckily, there was still a chance now. I will be careful and won't run around carelessly in the future. Even if I do run, I will bring you along. She had her beloved family, and even if it meant losing some freedom, it was okay. Bai Chi-mian choked a little, even though this was exactly what he wanted. Still, it hurt a bit inside. Finally, he changed his tone. You can do what you want, but remember to bring us along. I don't want to die mysteriously on the way. Jiang Lingrui saw that Chen Qian had finished eating and handed her fruit. Qian, no matter what you do, we will support you. But only if you include us in your plans. Didn't I just say I would bring you? Chen Qian forgot what she just said. Maybe she did bring them? Wei Jingzhe quickly replied, No. The master of the contract didn't say they should go together to the alien creature's nest. Chen Qian naturally believed his words. Well, maybe she just didn't notice she forgot about them. After all, she didn't expect these matchers to be so particular about words. She took the fruit Jiang Lingrui handed her, but didn't rush to eat it. Instead, she quickly apologized. My mistake. I will bring you along. But what I just said is true. I didn't plan to go now. If we leave now, this place might collapse. She accidentally made the matchers feel worried, so she hurried to apologize. Better safe than sorry. Chen Qian felt relieved, but also sighed inwardly about her weak resolve. Weak resolve, huh? Of course, she wasn't just making things up to comfort the matchers. Below level 8, alien creatures could still be fought with C-29 City's current strength. But if they faced higher-level creatures, they would be helpless. She could see the development of C-29 City over this period. At first, it was chaotic, but later, everyone became clearer and more rational. Especially her careful matchers, who always told her everything. Even if she didn't understand at the moment, she would realize later when her mind cleared, and she would learn many things. Bai Chi-mian's attitude grew more hostile, and his tone sounded sarcastic. Good that you know. Fortunately, Chen Qian understood that he was just worried. The more worried he was, the more harsh his words became. She had known this for a long time. Chen Qian gave him a gentle smile, full of affection, and replied, I know. She knew he was worried about her. Bai Chi-mian was choked by her tone and didn't know what to say for a moment. At some point, the food on the table was gone, no longer hot, but no one had left the table. Even the most restless Huashao seemed glued to his seat. Are you planning to sleep with me tonight? Chen Qian finally couldn't hold back and asked. She wanted to go take a shower. With such a big vine, after rolling around on the ground for so long, who knows how dirty it is? It's a good thing A Xiao could tolerate her earlier. It's not impossible, Hanzi dared to say. He really was quite sick. Chen Qian wasn't panicked by his words. She carefully looked into Hanzi's eyes, as if he wasn't joking. She looked at the others again. They showed no reaction. Even Bai Chi-mian, who was very particular about cleanliness, looked like he had no opinion. Then let's all sleep together. I can't bear to part with you all. Chen Qian knew her companions were probably scared. It's just sleeping together after all. Calming them down wasn't impossible. Cough, cough. Zhang Lingrui couldn't help but cough lightly twice, trying to hide his disbelief. Hanzi didn't expect that Qin Qian, who had just transformed back, would have such thick skin. It wasn't until they started building a large bed under the arrangement of the contract master that they realized they had been misled by the words of the contract master. Qin Qian was enjoying a full-body massage in the bathtub, using high-tech equipment. She looked at herself, still relatively clean, but once in the water, she realized how filthy she was. She didn't dare lie in the bathtub the first 2 times. Only on the third try did the water become somewhat clean. The haunted house space that had been with her for so long disappeared. Qin Qian struggled to get used to her new space with the new decorations. Her hand kept pushing the ripples of water in front of her, not letting it stop for a moment, as if doing so could distract her from her frustration. When she used something for a long time, she would start to see it as her own. But the haunted house space was never truly hers. She only used it. This belongs to the organizer of the Star Circle competition. After the match ended, she no longer qualified to participate, so she naturally couldn't enter through that entrance. Qin Qian understands this logic, but she still feels reluctant. Now that space technology is gradually becoming more advanced, Qin Qian can only hope that her younger brother will develop a space of the same level soon. Why are you just sitting here? Go to bed, Qin Qian said after taking a shower and changing into soft winter pajamas. As soon as she stepped out, she saw the 5 matchers waiting at the door, already. They were wearing light-colored, fluffy pajamas similar to hers. Suddenly surrounded by 5 handsome men, Qin Qian felt a bit overwhelmed. Who chose these pajamas? Hanji, you're over 1.9 meters tall and a boss. Does this outfit suit you? We're thinking about how to sleep. Maybe you, Qizhu, can give us some ideas? Bai Qi Mian raised an eyebrow, teasing her and putting her in a tricky spot. Qin Qian didn't realize how serious this was and looked confused. What ideas? Just sleep, isn't that enough? Does she really need to coax them? Well, it's not impossible, Qian Qian. I want to sleep next to you, He Xiaobao said eagerly, holding her still warm hand. He was clearly the boldest first to make a move. The others, who liked to be in control, should sleep on the outside. Qin Qian couldn't stand to see the little sunshine she had been nurturing for months show this kind of expression. She immediately decided, okay, you sleep next to me. Bai Qi Mian, Hanji, and Zhang Lingrui exchanged glances. In a flash, neither of them wanted to give in. Just now, one of them was caught off guard by that silly dog and took the lead. This time, while the 3 of them were wary of each other, Wei Jingzhe quickly whispered from the side, sleep next to Qian Qian. Oh no, she forgot about this quiet one. Qian Qian. Zhang Lingrui wanted to argue again, but Qin Qian had already agreed with Wei Jingzhe. Why is her little bunny so proactive? After agreeing with Wei Jingzhe, Qin Qian asked Zhang Lingrui, Ailing, what were you just going to say? Nothing. Zhang Lingrui once again lost to his own people. A faint glow flickered in his moist eyes, and his gaze toward the other 2 was full of meaning. White Qi sleepily caught his gaze without hesitation. TSK, fighting among 3 people, and those 2 fools benefit from it. Hanzi's pressure was frighteningly low. Usually, he was okay with giving in, but after nearly losing his contract master, tonight everyone wanted to stay close to him. Does Qin Qian know about the undercurrents among the matchers? How could she not? She's not blind. But she can only pretend to be clueless while understanding everything. Ahem. Everything is for the harmony of the family. Qin Qian lay in the middle, with Huashao and Wei Jingzhe on her sides, then Hanzi and Zhang Lingrui and White Qi Mian on the outermost. The new experience of sleeping together on one bed made Qin Qian feel a bit strange, but also happy. If privacy wasn't an issue, she really wanted to tie everyone to her side, never leaving their company. Ah Xiao, don't hold me so tight. I can't run away. Qin Qian tugged at Huaxiao's arm. This guy had reached out from his blanket to hug her and was squeezing too hard, disturbing her sleep. Huaxiao heard her and loosened his grip a little. Okay, I'll be gentler. This was the first time sleeping with Qin Qian without a dart game. Finally, a good thing was happening to Huaxiao. The room was large, and the bed was big, but their conversation was very clear in this quiet space. White Chi Mian snorted softly and turned over. They weren't playing tricks seriously. Otherwise, these two wouldn't stand a chance. Forget it, let them be. Chun Xian lay straight, staring at the ceiling. The house built in the northern district was very nice, but she always felt like she was sleeping outside, not at home. Tomorrow, she would go back to live at home. Wei Jingzhe, beside her, wasn't as noticeable as Huashao, but today he quietly held Chun Qian's hand, as if afraid she would lose it. Chun Qian also held his hand back, feeling the coolness of his fingertips. Chun Qian was awakened by Huashao's fuss. His sleeping posture was extremely strange. No wonder Wei Jingzhe disliked him at first. It's not that she, as the contract master, couldn't tolerate him, but early in the morning, when she saw his feet right in front of her, she was tempted to slap him away. Come on, tell me honestly, whose house sleeps with their head turned? Chun Qian looked at her partner, who had a gentle expression and seemed to be apologizing sincerely. Her forehead was tense, with veins bulging. She still underestimated Huashao's sleeping habits, blaming herself for agreeing too quickly yesterday. Huashao quickly apologized. I didn't mean to. Once showing signs of growth, Huashao reverted to being a child who didn't seem to have grown up after the contract master returned. But some things, after all, are different now. What do you plan to do today? Zhang Lingrui asked at the right moment, saving the situation and giving her own contract master a way out. Chun Qian didn't know how to talk about Xiao anymore. She couldn't force him to change his sleeping habits. Thinking about how she might get kicked out of bed when sleeping with Xiao in the future gave her a headache. She sighed and said, let's go home first. I want to try my new abilities these days. The things that happened over the past few months you can have Anqing organize and send me a report. Okay, take this ring first and try if it works well. Zhang Lingrui handed Chun Qian a simple, plain ring. This was a new system called Star C29. It incorporated a special beast core that Chun Qian had previously obtained, which could turn invisible. So, when not needed, it could be hidden. The ring also linked to a small space. It couldn't transmit items remotely, but she could store things inside. Of course, if she wanted to hide inside the space, she would need a special space accessory. Chun Qian put on the ring and quickly matched it with herself. Using it with her bracelet made things more convenient. The growth space of the new system was still very large. Maybe after some time, it could completely replace the bracelet. However, because the beast core from the original Hope 2471 project was too unique, they still hadn't found a suitable replacement. So, the contract matching couldn't be used with the new system yet. Chun Qian fiddled with the ring on her hand and sighed softly. In just a few months, C29 City had developed into its current state. She felt like she had returned to her naive, inexperienced self. It's pretty good to use. I'll study it carefully when I get back. Let's go home first. Zhang Lingrui and the others watched the contract master walking ahead and quickly followed. The five of them suddenly seemed to have nothing to do, sticking closely to Chun Qian as if they had no other plans. Apart from occasionally checking some messages, nothing else could disturb them. After transforming from Chun Qian into a place where vines had taken over for several months, they were only about 20 kilometers from the city. The sudden expansion of their territory made Chun Qian feel a bit unfamiliar. If the previous change in C29 was like a renovation, then this time was like getting a rebirth card, completely transforming into a big city. At this moment, even the most picky Bai Chi Mian couldn't find anything to complain about in C29 City. Chun Qian sat in a flying car, which was much faster than before. The trip that used to take an hour was now cut in half. Are you not carsick anymore? Chun Qian asked curiously, looking at someone sitting upright and serious. Among all the matchers, the biggest change was definitely Han Zimo. He looked like a lively fairy who had absorbed energy, full of spirit, with no sign of his previous lazy and lethargic self. Han Zimo replied slowly, not carsick. Chun Qian looked him over carefully and saw he seemed fine, then sighed. It's amazing how technology has advanced enough to cure your carsickness. Knowing Han Zimo's carsickness and laziness were quite extreme, Chun Qian was impressed. Han Zimo nodded, but didn't mention how he had vomited from morning till night to overcome these issues. If he used to let these flaws stay with him, now he had to eliminate them. Chen Qian felt something was strange, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Her matchers seemed to be hiding something from her. No, it was more like they were trying very hard to hide their changes. She looked at Jiang Lingrui, her adoptive father, who was very understanding and should be able to explain things to her. Jiang Lingrui sensed her gaze and softly comforted her. "You really surprised us this time. I think we'll be very clingy for a while." "Qian, don't get tired of us." His words successfully startled Chen Qian. How could she get tired of them? She quickly shook her head, refusing to admit it. "You can follow me as much as you want. When I feel at ease, I'll go back to work." She was very confident. After taking a few months off for rest, it was time for her to get busy again. Just right, with the 5 of them by her side, she still had 3 strategists to help her plan. "Currently, our main task is to eliminate the mutants. We've already arranged everything else," Bai Qi Mian reminded. Chen Qian blinked. "No work? Killing mutants isn't really considered work." Jiang Lingrui said, "Yes, there aren't many things to handle. You can look at what you want, and if you don't want to, it doesn't matter. We have enough people now, so there's no need to work from dawn to dusk like before." They arranged everything so the contract master could return and relax. As Jiang Lingrui said, in C-29 City, there are many capable people. The most important thing now is to keep killing mutants, those endless mutants. Other small matters will be handled by others. Chen Qian heard this and stopped worrying. If she doesn't have to work, she is happy to relax. Oh, did Aunt Jing finish the task she was working on? This happened very early, and Jiang Lingrui told her when she was still wild and unruly. Yes, Aunt Jing successfully brought back Higu's contract master, Liao Jing. He's been much more obedient and told us a lot. The Mutant Change Association has fallen apart, so those who plotted against us are easier to deal with. Just kill them. But we haven't decided what to do about the 2 B-level city people yet. After all, 2 whole cities worth of people, old and young. There are innocent people among them. Even if they are enemies as individuals, they can't just kill helpless ordinary mutants like trash. But if they ignore them, maybe in a few years, they will come back stronger. Especially those who have infiltrated deeply, making it hard to tell friend from foe. These are almost like a plan already in motion. If Chen Qian still doesn't wake up, Jiang Lingrui will handle it his own way. This is also one of the few things left for the contract master to do. According to Bai Qi Mian, the goal is to root out the problem completely. If he didn't want to protect the contract master, he would have done it himself long ago. Remember the grudge. After dealing with the mutants, if any of them are still alive, we'll settle the score later. Chen Qian decided to let the mutants teach those people a lesson first. Blood debts must be paid with blood. With her current strength, crushing them is as easy as squishing ants. But human conflicts can't be solved just by killing. She could kill everyone in B38 and B40 without hesitation, but those who hide away would completely vanish once they hear the news, making it impossible to find them later. There's no rush. Does Chen Qian have mind-reading abilities? Her time shouldn't be fully consumed by these matters. Compared to the alien species that are killing all humans, those can wait. As long as they don't cause trouble here for now. Otherwise, there will be no return. This matter, I will handle it, Bai Qi Mian said coldly, finally releasing the anger he's been holding for so long, now finding a target. If he doesn't tear them apart, he wouldn't be Bai. Chen Qian originally started investigating because of her snow wolf, so she wouldn't compete with him. No one is fighting you. Look at that gaze, so scary. Someone who doesn't know might think he's about to eat the other person alive. Bai Qi Mian is definitely the most vengeful person I've ever seen, without exception. Having received a clear answer, Bai Qi Mian also retracted his killing intent. Since the contract master said to focus on killing the alien species now, he wouldn't oppose her decision. At this moment, Chen Qian received a message from Zhao Yuran. Zhao Yuran, Qian, you're alive. If Zhao Yuran wasn't afraid of Qian's matchmakers, she would have video called her already. For her own little courage, she decided to send a secret message instead. Chen Qian, When did I ever die? This statement shows she really doesn't want to talk to her anymore.
Zhao Yuran. You didn't die, I did.
When you're not here, I feel like I can't live. Chen Qian. When did our relationship get so good? She is definitely a fan of looks, but she used to be somewhat socially anxious. She probably didn't have such a close bond with Yuran that she would feel like she can't live without her.
Zhao Yuran. You don't understand me.
Your family's matchmakers are all just terrible. They exploit me, those matchmakers, and they didn't even spare my dog.
Chen Qian. You're really hard to understand.
Zhao Yuran, you're back, that's really good. Zhao Yuran suddenly became serious. Chen Qian looked at the message and smiled. This city also has friends waiting for her.
Chen Qian, yes, I'm back.
Later, I'll set a time for us to meet up.
Sao Jouran, no me tups.
Go away. I don't want to see those troublemakers.
Chen Qian?
Is our friendship boat still not sailing and already sinking?
Zhao Yuran.
No, I mean I've been busy lately, so I won't meet up for now.
Qianer, I miss you a lot, but
maybe it's better to hold back. If I come close to you now, isn't that just asking for trouble?
Chen Qian, fine.
Chen Qian was about to say more, but was distracted by her partner's words.
Qian, we're home,
Zhang Lingrui said first, stepping out of the car, very considerate, reaching out to help Chen Qian. But he underestimated his partner's way of thinking. She's just not romantic. No need to trouble yourself. Saying that, Chen Qian got out of the floating car herself. Zhang Lingrui looked at his partner, who was showing off her agility, with a gentle smile. He was about to withdraw his hand from the air when she gently grabbed it. Well, no need to hold her up, but holding hands is fine. Chen Qian happily held her handsome partner's hand and strode confidently toward their familiar home, followed by 4 handsome men with different styles. It's been a long time since she last came back. The house looked the same as before. She thought it would be dusty again, but surprisingly, it was very clean this time. Did you guys clean up? Chen Qian looked at the almost mirror-like floor, a bit surprised. Her partners are so tidy now. The floor was so clean she was afraid to walk on it. Bai Chi Mian stepped forward a few steps and pulled out the real worker, slightly disdainful, and said, "The home assistant robot you wanted before, I got it for you." Chen Qian looked at the robot, which was almost as tall as a person, and curiously touched its head. Although it didn't react, she still happily said, "I really like this. I can finally free my hands. This is basically a lazy person's dream. No, it's a hero for human chores as long as you like it." But Bai Chi Mian previously said it was too noisy, so she made it mute for now. "Do you want to change its programming, Qian Qian?" Zhang Lingrui asked bluntly, ignoring Bai Chi Mian's past complaints, always prioritizing his partner. Chen Qian waved her hand. "No need, this is fine. She only needed someone who could work, not someone who just talked and made her feel their presence. Communication helps build feelings." Zhang Lingrui understood her meaning and ordered the robot to return to its original position. It was enough to have it come out at fixed times each day to clean. "Since there's nothing urgent now, I'll go to the training room first." Without worries about chores or work, Chen Qian finally had time to study her transformed body and special abilities. Zhang Lingrui pulled the contract master back. "Qian Qian, wait a moment. What's wrong?" Before Chen Qian could wonder, Zhang Lingrui hugged her tightly. The warm embrace, with a gentle scent of peach blossoms, wrapped Chen Qian completely. His long hair, flowing over her head, was softly stroked by Zhang Lingrui. It tickled a little, but the hug was so tight that she couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. It seemed she finally understood what was strange about them. Chen Qian returned the hug, patting Zhang Lingrui's back to comfort him. "Don't be afraid. I won't go anywhere, just stay at home," Zhang Lingrui responded softly. After a moment, he released the contract master's hold. His voice was a little hoarse, full of unspoken emotion. "I'll go check what's in the fridge and bring some food to your room later." He quickly turned and left, as if afraid Chen Qian might see his difficult-to-control feelings. Watching Zhang Lingrui's disappearing figure, Chen Qian couldn't help but feel annoyed at her own carelessness. Then she saw the others looking at her with eager eyes, and she smiled brightly. "Do you want a hug from the contract master too?" "Yes, Hua Xiao was the first to rush forward, almost bumping into Qin Qian's waist. Luckily, she was now at level 11, or she might not have been able to handle even her match's hug. Hua Xiao randomly nuzzled Qin Qian's head, making her hair stand up in fluff. Qin Qian didn't stop him. After a while, he realized he had taken up quite some time and looked a bit embarrassed at the others. Hua Xiao, now, could actually pay attention to others' feelings. Han Zisan didn't bother to care about this and ignored him altogether. Seeing this, Hua Xiao finally relaxed and, with a smile, pecked Qin Qian's face before quickly slipping away. He kissed his master. Qin Qian still liked little son's playful and clever side. He had been very dependable for a few months, but after she calmed down, she felt a bit sorry for him. It felt like her little lion had suddenly grown up, almost making it hard for her to breathe. Fortunately, Zhao's cheerful nature helped him quickly recover once she returned. Bai Qimian didn't bother with formalities. He stepped forward and hugged Qin Qian, who was lost in thought. The soft fur collar brushed against her face, making her nose itch, and she couldn't help but sneeze lightly. Qin Qian froze. Oh no, this neat freak wolf might start scolding her. He never held back his words, not even for his master. Just as Qin Qian was about to step back and wipe him clean, Bai Qimian pressed her back into place, leaving her face covered with a bit of moisture from his collar. Bai Qimian.
Ha!
Bai Qimian chuckled mischievously, then released her and walked upstairs at an easy pace, completely unconcerned about the damp mark on his collar. He looked graceful as ever, not caring in the slightest. Qin Qian couldn't help but curse the snow wolf in her heart 100 times, quickly wiping her face with her sleeve. Her own saliva, mixed with a bit of her sneeze, had ended up right back on her. Qian. Wei Jingzhe appeared with a warm towel and handed it to her at just the right moment. Qin Qian was so touched she almost cried. She wiped her face quickly and finally let go of her irritation. Her sweet little bunny was still the most thoughtful. Look at that, she hadn't even said a word, and Jingzhe already knew what she needed. Under Wei Jingzhe's bright, expectant gaze, Qin Qian wrapped her arms around his slim waist. My Jingzhe is so good. How about a little reward, a kiss? Her childish way of cheering people up still worked every time. Okay. Wei Jingzhe agreed without hesitation and even lowered his head. Qin Qian gently kissed his soft, calm face. In an instant, a faint blush spread across his flawless features. After all this time, how could he still be so shy? Qin Qian couldn't help but laugh at his awkward, flustered movements, her laughter bubbling out uncontrollably. After Wei Jingzhe left holding a towel, Qin Qian looked at the last person remaining in the living room. The person hadn't moved for a while. She thought they might be feeling lazy, so she took the initiative to walk over. Han Ci, come give me a hug, she said with a playful smile and raised her eyebrows. As she spoke, she opened her arms, ready to hug the bossy person in front of her. Unexpectedly, this time the bossy person didn't follow the usual way. Instead, he directly lifted her around the waist while she looked at him in surprise, then took big steps straight to the 3rd floor. Qin Qian stared at his back, feeling confused. What was going on?
Han Ci.
What are you doing? Put me down now. Don't move around, Han Ci said in a low, hoarse voice, with a hint of threat. Oh no, this was the familiar bossy attitude. Qin Qian was thinking whether she should play along and act out a scene from The Overbearing CEO Falls in Love with Me, when they had already reached the bedroom. Only then did Qin Qian realize how obsessive and crazy Han Ci was deep inside. She had said that someone like Han Qianquan would never follow a lazy boss to do things. Turns out, they were all crazy family members. The atmosphere was so intense now, who cared about researching supernatural abilities anymore? She was a level 11 cultivator, level 11. Wait, does leveling up improve her abilities? She wasn't sure, but she guessed it was because she hadn't trained enough. She decided to practice more. But Qin Qian was very sure she needed a Ling right now. After kicking Han Ci out, she shamelessly called her own adoptive father to come help in the martial world. They would live together for the rest of their lives. If she felt embarrassed over this small matter, what would she do in the future? Could her face be more important than her comfort? Jiang Lingrui was calmer than Chen Qian. He had come earlier when they were having fun, but he didn't disturb them. Instead, he placed the prepared fruit on the table outside. Now, he calmly opened the window for ventilation and thoughtfully helped his partner heal from physical discomfort. How about playing darts tonight? Jiang Lingrui's eyes showed a smile, clearly hinting at his plan. Chen Qian blushed but answered honestly, sure. Come on, who's afraid of whom? She was a level 11 mutant, the strongest ceiling of humanity. Just 5 matchers? No problem. Chen Qian, feeling energized again, took the fruit brought by Jiang Lingrui and started to eat. New variety. It was a type she had never seen before. With a blue skin, black flesh, 3 round connected fruits, it tasted sour with a hint of sweetness and a slight numbing sensation, which was quite stimulating. Many new varieties have been released recently. They are in the fridge. I'll change some for you later. Is there any tasty meat? Chen Qian was more interested in that. It's already noon. Before Jiang Lingrui came in, she had finished washing up and changing clothes. After the treatment and eating the fruit, she felt she was fine again. She got up directly, ready to eat. There are many. What flavor do you want? I'll tell Wei Jingzhe. Spicy, sour and spicy, sweet and sour, braised. Chen Qian kept choosing without stopping. Jiang Lingrui listened to her and summarized, I'll make 2 kinds of the common flavors. Is that okay? Make some less common ones too, Chen Qian said without hesitation. Jingzhe's cooking skills had already improved. He no longer needed online lessons from teachers. He could try new styles on his own. It was a real leap forward. Jiang Lingrui happily agreed to all of Qizhu's requests, while in his mind, he was planning how many new snacks he had recently developed. He would prepare some for Qizhu later, to eat when bored. Chen Qian followed Jiang Lingrui downstairs. When he went to the kitchen, she went to the training room to study her supernatural abilities. Ahem. Women should prioritize strength. Red flames flickered in Chen Qian's palm. She could feel the heat without measuring it, but now she was no longer afraid of her powers. Her vine and fire abilities had reached a strange balance. The black vines looked very eerie. Upon closer inspection, some were thick, with visible thorns. If whipped at an alien creature, it wouldn't die easily and would likely lose a lot of flesh and blood. The combination of the two contained terrifying energy, making it even more frightening. No wonder that rock-skinned alien died so quickly and cleanly. With such energy, even that handsome alien would have a hard time resisting. Chen Qian happily swung her vines. Although she almost lost her life, her current rank was higher than Han Ji's, and her matching partners had also improved a lot. Only the contract master is strong enough for the matchers to go further. This is the rule of the end times. Chen Qian tried several different methods and, feeling it was enough, got up to go downstairs for dinner. At home, no matter who is working, the other matchers will help willingly, including Han Qi. Maybe it's just Chen Qian's illusion, but after a good sleep, Han Qi's laziness seems to be coming back. He is helping serve food now, but with his speed, Huashao has already gone twice, and he still hasn't finished his turn. Why does he look so downcast again? Could I still be draining his energy? No, I absolutely refuse to admit it. Chen Qian couldn't help but glance at Han Qi, thinking, you're pretending. I'll cook a special dish for you later. Han Qi received a strange look from the contract master and couldn't figure out why for a while. During dinner, Bai Qi Mian brought up Chen Qian's younger brother. Younger brother is pretty useful. Let's see how he does when we try to fully replace Hope 2471. Chen Qian was badly affected by the alien species, and Bai Qi Mian wouldn't forget that. But instead of killing them one by one himself, Bai Qi Mian clearly had his own ideas. He had been exploiting Qinji for months, but since he was the contract master's brother and now the master was back, he thought it was better to report it first, to avoid being accused later. Huashao also got involved in this matter, but only this time, and then he stayed out of it. Chen Qian focused on eating, ignoring the consequences of Bai Qi Mian's exploitation, and said bluntly, you can use him however you want. Don't pity him. Regarding the system, Chen Qian initially thought that once she got a new system, she would change the forced matching rule. But the more she learned, the more she understood the reasons behind it. If she really did that, given the current male-to-female ratio, it would mean watching the male alien changers without contracts die. Unless she could find a way to let them advance without losing their minds, or some substitute to soothe them, she couldn't change the situation for now. Now Chen Qian found herself in a position similar to those two female leaders. From this perspective, she felt powerless. The solution was something they came up with. If one day doesn't work, then try a month. If a month isn't enough, then try a year. Eventually, they will find a better way to establish bonds. Later, she plans to ask her brother for advice, to give everyone another option, whether to form a bond or not, to keep everyone alive. Bai Qimian clearly saw her contract master's attitude and decided to keep using that guy, Qinji, for now. Hu Xiao picked up a spicy, exotic claw and asked Chen Qian, Qian, the second part of Little Ear Ball is out. Shall we watch it together this afternoon? His eyes sparkled like stars, and his energetic, handsome face made everyone feel happy just looking at him. But his good looks only lasted 3 seconds. After putting down his chopsticks, the sunny young man grabbed the greasy exotic claw and started eating. While eating, he kept looking at his contract master. Soon, his mouth was covered in sauce. Chen Qian was confused by what Hu Xiao said. Didn't the author of Little Ear Ball die earlier? How come there's a second part now? After asking, she looked at the claw in front of her, smelling the spicy and tasty aroma, and couldn't resist. She abandoned her dignity and picked up the claw to start eating. This messy look was exactly like Hu Xiao himself. Bai Qimian hesitated, reaching out with gloves, but paused in midair, eyes meeting Chen Qian's. Chen Qian thought, wow, I got distracted by Ah Xiao and forgot I had disposable gloves. It's not surprising she's so wild. She hadn't eaten in months, and then she was tempted by Wei Jingzhi's tricks. She didn't jump on the table to grab the plate and eat directly. She still kept some reason left. Bai Qimian thought better not see it. He calmly withdrew his hand and looked down at his clean bowl and chopsticks, which, even after use, remained spotless. Even the bones and accidentally picked vegetables were neatly arranged on the plate. Garbage is easier to deal with than these two. Hu Xiao was still munching on the claw, eager to ask about forming a bond, but his mouth was full, and he hurried to swallow. Jiang Lingrui watched the anxious contract master, who was trying to persuade Hu Xiao to slow down, and almost choked himself, feeling like his own heart was settling into the role of a caring father. These two are real treasures. When apart, everything is silent. Together, it's earth-shaking. The original author passed away unexpectedly, but his daughter inherited his will and continued the story as planned, which led to the creation of a second installment. Thanks to modern technology, this second part was produced very quickly. Especially because a wealthy benefactor from the Bai family is secretly supporting with points, and a certain powerful boss casually issues threats. With both incentives and pressure, the author's daughter said, "It's not that they gave too much, but that they want too much." QAQ, she updates with her life on the line. Fortunately, the person who initially suggested she finish her father's work and start the second part was quite friendly. Otherwise, she might have been too scared by these big shots. Wait, I think I promised to release other new works after finishing this one. When did that happen? I just finished my father's story, and now I have to start creating my own? Who in a world overrun by strange creatures still hires people to draw anime? Truly a home of big shots. Hu Xiao felt relieved with Jiang Lingrui's help, nodded quickly in agreement, and then continued to chew on his claws. After explaining, Jiang Lingrui picked up his cup, placed a peach blossom inside, and gently fed it to Chen Qian. Chen Qian held her spicy claws tightly and drank eagerly from her cup. The peach blossom water not only heals, but also helps clear the palate. 1 cup down, she felt refreshed and energized. Wei Jingzhi saw this and scooped all the claws from the plate into Chen Qian's bowl. This single claw was as thick as half an arm. He was skilled, and the 4 claws sat steadily in the small bowl, looking tiny by comparison. Jingzhe, you're amazing, Qin Qian praised sincerely. Although she didn't know what other uses the skill might have, she was already amazed. Even such soft, tender claws could be stacked without falling apart. She wondered, could anyone else here do that?
But
It seemed they couldn't finish eating. Qin Qian's eyes lit up, and she decided to share the wealth. She scooped a claw for Wei Jingzhe, Jiang Lingrui, Hanji, and Bai Qi Mian. Share the good fortune. Let's eat together. Wei Jingzhe looked at the claw placed back in his bowl, blinked, and understood Qin Qian's words. Then, with his cool, fairy-like face, he mimicked the host's style, picked up a claw, and bit into it, ending up with his mouth covered in oil, just like the others. Qin Qian. Each time, I gain a deeper understanding of Jingzhe's ability to understand and carry out tasks. Forget it, just bite it. There's no one else around anyway. Bai Qi Mian, fine, you're teaching him bad habits again. Bai Qi Mian, while complaining, looked at his clean bowl that he had been eating from for a long time. Suddenly, it was covered in oil, and his expression became complicated. Sharing food like this should be stopped. Thinking this, he elegantly put on gloves, then carefully examined his paw, as if considering where to bite to avoid getting oil on himself. After a long while, he chose a spot and carefully chewed. Honestly, Qin Qian had never seen anyone bite their paw so cleanly before. Both the person biting and the paw being bitten are very clean. Bai Qi Mian is also quite skilled. Compared to their strange behavior, Hanzi and Jiang Lingrui seem much more normal. They wear gloves and slowly chew, without the chaos of Qin Qian's group or Bai Qi Mian's fussiness. They are the rare, normal people in the family. Even between these two normal people, there is some silent communication. Jiang Lingrui. Recently, the mutant creatures from the south are getting closer to us. The meat from the southern district's mutants is special, and the higher the rank, the more delicious the meat. Can you go kill some with claws?
Hansi, alright.
They had discussed the southern problem before, so they understood each other's intentions with a glance. After eating and drinking, Qin Qian hurriedly started watching her favorite cartoons with her matchmakers in the living room. Familiar music played, and Qin Qian's happiness returned soon. Two people in the living room burst into loud, carefree laughter. Until late afternoon, suddenly, alarms sounded outside, filling the entire C-29 city with this piercing noise. Qin Qian instinctively turned her head to look out the window. She knew this sound. It was the alarm signaling an invasion of mutant creatures in C-29 city. They're here, they're here. Qin Qian quickly stood up, fists clenched, ready to rush outside. Before she could move, Jiang Lingrui stopped her. Qian, wait a moment. Look at this, Jiang Lingrui said, pausing the cartoon and switching to a live broadcast from outside the city. The screen shows the main display in the center, surrounded by smaller split screens, which project the entire battlefield onto the whole screen. If needed, it can also switch to a holographic mode. Qin Qian was stopped. Although confused, she calmed her anxious heart. Her family's ailing would never abandon the people carelessly. This is 45 kilometers outside the southwest city gate. The expanded C-29 city now spreads outward in an 8-trigram pattern, with 8 city gates, each facing a different direction. In the largest main screen, a vast horde of alien creatures can be seen rushing toward the densely populated C-29 city, just by their smell. They're flying in the sky, running on the ground, and burrowing in the soil. Since they are in the Gobi Desert, they can't gather water creatures, or it would be even more chaotic. This level of alien invasion is at least hundreds of times larger than when Qin Qian first encountered such creatures in C-29 city. The frontline aliens are at least 9th rank, and they are fighting against. Qin Qian furrowed her brows. The defenders led by Yao Qianshu, along with many people from the Cocoon to Butterfly group, now have a new name, Pioneers. Most of them are only at 6th or 7th rank. Even the higher-ranked ones are only 8th rank. They can handle 1 or 2 same-rank aliens, but such a large invasion is beyond their ability. Just as Qin Qian was puzzled, several white flashes suddenly appeared on the screen. From a distant camera, The scale of these flashes is clear. In less than half a minute, countless aliens are killed. What kind of weapon is powerful enough to do this? Jiang Lingrui reached out and tapped the ring screen, instantly splitting the view to the main screen. It shows the scene on the city wall of Ximen. Chen Qian had never seen such a large weapon before, resembling a cannon from before the apocalypse, lined up along the wall. Its shiny body looked very intimidating. Was that noise just made by this thing? Chen Qian couldn't believe it. From so far away, with such power? She wouldn't even dare to set such a thing in her game. That's a 9th-rank alien creature. Humans once spent all their nuclear weapons to barely kill 3 8th-rank aliens, costing the lives of 300 million people. Today, without using a single soldier or weapon, a single attack destroyed dozens of high-level alien species above the 8th rank, along with countless lower-level ones. Jiangling Rue checked another report, which showed the detailed results of that attack. The first column clearly listed one 10th-rank alien. Yes, this is a replica of the burning cannon weapon our research institute made based on the weapons we previously obtained in the arena. Due to material issues, its power is still a bit weaker, and it can only be used once per hour. It's a pity we couldn't exchange resources with our friends the broom spirits. Otherwise, the alien species on Earth wouldn't pose such a threat to humans. Thanks to the traits of these aliens, the ones leading the attack are always the highest-ranked species. Chen silently gave a thumbs up. It's a bit weaker. The era of high-tech dominance isn't over yet. After the large weapons have done their job, the defenders are ready to act. Yao Qianshu issued the order, and each of them pulled out a particle gun similar to a laser cannon from their space storage. With a quick sweep, they immediately took down a group of enemies, even surpassing their rank. Chen. This is human intelligence at work. Don't give us a chance, or we can create anything for you. By Qi Mian. Revenge for the Contract Lord. By Qi Mian watched Chen's excited expression with satisfaction. As the biggest investor in the Research Institute, his influence is second only to the Contract Lord. With his full support and exploitation, the researchers are practically working themselves to the bone. No need to worry about funds or materials, just focus on maximizing the weapon's power. Gotta say, the god of wealth is truly divine. After a few waves, most of the highest-ranked aliens had already fallen before they could get close. Then came the most common melee battles. The defenders supported each other and quickly started killing the aliens. At this point, the pioneers also stepped into action. Compared to the male defenders fighting the aliens in a standard brawl, the pioneer style was clearly different. Their partners were carefully on guard around them, while they focused on powerful strikes at the center. Really heavy punches. Chen kept feeling something was off. The way they fight, it looks a bit familiar. No, why do I see eye-poking, nose-picking, and other unsavory moves? Such despicable tactics. Cough cough, it's not that she dislikes this fighting style, but it really looks too ugly. Before transforming, the girls were adorable and beautiful. After transforming, their appearance changed completely, which might make anyone feel a bit uncomfortable. While Chen Qian was focused on watching the battlefield and didn't notice the people around her, the expressions of the matchers were very complicated. Chen Qian's question went unanswered, so she turned her head in confusion to look at others. That's when she noticed the strange looks on their faces. What happened? Jiang Lingrui cleared her throat softly, hesitated for a moment, and then explained carefully. Last July, there was a fight in the city center. The video was used as a teaching example, watched over and over. They learned all the moves you used back then, and also noticed how you tried several times to reach for that 7th-level aliens. Flower, but you held back. Chen Qian thought if no one was watching, she would have already done it. Wait, no. They learned from her? The matchers? Yes, all from you. Those dirty tricks learned from her? Looking again at the attack methods shown in the video, Chen Qian swallowed hard, her face showing a complicated expression. Then she slumped in disappointment, scratching her head. Her reputation gone. So it was shattered so early. Just destroy it. Chen Qian wanted to cry. Hu Xiao quickly grabbed her hand, giving her the warmest comfort. Wei Jingjia also obediently picked up a snack from the table and handed it to Qin Qian. Bai Qi Mian kindly comforted her. Don't be sad. Hearing this, Qin Qian's hand holding the snack stiffened. She felt something bad was about to happen. She looked at him with a puzzled expression. Bai Qi Mian smiled and said, There's something even sadder you haven't seen. Qin Qian. Suddenly, Bai Qi Mian controlled the screen and switched to another scene. The moment Qin Qian saw it, she jumped up in shock. Who the heck is that? Someone actually put my heroic battle highlights on the edge of the battlefield. Wow, even if the defenders didn't mean to, they instinctively learned that sneaky but very useful tactic. Not to mention Qin Qian's passionate fans, who fought with full strength on the spot, making the alien creatures scream in pain. The battlefield was going smoothly, with the situation under control. However, Qin Qian was furious and embarrassed. White.
Key.
Mian. Qin Qian gritted his teeth at the smug little snow wolf, wishing he could tear off his clothes and spank him. Is this how humans do things? Bai Qi Mian never loses out. Facing the anger of the contract master, he felt confident and said with a bit of glee, Don't call me. I won't do this. TSK, the contract master's methods are too dark. He disliked this kind of fighting style. Can it be done cleanly? Qin Qian was stunned and asked, It's not you? Then who is it? He never expected there was someone else involved. Who else in this family would go against him besides this sharp-tongued one? Bai Qi Mian looked at someone with a look of watching a show. Qin Qian followed his gaze and saw Jiang Lingrui, who had been communicating with others and seemed to be discussing the battlefield situation. Although Jiang Lingrui noticed the contract master's gaze, he pretended not to see it. For the sake of survival on the battlefield, Jiang Lingrui had to sacrifice his own dignity. I have to say, this kind of combat highlight, praised as divine online, really works. Look, many mutants can now defeat enemies beyond their level. Though sneaky, it's really effective. Qin Qian couldn't believe that the one betraying her was her own most gentle adoptive father. She felt heartbroken. But watching the scene, these tactics greatly increased everyone's fighting power, allowing them to avoid damage while fighting among the alien creatures. This effect left her speechless. With her many years of experience in group fights, facing these evolved beings who had all but been wiped out, this was the most valuable knowledge. Face is nothing. Staying alive on the battlefield is what matters most. Her family's Ling knew these tactics, which is why she made this choice. After a battle, although there were casualties, compared to the past when almost everyone was lost, the situation was already quite good. Qin Qian and the others can't possibly solve all the different species all the time. They will have times when they are not around or too busy to handle everything. Fighting is something everyone must go through, and danger is also part of it. Compared to individual strength, working together is the best way to last long. Humans now finally have weapons that can fight high-level alien species. Although there aren't many yet, they will become stronger over time. Eventually, they will once again become the rulers of the earth. After comforting himself, Qin Qian, Jiang Lingrui quickly sensed a change in the contract master. He also ended the communication at the right moment. Ahem. He didn't hide from the contract master. He really had something to do. So I just scolded him? Jiang Lingrui thought, and it was all over?
Qin Qian, this is for their kind.
Yes, that's right. Unintentionally, Bai Qi Mian, who had been acting foolishly, lost interest in watching the show. He decided to leave home for a few hours. Originally, he had finished all his work, but unexpectedly, a large wave of alien species appeared on the way home. Since C-29 City was now under his family's management, he was responsible for the victims' compensation, the various expenses on the battlefield, and the distribution of supplies after cleaning up the battlefield. Haha. Jiang Lingrui felt relaxed. He said that training subordinates was enough, and even the battlefield command was handed over to Yao Qianshu. Although the other person was capable, now he only felt busier himself. Bai Zhao, can't you be a bit more helpful? Bai Zhao, don't wrong me, young master. I'm still responsible for so many factories. Bai Chi-mian's mind was clicking away with plans. Forget it, relying on him to take full control is unrealistic. Better to let his brother, who is just relaxing at home with the contract master, step in. Bai family's young head, Bai Zuizhou. What's going on? Bai Chi-mian. My own brother, I won't die if he does. As Bai Chi-mian left the house, he immediately started scheming. Probably when he was just at the door, he took the brain from the shelf. The Bai family rule: deposit your brain before entering. Qin Qian said he didn't know this rule. Meanwhile, after the battle ended, Zhao Yuran followed the smell and came over. Although they couldn't meet in person, it didn't mean she couldn't praise her good friend, Zhao Yuran. Qian, you are so brave and courageous. Qin Qian looked at the commas and the 3 wavy lines, and a vein on his forehead twitched fiercely. Qin Qian, I can't compare to you. I saw a dog go upstairs. Zhao Yuran, how do you know that? Zhao Yuran exploded on the spot at home, holding her adorable matching partner and shaking him vigorously.
Ah.
Little one, why does Qin Qian know about the dog going upstairs? Why? Song Yao was dizzy from being shaken by his contract partner and said faintly, Yuran, I don't know either. Although he knew who Qin Qian was, he didn't pay attention to her daily life. So how could he possibly know how Qin Qian found out about this secret matter? Host, don't be afraid. It's just about a dog going upstairs. Nothing serious. Haha, Tongzi, have only laughed for 49 days. The system was stirring up trouble, eager to watch the fun. This happened 49 days ago. Oh, really? Haha, hiccup, haha. Tongzi was laughing so hard he hiccuped. Stop pretending to be me. You hiccuped. Hee, I'm just learning from you humans. I'm going to block you. Don't worry. You've kept me locked up all night and I've only just been released for half a day. At 11 tonight, I'll lock myself up. After a while, Zhao Yuran calmed down. She comforted Song Yao, who was slumped in the chair from being shaken, then took a deep breath and calmly checked the latest message from her good friend. Qin Qian. Isn't this something everyone knows? Qin Qian heard this gossip from Hanzi. Wow, because of this, she was so anxious during her late-night vine transformation that she was rolling around, scratching her heart and lungs. She wanted to know the full story. The story of the dog going upstairs started with Zhao Yuran's transformation. She is a mutant Persian cat. When she transforms into her beast form, she naturally exhibits some instinctive reactions. Cats, you see, tend to have a stress response when they see dogs. Usually, it's not very obvious, but if they are feeling uneasy, the effect is different. At that time, Zhao Yuran was worried about Qin Qian and was also being exploited by her matchmakers. She was on the way to transforming into a butterfly with her matchmakers, passing by a place where Qin Qian had once saved her. The street had changed a lot, but some familiar sights could still be seen. This place reminded her of the moment she was rescued, filling her heart with complex feelings. When she reached the transforming into a butterfly area, her mind was a bit foggy. Coincidentally, she saw a girl transforming into a tall hunting dog and friendly sparring with others at the training ground. Unexpectedly, this scared Zhao Yuran, who was not in her best state. She instinctively transformed into a beautiful Persian cat, let out a sharp meow, and jumped onto a villa in the transforming into a butterfly area. With her current strength, her beast form made the villa as fragile as paper, and she crushed it instantly. Many sisters inside were sitting there, some with lower levels who even broke their legs. It took a lot of effort for her matchmakers to rescue them from her panicked Persian cat form. Although Zhao Yuran begged everyone to be quiet, Hanji, who was in charge of the city and always gathering gossip for her master, naturally wouldn't let Zhao Yuran's embarrassing moment go. Qin Qian was very pleased with the truth she knew. This was a sweet victory, and she could laugh at Zhao Yuran for 100 years. Zhao Yuran, before you forget this incident, let's not contact each other. She unilaterally cut off all contact. In this round, Qin Qian won completely. After all, one was being studied as a hero, and the other was being mocked as gossip. Even though both were socially embarrassing, the modern understanding of half a pound and 8 ounces still differs. Qin Xian ignored the ancient meaning of these words and confidently added her own interpretation. After this battle, even at night, the entire C-29 city was in celebration. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the city's combat power soared. Today's achievements were the best reward for their hard work. The bodies of the heroes were prepared and placed in the square, waiting for the sunrise tomorrow, when they would be sent back to their homeland as usual. Tonight, let the heroes celebrate with the people and witness everything they have been hoping for. Zhao Yuren finally saw her least favorite good sister here, both watching the lively bonfire party with the matchers. Zhao Yuren stood beside Qin Qian and softly said, "If I die, don't stay plain. Hang red ribbons around me. I want to be a bride every night." Before Qin Qian could speak, a nearby big brother got annoyed. "Little sister, how can you talk like that? What do you mean plain? My brother specifically told me that if he sacrifices himself, he wants a bonfire farewell party." His idea beat many applicants and was accepted into the 10,000 farewell plan, even making it into the top 100. How can you say plain? Look at that roasted alien creature. I killed it. See those bite marks on its backside? My brother bit them. I'll eat that piece. The big brother's eyes reddened a little. He looked at his once lively brother now lying quietly on the platform, with a big red flower tucked behind his ear, and at the roasted alien creature with half its backside bitten, laughing proudly. "You little brat, your idea was disliked, and I have to step in to help you get your reputation back. Just watch out, make sure you're comfortable below, and don't die, lose your last brain too." "Forget it, losing your brain isn't a big deal. With Brother Liao and the others watching over you, you won't be bullied." Hearing this, Zhao Yuren's scalp tingled. She quickly apologized. "Big brother, I'm sorry. My idea is super awesome." Zhao Yuren felt like slapping herself for waking up in the middle of the night. She really didn't know that the bonfire farewell was her hero's idea and that it involved her. "That's necessary. Also, your idea of hanging red ribbons isn't bad, but it's still a bit behind my dance-off.
Keep working on it."
"Anyway, I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to grab some of that meat on the—" "Those bratty kids all want to fight me for it," the big brother said and ran toward the bonfire center, where the feast was about to begin. Qin Qian finally spoke slowly. "Yuren, stop feeling bad. Look behind you." Zhao Yuren turned around and saw her matchers glaring at her fiercely. Be a bride every night. For those who aren't bonded, matchers are very jealous and keep a close watch. Haha. Even if I die, only the 5 of us will have her." When Zhao Yuren saw the situation, she quickly explained, "You heard wrong, absolutely wrong. I didn't say anything," she explained while signaling Qin Qian for help. Qin Qian immediately pulled her matching partners back a few meters. "Haha, I can watch the show, but I definitely won't get involved." Abandoned, Zhao Yuren hung her head in disappointment as she endured her matchmaker's jealousy. Sigh, making friends was not careful enough. After her contract master, Huashao, stepped back a few steps, he finally shifted his focus from the sacrificed heroes and asked quietly, Qian, what kind of way do you like?" He would protect Qian with his life. If there was a farewell ceremony for himself, he thought then, it should be in the way Qian liked best. Qin Qian was still watching Zhao Yuren's jokes when she suddenly heard the question and was momentarily stunned. "Huh? About that, let me think." She had already prepared for the worst, so she hadn't thought about this question at all. The other 3 also instinctively looked at Qin Qian when they heard it. Under the 5 pairs of focused eyes, Qin Qian took a while before saying, "Then let's let them have a happy, lively time. As for us, just ask them to leave the bodies at home and watch their fun from afar. When the next day comes, we'll burn everything together with a big fire." Talking about fighting outside without using the word "we," Qin Qian smoothly said this while planning to burn her own people. Anyway, they were going to die together. Jiang Lingrui pinched her brow, surprised that the topic they were stopped from discussing yesterday was now brought up again by Huashao. They finally talked about where to bury after death. "That's perfect. We can burn everything at home and then go downstairs to play games." Huashao dared to say anything. He had heard his parents mention the underworld before, and he heard that burning paper money was still popular. Next time, he would tell his family to burn more for him, so he could have money to buy delicious food for Qian. Chun Qian nodded seriously. I wonder if the cultivation room can be burned down to the lower level. Can't you just use that remaining brain of yours to think about how to stay alive? Bai Chi Mian couldn't take it anymore. Things hadn't even started yet, and they already had plans for what to do downstairs. Can your family have a cremation? Chen Qian ignored Bai Chi Mian's complaints and started asking about her family's rules. Sigh, this is the trouble of marrying into a wealthy family. But she thought they probably followed the rules of her husband's side. Bai Chi Mian rolled his eyes at his unreliable master and said impatiently, yes. Then he turned his head away, afraid that the other person would ask him more confusing questions. After the bonfire party ended, Chen Qian and the others went home. Everyone silently agreed not to mention the dart game. After saying goodnight, Chen Qian went alone to her room to wash up. When she lay on the bed, her mind was still thinking about the question from Hua Xiao. Everyone could see that a Xiao had feelings for her. Chen Qian didn't point it out, but that didn't mean she wasn't thinking about it. In this world, all the matchmakers are usually trying to protect their masters in this way. Instead of trying to change their unchangeable thoughts, it's better to focus on protecting herself on the battlefield. The next morning, after attending the ceremony, Chen Qian went to a research institute she had never visited before. It used to be just a small 3-story building, but now it covers about 20 hectares. There are over 5,000 researchers inside, not counting other assistants. The institute is shaped like a square with 4 corners. In the middle is a 32-story building, and at each corner, there is a tall, 7-story silver building. The material looks very special. Jiangling Rui and Bai Chi Mian introduced Chen Qian to the purpose of each building and how the areas inside are divided. The matchmakers on the left always spoke kindly, making people feel refreshed. But on the right, even a cold snort made Chen Qian want to reply back. The 3 of them exchanged words, making the tour lively. Hua Xiao, when outside, was very tense and guarded, standing behind Chen Qian with Wei Jingzhou on one side and Han Zi on the other, like 2 protectors. This guy, since returning from his master, had become lazier each day, showing no sign of the previous months of being strict and decisive. Chen Qian doubted she wouldn't see that old CEO who kept crashing into walls again in less than 3 days. She thought of this as a good deed. After walking around, Chen Qian received many secret glances and saw all kinds of strange research. The Research Institute values diversity. They support the development of weapons, armor, daily supplies, and other miscellaneous items, as long as they follow the law and moral standards. In such an environment, even small, seemingly useless research projects can sometimes have surprising uses. Who would have thought that the detection tool used yesterday in C-29 City, which can accurately monitor alien species 100 kilometers away, was originally designed to improve traffic safety in the city? The original monitoring system was quite smart but limited in range. When satellites couldn't be used, they could only estimate alien populations over a broad area. Now, this new detection tool can send live images back in real time with a 360-degree view. It is said to use the brain of a high-level multi-eyed alien creature. Such innovations happen all the time. After Chen Qian arrived here, she saw researchers working on their own small projects or arguing loudly in groups. The researcher's system of equal opportunity seems quite relaxed. Anyone with ideas can speak up, regardless of whether they are right or wrong. If I had this kind of motivation when I was in school, I would have already gotten into the top high school, she said. Do you have some wrong idea about yourself? Bai Chi Mian didn't think Chen Qian was the type to sit still and take exams. Chen Qian was confident. I know myself very well, smart but not hardworking enough. She was very proud of this. Yes, Chen Qian is very smart. When she needs to work hard, she does, Jiang Lingrui said with a smile. Hua Xiao was a bit slower but still spoke firmly. Chen Qian is clever. Wei Jingzhe always kept up with such topics, saying Chen Qian is smart. With support from others, Chen Qian straightened her back. Bai Chi Mian didn't want to dampen her confident mood and quickly moved forward. These people really are hard to watch. Chun Qian's past grades were only average. She didn't inherit her parents' academic genius genes. They said she almost broke down because of math lessons. She made a mistake with 5-7 is equal to 13, which was strange, because she could solve more difficult problems. But she always answered this simple question incorrectly, almost instinctively. Fortunately, she knows her own mistakes and always makes a point to check carefully. Thinking back on past events, Chun Qian hadn't yet developed other feelings when she saw her brother, who had been enslaved for a long time. The man immersed in his research, after shedding his madness and no longer pretending to be strange, now looks very scholarly. His temperament is more like their father's. Chun Qian couldn't help but watch him walk over and instinctively ask, "Chenji, what is 5 plus 7? 13. Chenji answered quickly and confidently. Seeing how confident he was, just like when she argued with her father at 3 in the morning. Are they really not siblings? Chun Qian smiled and asked, "Are you sure?" Chenji frowned slightly.
Sure.
In 12, he realized his mistake. He was very familiar with the complex formulas of the new system, but even a child could do simple arithmetic, yet he had still made a mistake. His reputation was about to be ruined. Ding Xian, who was nearby, saw Chenji come over and greeted Chun Qian. Behind her was the girl named Xie Xingzhu, one of the first researchers to arrive in C-29 City and the only 2 girls among them. Xie Xingzhu used to be more cunning and had many tricks, but since she adapted to the environment here, she became more lively. She looked genuine and straightforward. "Pfft, Chenji, I can tease you to death over this." When Chenji saw Xie Xingzhu approach, his eyes changed instantly, showing a restrained affection. Chun Qian only then noticed something she had overlooked earlier. Her brother's forehead, which had a basic beast pattern, had changed over the past few months. Oh, so her brother had formed a contract. Chun Qian's eyes suddenly looked at Hanji with a very obvious meaning. "Why didn't you tell me about this gossip?" Hanji replied, "I was planning to tell you these days, but since you've recovered, I forgot." Chun Qian understood his meaning and didn't pursue it further. She was only a little curious about their sibling romance, but she knew that attraction through compatibility was a thing. Seeing how affectionate they looked, she wisely didn't ask further. They had finished breakfast and didn't want to see more dog food. Chun Qian and Chenji's sibling-like bond is mostly just them saying hello and chatting casually. The rest of the time, they are focused on work. The latest progress at the Research Institute is reported by Ding Xian, with Xie Xingzhu adding details. When there are disagreements about the research, Chenji and the others discuss and report together. Sometimes, when they get excited, they ignore Chun Qian and the others, standing in place and arguing passionately. Chun Qian doesn't mind. They can see what's happening. Recently, Chun Qian has gained a better understanding of their city. As long as they keep working hard like this, they will definitely live comfortably on this earth, which is almost like a sieve. Chun Qian spent the whole morning here. After lunch, she went home, bringing back a bunch of new snacks and useful products. Ah Ling, come see this space. Isn't it amazing? It's not like a haunted house space where you can build infinitely upward, but the area is big. Chun-Ji said it was made with a 9-level beast core. Beast cores of the space type are much harder to get than others. This one is probably unique, and she took it. At least, it filled the empty feeling she had after losing her space. Chun-Ji gave her so many things earlier that she didn't have time to check them all. Now, she's pulling Jiang Lingrui and others into the space. The space is surrounded by gray-white walls. Compared to lower-level spaces, it's much more stable. People can stay inside for at least 24 hours without being kicked out. But if they stay longer, they might be thrown out after 1 or 2 hours. Not bad. Later, let Huishao and the others help you decorate it, Jiang Lingrui said after comparing it to Qin Qian's previous space. This space isn't as good as Qin Qian's haunted house space, but at least it belongs entirely to her. There are no messy entrances, so it's much safer. Chun Qian definitely agrees. But after a while, she remembers that since she came to City C-29, she's either been decorating or on her way to decorate. She's almost running a whole home decoration business for the city herself. Unfortunately, besides this small courtyard she lives in now, she hasn't kept any other space. Thinking of this, Chun Qian simply hands over the space to the matchers and stops worrying. Sometimes you just have to believe in fate. She was destined to lack a house. In the evening, the family gathered in front of the holographic screen and started playing the long-forgotten dart game. They initially thought they would play it every day, but surprisingly, even now, no one has been chosen yet. The chances seem very strange. Chun Qian saw the little friends she hadn't seen in a while. She took a moment before starting the game as the matchmakers urged her. She looked at the game results with a very complicated expression. She quietly exchanged a look with Aling. Aling, what do you think about this? It was Aling who set the game's upper and lower limits in the first place.
Now.
It seems he has been proven wrong. Jiang Lingrui's head was hurting badly. After receiving the contract master's gaze, he didn't respond for a long time. It wasn't that he was deliberately avoiding it, but he also didn't know how to explain. How do you explain something like mysticism? The dart game lasts for a month, resetting the total number of attempts. Whether you're lucky or unlucky, everyone starts fresh each time. But because his contract master plays so rarely, the limits are rarely used. This means that after each reset, the lucky ones stay lucky, and the unlucky ones can't even get the guaranteed minimum. Yes, once again, the game chose Wei Jingzhe. In the game, a small version of Wei Jingzhe with a slightly red face appeared very often. Bai Qimian was no longer calm this time. His mind was frantically repeating the words, "Lucky rabbit's foot," and his eyes looked very dangerous, full of greed for treasure. Compared to his restraint, Huashao was already acting wildly. He quickly jumped next to Wei Jingzhe, grabbed his neck, and asked, come on. Wei Jingzhe, tell me the secret to winning the game." Wei Jingzhe sensed something was wrong the moment the other person got close, but he didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he endured Huaxiao's attack. Even though Wei Jingzhe's expression showed no change, Chun Qian could tell he was confused. Wei Jingzhe replied, "There's no secret." This explanation was very weak and unconvincing. But luckily, Huaxiao was easy to fool. He believed it and said, "All right, if there's no secret, then it's fine. Sigh, I guess I'm just too unlucky." He looked at her with a pitiful expression, like a puppy feeling wronged, staring at the contract master. Chun Qian was very straightforward this time. She cut 3 strands of hair and handed them to him. "Xiao, don't cry. Use these to change your luck." She could afford to give him some hair without worrying about him going bald.
Thank you, Qian.
Huaxiao's gloom was completely lifted. Holding those 3 tiny hairs that were hard to see without careful inspection, he happily prepared to proceed with the second step of his good luck ritual. Chun Qian scratched her head, not out of favoritism, but because she truly couldn't do much to change someone's luck.
So,
should we just sleep? Her question sounded very guilty, although she didn't quite understand what she was feeling guilty about. But she had a strange feeling of being the only one favored by Wei Ai Fei. Yes, good night, Qian. Huaxiao looked so happy that you might think he had just won a game. Compared to him, the others seemed much less confident. After all, no one wanted to admit they were the Black Ghost.